Hi everyone, please subscribe to my channel. Blood Immortal. See playlist for other chapters and novels. Join now our Telegram channel now and enjoy exclusive early access. t.me/blood_immortal_official. I do not translate the novels. Credits goes to original translator and author of the novel. I only make it as an audiobook so it would be easier to just listen while doing other things. Credits goes to the author of the novel. I convert stories to audiobook for mental health, for multitasking purpose, for accessibility and time saving. Listening to audiobook is also beneficial for people who have disability. It improves our listening skills and improve our English comprehension, vocabulary and other things. So, thank you for listening. Thank you and thank you very much for your support. Chapter 880. Wu Jia grinned savagely, without moving. A huge pressure fell on the two, making them pale in an instant, realizing the strength gap between themselves and Wu Jia, and even the thought of resistance was indifferent. Horror filled his eyes. One of them asked in a trembling voice, "Who are you? Why are you arresting us?" Wu Jia didn't answer, and a pair of ghostly eyes looked at them uncertainly, making the two feel more and more uneasy, trembling all over. After a while, Wu Jia said coldly, "I have something to ask you. You can choose to answer or not to answer, but if I can't satisfy me, I will strip out your souls and check your memories. Do not want to suffer the pain of eating souls, it is best to cooperate honestly." The bitterness of eating souls. The two transcendent realm warriors trembled, their faces turning white with fright. Their strength is not low, and they naturally know what kind of torture the soul-devouring pain is. It is an unbearable pain for the soul. Generally, only very evil warriors will use such means to force torture. The person in front of him has a green aura, his eyes are like ghost fire, and it is not a good thing at first glance. Nodding hurriedly, "You ask, if there is anything we know, we will answer." Wu Jia smiled slightly, expressing satisfaction, and then he calmly said, "Do you know where this place is?" The two warriors looked at each other, nodded at the same time, and said, "Should it be the Nine Heavens Holy Land?" "That's right, it's the Nine Heavens Holy Land. You guys are not too timid. You know it's the Nine Heavens Holy Land and you dare to wander outside." Wu Jia raised his brows. "Tell me, what are you doing here?" The person on the left quickly replied, "We're here to find the secret treasure." "Looking for the secret treasure?" Wu Jia smiled strangely, looking outside. "Yes, who told you that there are secret treasures outside? Many people have rumors like this." The man quickly explained, and after listening to his words, Yang Kai realized that he didn't know who spread such news outside, saying that the Nine Heavens Holy Land was in a war a few years ago. Countless warriors have died, and the dead warriors have dropped a lot of secret treasures nearby, attracting many people to try their luck here to see if they can find one or two valuable things. There are a lot of people outside, all of them looking for secret treasures. Wu Jia asked with a frown. "Some are, and some seem to be here to kill monsters. I heard that there are many 6th order and 7th order monsters running from the Beast Sea jungle, and those monsters have good refining materials." Another person also quickly said, "It seems that some of them are here to kill the demons. I heard that the new Holy Master of the Nine Heavens Holy Land has accepted a group of demons here, and they want to clean up those demons to make the atmosphere right." "It's just you people." Wu Jia looked at them like a fool, and said contemptuously, "Since you heard that there are demons here, haven't you heard what level those demons are? The news said that there are not many masters in the group of demons, just a few warriors in the extraordinary realm." "Ha ha." Wu Jigwai laughed and nodded. "There are not many experts." "Well, there are really not many, only 5. But those are 5 saint-level experts, and 3 of them are saint-level 2 level. Wu Jia had seen Li Rong and Shui Li fight with his own eyes, and knew that with the capital of the ancient demon clan, it was simply not something that 1 or 2 major sects could eat. To clear them up, at least 3 or 4 forces like Soaring Heaven sect must gather together, and they must be mentally prepared to suffer huge losses. Just relying on these jumping clowns to clean up the demons is simply asking for a dead end. After inquiring again, after confirming that the two guys didn't have much information, Wu Jia knocked them out again. Standing up and looking at Yang Kai, Wu Jia frowned and said, "Lord Holy Master, it seems that someone has deliberately spread some unfavorable news to guide these good warriors to the Nine Heavens Holy Land." Yang Kai nodded, and for some reason, he suddenly remembered the human race powerhouse named Wu Zheng he had seen before. If someone took the lead in spreading such news, there would be no reason to deceive so many people, and the person who spread the news had to have a certain prestige, otherwise those obvious lies would be easily exposed. Wu Zheng obviously has such ability. What do the people who spread the news want? He clearly knows that these people can't do anything with the Holy Land. Shu Wei looked puzzled. Some people don't want Li Rong and the others to stay in the Nine Heavens Holy Land. Yang Kai snorted, I don't even want to see us getting close to the demon race, thinking it's a shame for the human race. Wu Jia rolled his eyes, as if he thought of something, raised his eyebrows and said, what does the Lord mean? That person incited these good warriors to come to the Nine Heavens Holy Land in an attempt to lure you to take action. It should be like this. Yang Kai nodded, once they make a move, no matter who made the move, they can be framed on Li Rong and the others. At that time, that person can use this as an excuse to lead the world's heroes to come. Attack Li Rong and the others. Li Rong and the others are attacked. I can't just sit back and watch. If I intervene, the Holy Land will also be involved, and when the time comes, the Holy Land will never survive. So insidious. Shu Hui's expression changed. Well, it is indeed a bit despicable and vicious. Wu Jia pondered, if it were any other force, if there were so many warriors wandering outside the house, they would definitely chase people away. Some secret chess is responsible for fanning the flames, just waiting for you to drive people out will make things bigger. Yang Kai glanced at him, he laughed. Wu Jia's words came to his heart. Holy Master, how should we deal with this matter? Shu Wei asked for instructions. Although the situation is not bad now, if we wait any longer, I am afraid that more warriors will be deceived into the Holy Land. This symptom must be killed as soon as possible. But the Nine Heavens Holy Land is now showing signs of steady development. If it really conflicts with too many forces, it will definitely have an impact on the future. Especially now that Yang Kai has not fully grown up. What do the elders think? Yang Kai looked at him and wanted to ask his opinion. Shu Wei said respectfully, my subordinates feel that they should tell the truth of the matter to the warriors who have been deceived here, and let them retreat. The secret treasures that were originally scattered outside are nothing but things. If there is such a thing, I won't pick it up in the Holy Land. If they can't find it, they will gradually leave, and those monsters have already returned to the Beast Sea jungle. If they really have the courage to hunt monsters and go to the monster realm on their own, there is no need to stay outside my Holy Land. As for the warriors who came to clean up the demons, we can deny the existence of Master Li and the others. Anyway, no one can enter Jufeng to investigate. The people of Master Li's family are honest and will not go out. After this gust of wind, it should be fine. Quote, Shu Wei didn't really want to go to war, Yang Kai could see that. After pondering for a while, he nodded and said, then do as the elder said first. You bring some people to disperse the warriors who are wandering outside the Holy Land. But, you can't be so easygoing. If you are too easygoing, it will make them think of the Holy Land. Too weak. Well, let them know what the fate of disobedience is. After all, if we trespassed in my Holy Land, we can shoot and kill without asking why. The Holy Master said yes. Shu Wei nodded repeatedly. In the past, if these people dared to wander outside the Holy Land at will, Shu Wei had already sent them away, so why would he go and talk nonsense with them? If he refused to accept it, he directly killed him, but now the Holy Land is not as good as before, and he is also cautious in his actions, and he is no longer as brave as he used to be. Let's do it, give them a 3-day deadline and let them withdraw within 100 miles of the Holy Land. Those who dare to stay once the deadline is up must be those who want to stir up the flames. For such people, just kill them. Yang Kai commanded. Yes, this subordinate will do it now. Shu Wei said, and immediately retire, taking away the 2 warriors that Wu Jia brought along. Li Rong's beautiful eyes were shining brightly, staring at Yang Kai with a smile on her lips. She suddenly discovered that after not seeing him for several years, Yang Kai became more and more like a leader. When he was caught by senior coffin slave in Mogu Castle, he was just a cautious young man, but now, he has been able to make appropriate decisions based on the situation. This was what Li Rong really wanted to see, and secretly felt that the ancient demon clan would definitely be able to get the future he wanted. Lord Holy Master, then Wu Mo will leave now. There are still many things to deal with in the sect. If the Holy Master is free, you are welcome to come to the Netherworld sect at any time. Wu Jia pleaded guilty and was about to leave. Sect Master Wu is not busy leaving. Yang Kai stood up. What else is there to do, Lord Holy Master? Wu Jia asked suspiciously. I want to visit Po Zan Palace and Battle Soul Hall. Sect Master Wu will show me the way. I am willing to serve. Wu Jia smiled slightly. Li Rong, you come with me. Yang Kai turned around and greeted. Li Rong nodded lightly and stepped forward. Walking out of the hall, the 3 turned into a rainbow light and left the 9 Heavens Holy Land as quickly as lightning. There were originally 4 forces located here, but now, only the 9 heavens Holy Land and the Nether sector left. The 4 forces are not too far apart from each other, only 1 or 200 miles apart. For the current Yongkai, it won't take long to reach this distance, not to mention that Li Rong is now running his true chi and galloping with him. In just a moment, the 3 of them came to the mountains, above a group of buildings. This is the Hall of Battle Spirits. Among our 3 forces, it is the closest to the 9 heavens Holy Land. We also get a lot of light from 9 peaks on weekdays. Unfortunately, Cao Guan's short-sightedness has ruined such a piece of foundation in vain. Wu Jia pointed down. Road. Yongkai nodded and looked down attentively. The buildings below were like chess pieces, arranged in an orderly manner. Many buildings had collapsed, and there were still bloodstains of Yin Hong in some places. It should be that Wu Jia's disciples who gathered Battle Soul Hall some time ago caused some trouble. To be continued, this article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Wachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to A Unknown Currency First Release a cent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 881, Re-entering the Starry Sky. After watching for a while, Yongkai suddenly snorted, "There are still people here." In the buildings of the Battle Soul Hall, a small number of warriors are walking, looking around, as if they are looking for something. Oh, those are the disciples of my Netherworld sect. Together with the original disciples of the Battle Soul Hall, we are looking here to see if there is anything else that can be missed. Wu Jia explained with a smile. Yongkai nodded, pointed to the bottom and said, "I want this place. After Sect Master Wu goes back, let the disciples below pay attention not to ruin this place." Yes, Wu Jia responded quickly. Although he didn't know what Yongkai wanted to do with such an abandoned foundation, he wouldn't ask too much. Talk less and do more things, so Wu Jia can judge the situation better than Zhongao and Cao Guan. Let's go and see Po Xuanfu. There is nothing to pay special attention to below. Yongkai immediately waved his hand. Wu Jia led the way again. After a while, nearly 200 kilometers away, the 3 came to the sky above Pozan Mansion. This is Zhongao's territory. Wu Jia pointed at the bottom and said, "It's much better than Battle Soul Hall in my Netherworld sect." Yongkai observed indifferently and found that this place is really good, although it is not as good as Holy Land 9 Peaks, but it is also a rare good place to find. It is not unreasonable for Po Xuanfu to establish sect here. Lord Holy Master, there are still some things to do next, so I will leave first. After waiting for a while, Wu Jia suddenly said. Well, Sect Master Wu is free. Yongkai nodded. With a plea, Wu Jia left quickly. Looking at his disappearing back, Li Rong pursed her lips and chuckled. Although this guy looks a little sinister, he is quite good. But why is he leaving in such a hurry? It seems that we are going to disadvantage him. Because he knows what I'm going to do next. Yongkai chuckled. I don't want to see too many secrets, so I have to leave quickly. Li Rong was stunned. Go down and take a look. Yongkai swayed and flew straight towards a certain place below. Pozan Mansion covers a large area. In the rear of the sect master, Yongkai and Li Rong landed. The place where they were located was a stone forest. Stone pillars of different heights stood here, looking scattered and irregular. Li Rong, where's the blood essence stone? Yongkai turned his head and asked. Still with me, Li Rong responded and took the blood essence stone and handed it over. The blood essence stone absorbed a lot of fresh blood last time and turned it into blood energy with magical power. However, after healing the people of the ancient demon clan, the blood energy has been exhausted. At this moment, there is no energy fluctuation in the blood essence stone. Holding this blood essence stone, Yongkai looked around. Lord, what are you looking for? Li Rong asked thoughtfully after observing for a while. I'm looking for the gate of the starry sky. Yongkai replied in a deep voice. The gate of the starry sky. Li Rong's expression became solemn, and she suddenly recalled what Zhongao said before his death a few months ago, and immediately came to her senses. The Lord said that the gate of the starry sky is hidden here. Yongkai nodded. I spied a little bit of Zhongao's memory. He did pick up this blood essence stone in this stone forest, but I don't know exactly where it is. You also please help to find it and see what is special in the surrounding area, especially where there are some strange ores. Master thinks that you can really enter the starry sky. After all, it's just a legend. What do you think? Yongkai chuckled. I have no idea. Li Rong shook her head slowly. I've stayed in Mogu Castle since I was born, and I haven't even seen the ordinary sun, moon, and stars. I didn't leave there until a few months ago, let alone the stars, but it feels too unrealistic. Quote. Why? Yang Kai was surprised. Because the most powerful masters can only soar into the sky, and there is nothing they can do if they go up. This continent seems to have an invisible force that pulls people and prevents them from leaving. No one has ever successfully left. How can I enter the starry sky? Those things about the starry sky should be just legends, right? Yang Kai didn't say much, just grinned. Look, if you can find it, I'll take you to see it. Li Rong's beautiful eyes lit up, feeling that Yang Kai didn't seem to be joking, and immediately nodded. Okay. The two immediately dispersed and searched carefully in the stone forest. This piece of stone forest should be considered a forbidden area for the profound palace. Because Yang Kai has noticed a lot of fluctuations in the restrictions here, those restrictions are all implicated in their insidious traps. Once triggered, it is very likely to cause a lot of trouble. These restrictions should have been set by Zhang Ao. However, under Yang Kai's huge spiritual sense, the hidden restrictions are invisible and unobstructed, and he is not worried about touching it at all. After a stick of incense, Yang Kai frowned and looked around. He was at a loss when he heard Li Rong's call not far away. Shocked, he hurried over there. After a while, he came to Li Rong. My lord, this place seems a little weird. Li Rong pointed to several stone pillars of different lengths in front of her and said, I also picked up these things from nearby. As he spoke, he handed over the gravel in his hand. Yang Kai took it, carefully observed it, his eyes lit up, and said with certainty, it should be right here. The rubble that Li Rong picked up looked a bit like the product of the starry sky, and the shape and arrangement of the stone pillars in front of her were somewhat similar to the vague fragment in Zhang Ao's memory. But there's nothing special here. Li Rong was puzzled. If you can see through it at a glance, Zhang Ao won't be aware of the mystery here by accident. Yang Kai walked forward as he spoke, and reached out and patted the stone pillars. It seems that it is no different from the nearby stone pillars, but in comparison, the texture of the stone pillars in front of them is quite hard, and I don't know what kind of material they are, they should not be ordinary stones. After carefully recalling the scenes that he had seen in Zhang Ao's memory, after a while, Yang Kai reached out and ejected a few pure essences into the stone pillar next to him. The real essence disappeared as soon as it disappeared, and soon disappeared, as if it was swallowed up by these stone pillars. Yang Kai waited for a while, but Shiju still didn't respond. Just when he was impatient, a buzzing sound suddenly came. Yang Kai immediately jumped back and stood beside Li Rong, paying close attention to the front. Buzzing. The stone pillars trembled, as if an invisible big hand was holding them, shaking them, making this piece of earth a little turbulent. Circles of ripples visible to the naked eye emanated from those stone pillars, spreading around like shock waves. Countless ripples collided in the middle of those stone pillars, and some unexpected changes occurred. The space in the center of the stone pillar seems to have become a mirror, reflecting the fluctuation of the circle of ripples. With a bang, when the ripples were dense to a certain extent, the mirror shattered, and a dark and deep hole suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai and Li Rong, like a beast, opening its savage mouth. Li Rong couldn't help feeling her scalp tingle. Yang Kai's expression was excited, he felt a special breath from the entrance of this hole, the breath of the starry sky. Let's go. Without hesitation, Yang Kai pulled Li Rong and plunged in. The next moment, a huge and unparalleled pressure came from all directions, like a tidal wave. Yang Kai's bones rattled, and his flesh and blood couldn't help but tense, resisting the destructive force. Li Rong also exclaimed, and at the same time she noticed the power, she immediately displayed the demon god transformation. The mysterious magic pattern climbed onto her pretty face, making her look wild and beautiful. Don't be nervous. Yang Kai smiled and comforted her. Li Rong's pretty face blushed, and then she gradually relaxed. Mei Mei looked around, and covered her mouth involuntarily. There are stars all around, and it is beautiful. You are in the void, and there is no earth under your feet. Looking down, you can't see anything except the little stars. It seems that he is no longer in Tongshuan continent. This is the starry sky? Li Rong asked in surprise. Well, it's amazing, right? Yang Kai nodded slightly, bearing the power of the huge starry sky, with a leisurely expression. Looking at the Lord like this, it seems that you have been to the starry sky before. I came here once, and it was in the starry sky that I was able to be promoted to the transcendent realm. Li Rong's beautiful eyes trembled. She spied some unusual meanings from Yang Kai's words. When the Lord came here, he was only at the peak of the immortal ascension boundary. How did he endure this huge and terrifying star power? Li Rong paid for herself. If she didn't show the demon god transformation, she would be under some pressure here. That kind of coercion that was enough to shatter anyone's body was not something that a peak of the immortal ascension boundary could resist. But it doesn't seem like the place I came to last time is here. Yang Kai looked around and affirmed. The last time he came, there was an azure planet under his feet. According to Jai Yao, it was Tongshuan continent. But there is no such scene here, and I don't know where it was teleported after passing through the stone forest. Looking back, there is the void corridor leading to the stone forest behind it. I don't know how long it can last, but from the fluctuation of the breath inside, it should be able to last for some days. Yang Kai's head was settled, and he beckoned, "Follow me." Li Rong hurriedly followed, maintaining her demonic transformation, and looked around. In the legendary starry sky, few people can set foot here, and Li Rong is naturally very curious. The spiritual senses of the two of them were released, covering a radius of 100 miles, and they were investigating all movements in this area. "What are you looking for, my lord?" Following Yang Kai's aimless speeding for a long time, Li Rong asked. "Look for some meteorites," Yang Kai explained. There seem to be many meteorites in the starry sky that contain rare minerals and peculiar stones. It's rare to come here to find out if there are any unexpected gains. Maybe they can find something as precious as the bloodstone. Oh, after knowing the target, Li Rong also worked hard to find it. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency first release a cent to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 882 Long Shuttle Secret Treasure. In the starry sky, there are many meteorites shuttle, and I don't know where they come from, let alone where they will go. It seems that they have been drifting in the starry sky since ancient times, waiting to be discovered. Yang Kai even suspected that Tongshuan continent itself was a huge meteorite. After searching for an hour or two in the starry sky with Li Rong, they found several meteorites of different sizes. Small like a basin, big like a mountain. After smashing those meteorites, Yang Kai really harvested some rare ores, but the quantity is not much, and the grade is not too high. When he came to the starry sky this time, the most important thing was to verify whether the information in Zhang Ao's memory was wrong. But since he has arrived here, he naturally cannot go back empty-handed. It just so happens that the minerals in the black book space have been exhausted, and you can take this opportunity to collect some. Yang Kai wanted to know what would happen to the two pitch-black round stones after absorbing enough mineral essence. "Lord, there seems to be a large meteorite flying over there." Li Rong's spiritual sense sensed some movement and pointed to the distance. "Go and see." Yang Kai immediately flew over there. Not long after, a meteorite the size of a house flew over. The surface was pitted. It seemed that it had endured the erosion of time for too long, and it looked a little overwhelmed. Li Rong went up to meet her, and before the meteorite was approaching, she slapped her palm on it. Sensational power burst out from Qianqianyu's hand, and the huge meteorite shattered directly, scattered into countless pieces, and splashed in all directions. Yang Kai's eyes were quick and he immediately stared at one of the dark red stones. He rushed up to stop it, and after checking it out, he satisfactorily put it into the black book space and placed it next to the two jet black boulders. Inside the meteorite, there are many rare minerals, which are hard and difficult to destroy. So breaking the meteorites to find them is undoubtedly the most convenient and quickest way. Li Rong also collected a piece or two, flew to Yang Kai's side and handed it to him. "Is the Lord collecting these to refine secret treasures?" Li Rong asked with a smile. Although most of the ores collected in the starry sky cannot be named, judging from their texture, they are at least spiritual grade minerals, and even many are holy grade materials. The secret treasures refined from such things are naturally not too bad. Li Rong saw that Yang Kai was so diligent in collecting, she took it for granted that he was going to refine the artifact. "That's it." Yang Kai didn't explain it, and when he was observing, suddenly his expression changed and he looked to the side. The light of the stars flickered, and there seemed to be some dense black dots that were swiftly passing over there dozens of miles away from the two of them. "Meteorite see." Yang Kai was overjoyed after seeing it for a while, greeted Li Rong, and immediately flew over there. Not long after, the sight of a large piece of meteorites converging together came into the eyes of the two of them. These meteorites are like a big river, stretching for an unknown number of miles, and are flowing in the vast starry sky. There are countless meteorites in the meteorite sea, large and small, and the scene is spectacular. Riding across the starry sky, silently and extremely strangely. So many meteorites. Li Rong also looked at this scene in surprise. Yang Kai laughed loudly and said, "There's no need to look around now." Saying so, she rushed into the sea of AA meteorites. Li Rong pursed her lips and smiled, and hurriedly followed. The two of them exerted the power in their bodies, and it is strange to say that they wantonly destroy them in the sea of AA meteorites. It seems that the sound in the starry sky cannot be conveyed, and the communication between the two can only rely on divine sense. Even when the meteorites are destroyed, they burst open. The meteorite that came did not make any sound. Pieces of minerals of different sizes were collected by Yongkai into the black book space. These minerals are rare good things on Tongshuan continent. If any artifact refiner is called to see this scene, I am afraid that it will immediately go crazy. In order to find rare minerals, excellent refiners will sometimes travel all over the world, and it is difficult to obtain satisfactory ores and materials. But in this starry sky, there are countless minerals that are readily available. Such a shocking wealth, only Yongkai can obtain it now. Li Rong also seemed to be infected by Yongkai's joy. She was always busy with a smile on her pretty face. Most of the meteorites had nothing in them, and after being smashed into pieces, there were pieces of rubble flying around, but the number of meteorites in the meteorite sea was too large. Even if the chances were small, after a few hours, Yongkai and Li Rong would also gain a lot. Shutting through the dense meteorites, Yongkai and Li Rong strolled in the courtyard. Gradually, the sea of AA meteorites that stretched for an unknown amount of time seemed to come to an end, and it was about to slip past his eyes. Almost enough, Yongkai said, ready to stop. Anyway, the door to the starry sky is in Po Xuanfu. If you want to come to the starry sky in the future, you can come over at any time. There is no need to collect minerals here all the time. Li Rong nodded, took the last piece of ore that was knocked out, and flew to Yongkai's side. At this moment, Yongkai suddenly felt a hidden energy fluctuation from somewhere in the meteorite sea. This trace of energy fluctuation does not seem to be transmitted from minerals, and it can't help attracting Yongkai's attention. Concentratingly looking over there, a faint ray of light entered his eyes. Yongkai frowned, his figure swayed and disappeared in place, and the next moment he appeared near the light. After seeing what was emitting the light, his expression became strange. Reaching out and picking it up, he returned to Li Rong's side. What did your lord find? Li Rong asked suspiciously. This. Yongkai handed over the things he found in the meteorite sea. Li Rong took it and looked at it carefully. She couldn't help but look surprised, and exclaimed, "This is a secret treasure." The objects found in the sea of AA meteorites are only about the size of a palm, and the overall shape is smooth, like a long shuttle, with pointed ends, flat in the middle, and mysterious energy fluctuations inside. It's just that it seems that because of the long time, the energy fluctuations seem a little inscrutable, almost to the point of disappearing. I also think it's a secret treasure. Yongkai looked solemn, looking at the meteorite sea that was gradually going away, his brows furrowed. But, how come there are secret treasures here? Li Rong felt very inconceivable. The starry sky belongs to the legendary realm, and no one has ever been able to set foot on it, let alone explore it. If it wasn't for the void corridor in Pozan Palace this time, she and Yongkai would not have reached this place. But there is such a secret treasure in the meteorite sea in the starry sky, and the deep meaning contained in it is really intriguing. There is a secret treasure, it means that there is a warrior. Maybe someone in this starry sky has already explored it. Yongkai said solemnly. Impossible. Li Rong covered her mouth and exclaimed, even the great demon god only yearned for this place back then, and couldn't get into it at all. What if there is someone more powerful than the great demon god? Yongkai said lightly. Li Rong's face was pale, her heart was horrified, and she was unable to speak. The great demon god, but has been hailed as the most powerful being in the world from time immemorial, and no one has ever surpassed it. Li Rong couldn't imagine the level of a character more powerful than the great demon god. Yongkai took a breath and said, I just said it casually, you don't need to think about it. But from the energy fluctuations in this secret treasure, it is indeed some years old. Even if there is such a person, I am afraid that he is no longer in the world. That's right. Li Rong relaxed a lot, let out a sigh of relief, and handed the long fusiform secret treasure to Yongkai. Yongkai's spiritual sense wandered around, but he couldn't see much information, so he couldn't help asking, can you see its grade? Li Rong shook her head. I can't see it, there is a strange power inside it. Although it is about to disappear, it has been repelling my investigation. Lord, take it back and study it carefully, it is best to find out what the hell does it do. Yongkai nodded, put away the long shuttle artifact, and prepared to refine it after going back. The secret treasure he is wearing now is only the same, the silver leaf secret treasure. It was owned by the first generation holy master of the Nine Heavens Holy Land. It was of the highest grade of the Holy Land. It had infinite magical uses, and it could be attacked and defended. Now it is not too much to refine this long shuttle. The average martial artist has at least 2 or 3 secret treasures, and even more noble ones. Speaking of secret treasures, Yang Kai suddenly remembered something and asked, "You and Han Fei don't have any secret treasures, right?" Li Rong smiled. Originally, there were some secret treasures in the ancient demon clan, and they were not of low quality, but they were all lost with the passing of our ancestors. Moreover, our ancient demon clan's greatest asset is our own body. It doesn't matter if you want secret treasures or not when fighting. Having said that, it's better to have a secret treasure, and it may be useful. After saying this, Yang Kai kept taking out some secret treasures of different shapes from the black book space and handed them to Li Rong. These are take it back and let Han Fei Wamo and the others choose their own refining. So many, and they're all saints. Li Rong looked surprised. Saint-level artifacts are rare, and each one is invaluable. Everyone in the sacred realm on the mainland hopes that they can own a sacred treasure, but this kind of thing is not available to everyone. Most of the Holy Realm powerhouses still use spiritual treasures. Saint-level secret treasures are the same as medicinal pills. It is not easy to find materials and refine them. The most important thing is that there are not many craftsmen who can make holy treasures. Even refining, there is a chance of failure. Those well-known saint-level artifact refiners in the mainland, although their status is respected and admired, each of them has a full schedule, because many people are begging them to refine holy-level secret treasures. The #1 alchemist in the world, why is the whereabouts of the old man Tianzang erratic? It is because there are too many people who want to find him for alchemy. If he didn't hide his whereabouts, he might be annoyed to death by those people. How could he still have time to teach his apprentices? To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency first release a cent to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 883 time is up. However, Yang Kai took out several of the holy level secret treasures that made the world jealous, completely shocking Li Rong, unable to speak. Li Rong couldn't help but wonder if Yang Kai had robbed the treasuries of several major sects. Otherwise, how could he have collected so many holy treasures? In addition to being shocked, he didn't show any kindness to Yang Kai, and took those things and put them away. She knows better than anyone that the more powerful the ancient demon clan is, the more they can help Yang Kai. These secret treasures can greatly enhance the combat power between her and Han Fei and others. Go back. Yang Kai identified the direction and returned in the direction he came from. Although there is no reference object in the starry sky, Yang Kai's spiritual sense is sharp, and he will not get lost. I don't know how long it took to reach the entrance of the void corridor again. The two of them dodged into it. When they reappeared, they really returned to the stone forest of Po Xuanfu. The surrounding stone pillars were still vibrating, and the ripples spread in circles. Those ripples collided in the center and changed wonderfully, forming the entrance into the starry sky. With a flick of his hand, those stone pillars became quiet, and the entrance to the starry sky gradually disappeared. The world has regained its tranquility once again. Lord, this place is so important, do you need to set some restrictions? To avoid being accidentally damaged by someone breaking into this place? Li Rong asked inquiringly. You know, Yang Kai looked at her in amazement. Li Rong pursed her lips and smiled. I understand a little bit. Although I can't get on the stage, it's probably better than the original ban here. Okay, Yang Kai nodded. He was still thinking about whether to send someone to guard this place, and Li Rong's proposal was in his heart. With Yang Kai's permission, Li Rong immediately made arrangements around here. Speaking of which, Yang Kai has never studied things like bans, formations, etc. It's okay to let him destroy it, but he doesn't know how to arrange it. Seeing that Li Rong was going to use this method, she was naturally motivated to learn, so she followed her and watched. Li Rong didn't hide it either. She explained to Yang Kai while making arrangements, which benefited him a lot. A few hours later, hidden restrictions were issued around those stone pillars. Even if Yang Kai used his spiritual sense to sense it, he could not detect all of them. Amazing, if I have time, I'll have to learn more about this from you. Yang Kai gave a thumbs up. After being praised, Li Rong seemed to have a lot of radiance all at once. She pursed her lips and said, the Lord has won the prize, it's just a trick. Let's go back first. Yang Kai chuckled. He was very concerned about the long shuttle artifact and wanted to refine it as much as possible to find out its purpose. The two immediately flew in the direction of the Holy Land. Returning to the outside of Jufeng from Po Xuanfu, and before entering the Holy Land, Yang Kai felt a lot of life aura gathered in a certain location. Vaguely, there was a noisy noise from there. Yang Kai frowned and walked over with Li Rong. As the distance got closer, the noise over there gradually became clearer. It seems that many people are clamoring, the tone is fierce, and the voice is aggrieved and angry. All of them were accusing the Nine Heavens Holy Land of bullying the strong and the weak, and there were also shouts from Shikun, the elder of the Holy Land. Yang Kai's footsteps couldn't help speeding up a lot, and after a while he came to the place where the incident happened, frowned and asked, "What happened?" Hearing Yang Kai's voice, Shikun hurriedly turned his head away. Seeing Yang Kai walking with Li Rong, his expression was shocked, and he clasped his fists and said, "I have seen the Holy Master." Holy Master. The noisy warriors also quieted down for a moment, and Chi-Chi looked at Yang Kai to see what the new Holy Master of the Nine Heavens Holy Land looked like. But the next moment, everyone's eyes were attracted by Li Rong. The demeanor is outstanding and dignified and elegant. At first glance, she is a beautiful woman who is understanding, with a slender figure and full breasts. Her skin was as white as jade, exuding a luster like porcelain. When these people saw Li Rong, their eyes went straight. Not in a hurry to make a noise, they all showed the expressions of lustful soul and soul. Li Rong's brows were slightly wrinkled, and she swept around coldly, and a cold snort burst out from Chong's nose. The invisible shock spread out, making everyone's face turn pale, and in an instant, the heart was lost, and the beautiful woman in front of her seemed to be transformed into a ferocious beast, waving her claws and roaring. Involuntarily, he turned his eyes away, trembling and looking terrified. Yang Kai glanced at Li Rong and laughed dumbly. In the future, if she doesn't let others see her like this in the future, I'm afraid it will be very annoying. All creatures in the world, no matter men or women, are not immune to beauty, and they will naturally look at beauty a few times. Li Rong had been living in the Mogu castle, and those clansmen were respectful to her, and they didn't dare to show any wrongdoing at all. When you come to the wonderful world outside, there will naturally be scenes like the one just now. Just get used to it. Yang Kai quietly comforted. Li Rong's face turned slightly red, and she also realized that she had done too much, and nodded lightly. With her cultivation base and identity, it is really inappropriate to use secret means to deal with such a group of rabble. What's the situation here? Yang Kai asked Shikun again. Shikun quickly replied. Reporting to the Holy Master, these people are the warriors who have been wandering outside the 9 peaks of my holy land during this period of time. I was ordered by the Great Elder to give them a 3-day time limit to evacuate. Seeing that the time will soon pass. But they have been staying here for a long time, and they have to say that we are bullying others, and our subordinates are helpless, so they have a dispute with them. Yang Kai nodded and asked again, where are the people from Zhuhui? The First Elder has other things to do, and I will be responsible for the affairs here. When the two were talking, the group of people also recovered from Li Rong's panic. A man in a yellow robe shouted, "Are you the new Holy Master of the Nine Heavens Holy Land?" Following his voice, Yang Kai turned his head away and nodded slightly. Yes, what advice? I don't dare to take advice. The yellow-robed man smiled yin and yang. It's just that we are here to hunt for treasure, and we didn't provoke your Nine Heavens Holy Land. Why do you want to drive us away? Why? Yang Kai grinned. This is my holy land 9 peaks, why do you think I will drive you away? We didn't enter Jufeng again, but it's just hindering you here. Are you too lenient? The yellow-robed man sneered. Or do you think we are not high enough to bully you at will? Let me tell you, although our realm is not high, we cannot be bullied by anyone. Saying this, the man in yellow robe held his head high, and he could be killed but not humiliated. His words aroused many people's common enemies, and all of a sudden, a loud noise sounded, and there were many differences, pointing at the Nine Heavens Holy Land. Shikun shouted angrily, "Shut up for those who don't want to die, who would dare to be presumptuous in front of my holy master." These words added fuel to the fire, and the man in yellow robe shouted loudly, "Have you heard it? The elders of the Nine Heavens Holy Land are going to kill people." From ancient times to the present, the Nine Heavens Holy Land has always been a golden sign of human power. It is rumored that the people of the Nine Heavens Holy Land are kind. Zongliang, it looks like this now. Or do you mean that after the death of the old Holy Master of the previous generation, the Holy Master of this generation is by nature treacherous, are you right? Yes, I also heard that the Holy Master of this generation colluded with demons and raised a group of demons within Jufeng. This remark caused an uproar, and everyone was talking about it, and the eyes looking at Yang Kai suddenly changed. The man in yellow robe stood in the crowd and looked at Yang Kai triumphantly, with a look of helplessness on his face. Li Rong's pretty face was filled with anger, and she said softly, "My lord, he seems to be bullying you when you were young. Then he made a mistake." Yang Kai sneered and asked Shikun, "How long until the time limit given to them by the first elder?" Shikun looked up at the sky and said solemnly, "No more than 1 cup of tea at most." Yang Kai nodded slightly and said to the group, "I won't talk nonsense with you. If you don't retreat after a cup of tea, prepare to die here." Seeing Yang Kai's smiling expression, some of them are not quite joking, many people are afraid and can't help but take a few steps back. "What are you afraid of?" The man in yellow robe shouted again, "Forgive them and dare not kill. We haven't done anything against the 9 heavens holy land. Are we going to be killed just because we stay nearby? If they are so domineering, they will definitely someone will take revenge for us." "That's right, people in the world act and speak a rational word, why do they dare to kill people?" Someone echoed. "If you retreat now, you will miss those treasures for the rest of your life. They want to swallow those treasures alone, so they drive us away." Yang Kai didn't speak, just stood there with a smile on his face, letting them clamor. The warriors who originally intended to leave, were bewitched by this, and they all stopped, preparing to observe for a while before making plans. Subconsciously, they still don't believe that a big force like the 9 heavens holy land will kill people regardless of the reason, especially since the new holy master is still here. "Holy master, the time is up," Shikun suddenly said. Yang Kai nodded, looking at the yellow-robed man across the crowd, his eyes full of jokes. Being stared at him like this, the yellow-robed man couldn't help but stand upright, giving birth to the illusion of being stared at by a poisonous snake. A chill appeared in his heart, and he said sternly, "What are you looking at, boy? Don't think you are the 9 heavens holy land. The new holy master can do whatever he wants, you are just lucky. If Lao Su is attracted by the holy maiden, he will be better than you." "Really?" Yang Kai had a weird smile on his mouth, silent and mysterious, and looked at him with his head tilted. "You seem to believe that I dare not kill. Who gave you such confidence and made you feel so?" The yellow-robed man's expression changed, and he shouted in a low voice, "If you kill someone here, what's the difference between you and a demon? Will there be a place for your 9 heavens holy land in this world in the future?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "That person told you that? Are you idiot enough to believe it?" While speaking, Yang Kai suddenly showed a hint of impatience, his eyes showed a cold chill, and he shouted, "A mere rubbish of the transcendent first floor, if you die, you will die, you think someone will give you justice." To be continued, this article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update team at Wachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency first release a cent to vote for a recommendation vote and a monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 884 The person who dares to threaten me will end badly. Yang Kai's anger rang in his ears, like thunder. The man in yellow robe trembled, and he couldn't help but hide in the crowd, instinctively trying to find some sense of security. Free ebook download. This article comes from. But no matter where he hides, there is a feeling of a sharp sword hanging above his head, and the breath of death hits him. "If you dare to attack me, you will regret it in the future." The man in the yellow robe trembled and roared, hysterical. "Threat me." Yang Kai pouted, with a look of disdain, "Those who dare to threaten me will end badly." A mysterious light sound came out, and the yellow-robed man who was dodging in the crowd suddenly noticed that a force had penetrated into his body, and the next moment his body swelled up like a balloon, and became round in a very short period of time. Huge. His face was flushed red, and the yellow-robed man could even clearly feel that the internal organs and flesh and bones in his body were crushed and shattered by this unreasonable expansion. Severe pain came from all over the body, and the 7 orifices overflowed with blood. A huge panic came, and he felt that he was about to die, but he still felt so clear and keen. Save me." The yellow-robed man squeezed a few words out of his mouth, his eyes rolled up, and he saw that the white was not black, and his body was twitching. Pung! The muffled sound came, and the yellow-robed man suddenly burst into a mass of blood and bones. Flesh and internal organs flew everywhere, dyeing the warriors near him blood red. Everyone's eyes were trembling, their hearts were frightened, and they were all silent. Those warriors who had been clamoring before, now dare not look directly at Yang Kai, for fear that he will suddenly shoot and kill them together. "This is what threatens me." Yang Kai laughed, his expression happy. "It's like doing a trivial little thing," very calmly. Suddenly, his expression turned gloomy again, and he shouted in a low voice, "If you are just here to play, I am very welcome at the Nine Heavens Holy Land, but if you have some ulterior motive, then don't blame me for being merciless. Chi chi chi. A streak of golden yellow true essence shot out suddenly, like a fang-toothed snake, and seemed to recognize several warriors in the crowd. He attacked them straight, and penetrated into their bodies without missing a beat. Just like the man in yellow robe, these warriors all swelled up, and when they reached the limit, they burst into pieces, and they felt the fear that came from the depths of their souls before dying. Seeing that Yang Kai said that killing people would kill people, and there is no plan to give up, the warriors gathered here dare to stay, they all screamed, exerted the strength of feeding, and ran away with their lives. I don't want to stay outside Jufeng anymore. Yang Kai made a move, and a chain-like true essence flew out, tying a middle-aged man from the escaping crowd, dragged him back. The middle-aged man was trembling all over and his face was pale. Seeing that everyone else had escaped and ascended to heaven, he was the only one left behind. He couldn't help begging for mercy loudly, kowtowing like pounding garlic. You were very powerful just now. Yang Kai looked at him with a sneer. Lord, forgive me, I don't dare anymore, and I will never come to Nine Heavens Holy Land again. Lord, forgive me. Yang Kai looked down with contempt and looked down at him. I won't kill you this time. But you can help me with a word. As soon as the man heard it, he hurriedly agreed. Sir, please speak. I don't care who instructed you to do these things, I will tell him after I go back. If I dare to use such despicable and dirty means to try to provoke me again, I will definitely visit his sect and take his sect. The whole family is wiped out, and there are no chickens and dogs. The man's expression was stunned, and then he realized that Yang Kai had already seen through the little trick, and quickly nodded. I must bring it. Go away, Yang Kai shouted. As the middle-aged man thanked him, he stumbled and fled quickly. Looking at the figure of the man running away, Shikun looked solemn, and said with some concern, Holy Master, will this cause any problems? Don't worry, it's just a few clowns jumping on the beam, you will die if you die. Yang Kai shook his head. Next time you find someone who has an unfavorable Holy Land attempt outside of the Holy Land, once you find out that he kills them directly, you need to tell them. Reason. Yes, Shikun responded quickly, looking at Yang Kai's eyes gradually excited. He suddenly discovered that the personality of this Holy Master and the old Holy Master were very different. The old Holy Master did things based on the overall situation and considered a lot. He would not do anything that was not beneficial to the Holy Land. But this Holy Master is different, his methods are very tough, and his personality is also very cold. This kind of temper is very suitable for Shikun's appetite. Sure enough, it is a young man, full of vigor, and I hope that the Holy Land can be as vigorous as this Holy Master in the future. Those warriors wandering outside the Nine Peaks are just a group of small characters. Yang Kai didn't take them seriously at all. After exhorting Shikun, Yang Kai returned to Jufeng. Li Rong resigned respectfully, saying that she wanted to distribute those holy treasures to the commanders so that they could refine them to help increase their combat power. Holy Lord's Court, it is the place where the Lord of the Nine Heavens Holy Land lives. The sages of all dynasties have lived in this exquisite and magnificent building complex, enjoying the top of the mountain with the best scenery and the most aura. Now that Yang Kai is in charge of the Nine Heavens Holy Land, this place has naturally become his residence. Besides him, there is another person who also lives here, that is Saintess and Linger. According to the original rules of the Nine Heavens Holy Land, the saints live for the Lord, and everything of the saints is prepared for the power of the Lord, and they can dedicate everything, including their lives, to the Lord. Every saint has been instilled with this idea since childhood. When Yang Kai came back here, he happened to see Linger staying in his wing, sitting by the table with her cheeks on her back, her eyes were red, and she was wandering outside. Yang Kai looked at her for a while, but she didn't respond. It wasn't until Yang Kai sat across from the table that Linger woke up suddenly, got up quickly, and saluted Yingying. Holy Master is back. You don't have to be so polite, right? Yang Kai smiled bitterly, poured himself a cup of tea, looked at her and said, Saint Aunt Nan, how is it? Listening to Yang Kai's question, Linger seemed to be a little more dejected, and said softly, it's still like that. What are you going to do? I want to try to resolve the obsession in her heart. But I don't know what to do. Saint Aunt Nan is a living dead, and the reason why she can still act now is entirely because of the obsession in her heart. Once it is resolved, her body will stop moving and her eyes will be completely closed. According to Yang Kai's idea, the most convenient way is to directly smash Saint Aunt Nan's body into pieces, which is 100 times gone, but Linger has a deep relationship with her. Obviously not willing to do so. Is there no record of this in the Holy Land? Yang Kai asked with a frown. There should be. And Linger wiped the corners of her eyes, because historical records have recorded that such a thing has happened in the Holy Land before. Be patient and look for it, maybe you can find a solution. Yang Kai said with relief. And Linger nodded lightly, I think so too. After a while of silence, Yang Kai suddenly found in Linger's expression of expecting eye. There seemed to be something indescribable to say. He smiled and said, You're welcome. If you have anything to say, I will definitely help. And Linger blushed, pursed her lips, and said softly, Actually, the elders are asking. What did they ask? Ask, about us. And Linger's face turned red, her eyes were watery, a little embarrassed. Yang Kai was stunned. He also reacted suddenly and smiled bitterly. What are they anxious about? Of course they're in a hurry. And Linger sneered, You are the master of the Holy Land, and they all want you to grow up to the best of your ability. Become a hegemon. Each generation of saints grows at an unimaginable speed through cultivation with saints. Moreover, each generation of Holy Master can grow to the top cultivation level of the Holy Three-Layer Realm. That's why the Nine Heavens Holy Land can stand for so many years. He has a great reputation on Tongshuan continent. Then what do you think? Yang Kai looked at Linger and asked. And Linger bowed her head. Holding his clothes with his fingers, he felt a little uneasy, and murmured, Our saints have been instilled in obedience to the Lord's orders since childhood, and everything is obeyed by the Lord, so this matter, you have to make up your mind, what do you say? I listen to you. And Linger's obedient appearance made Yang Kai overwhelmed. The Holy Maiden was originally beautiful, and she was one of the most beautiful women in 10,000 miles. Now that she puts on this expression again, any man is afraid that he will be moved. Yang Kai also felt that Linger was charming at this moment. Sighing slightly, Yang Kai straightened his face and said solemnly, You said before, we are friends, right? And Linger nodded slightly. Since I'm a friend, then I'll tell you the truth. Yang Kai looked solemn. I encountered some things in the Holy Tomb, and I also understood the mystery of why the Lord of the Holy Land can quickly improve his strength. What mystery? And Linger couldn't help being interested. Although she was a saint, she still didn't know much about this secret. The reason why the Holy Master can quickly improve his strength and grow to the third level of the Holy Spirit is entirely at the cost of consuming the vitality of himself and the Holy Maiden. Consume life. Yang Kai nodded and explained carefully. Everyone has different levels of vitality, those with strong vitality can live longer, those with less vitality, on the contrary, and with the improvement of strength, martial artists the vitality of the Holy Land will also be enhanced. The cultivation method of the Lord of the Holy Land can only be practiced at the cost of vitality. Therefore, every Holy Lord is amazing, talented, powerful, and short of lifespan. And Linger opened her mouth slightly, as if she had heard some great secrets. I'm not going to practice that kind of exercise, and I won't let you practice it. Yang Kai looked at her seriously, because I want to live longer, you and I are friends, I don't want to see my friends die early. And Linger's beautiful eyes were shining, and she seemed moved. I don't have many friends. You are one of them. I hope we can cherish the current feeling well in the future. The Holy Master and the Holy Maiden are only external identities. And Linger nodded repeatedly. Chapter 885. Yang Kai is really not interested in the exercises that the Nine Heavens Holy Land Holy Master cultivates. To seek strength at the cost of one's own vitality is a bit of a put the cart before the horse. The peak of martial arts that Yang Kai pursues is not like this. Therefore, he never intended to walk his life in the footsteps of the previous Holy Masters. He has his own goals and pursuits. However, this had to be done with the cooperation of Linger. Seeing her nodding, Yang Kai was also in a happy mood and let go of a worry. But, what if the elders ask? And Linger couldn't help but worry, they seem to be very anxious. It's really a dog taking a mouse to meddle in his own business. Yang Kai muttered, without asking any more questions. He also knew that the one who was most anxious should be the old guy Shu Wei. He must be urging Linger to cultivate with him as soon as possible. Hearing what he said, Linger burst into a smile, and the room suddenly became much brighter. Well, if they ask, you can tell them that we are already cultivating. That's fine, but this can only be hidden for a while. Linger pursed her red lips lightly. There is no problem with your side, with your aptitude, even if you don't practice that technique, your strength can quickly grow, but if my side does not break through the current realm for a long time, the elders will be suspicious. I'll help you. Yang Kai grinned. How can you help me? Linger was stunned. Yang Kai flipped his hand, and a delicate jade bottle appeared in his hand, and handed it over. There are some very strange spiritual liquids in it. After you take it back, take a drop every day, and your strength will gradually improve. Enlinger took the letter suspiciously, opened the bottle and took a sniff. The fragrance hit her face, and she couldn't help but be shocked, her beautiful eyes shining brightly at Yang Kai. Is this really useful? Of course it's useful. Yang Kai nodded affirmatively and added, find me when you run out. Then I'll take it back and try to thank you. Enlinger giggled and seemed to have talked to Yang Kai for a while, and her mood became happy and no longer sad. After talking for a while, Enlinger left. Yang Kai spread his spiritual thoughts and told Shu Wei, Li Rong and the others that he was going to retreat for a while, so that they would not disturb him if they had nothing to do. After receiving the reply, Yang Kai left the Holy Master Garden and went to the Holy Tomb alone. The Holy Tomb is an excellent place to retreat. Except for Yang Kai to use the Holy Master Spirit Ring to open it, others cannot open it at all, so there is no need to worry about being disturbed. Before arriving at the huge blue stone, Yang Kai placed the Holy Master Spirit Ring on his hand at that specific position, opened the Holy Tomb, and burrowed into it. In the dark and gloomy environment, there are still traces of the life of the disciples of the Nine Heavens Holy Land. Although the environment is not very good, the spiritual energy here is very strong. After searching for a spot, Yang Kai sat down with his knees crossed. Taking out the long shuttle artifact obtained from the starry sky, Yang Kai carefully looked at it. He can feel that this secret treasure contains mysterious power, and there are countless mysterious spirit formations inside, but if you don't refine it, you don't know what the secret treasure really does. Holding his breath, Yang Kai released his spiritual sense, and circulated in the long shuttle of secret treasure, peeping at its material and structure, looking for a place to break through. If you want to refine a secret treasure, the first step is to leave your own soul imprint in the secret treasure and engrave your own life imprint. Only in this way can you start refining. After leaving a mark, it is collected into the body, and then nourished with true essence and spiritual consciousness. After a certain amount of time, the secret treasure will resonate with itself and be used by itself. Even if it is in the body, it still needs a long period of warm nourishment to maximize the power of the secret treasure. Therefore, every martial artist will not easily replace the secret treasure that he uses, because the long-term refining and warming has created a subtle connection between himself and the secret treasure, and this connection can play the secret treasure in battle. The full power of the fighter greatly enhances the combat effectiveness. Replacing it with another unfamiliar secret treasure would have no such effect. Unless the growth of strength and the grade of the artifact can no longer be balanced, the warriors will choose to replace the artifact. Even so, they will find some secret treasures that are compatible with their own practice and martial arts to refine. More warriors will look for materials and let the refiners tailor them for themselves. An excellent refiner, a secret treasure tailored for a warrior, is really suitable for that warrior. Yang Kai has never been so tossed before, mainly because he generally does not rely on the power of secret treasures. This long shuttle secret treasure had an owner a long time ago, but the owner may have lost his way in the starry sky, or he may have encountered an accident and fell into the starry sky. Find out. Divine sense shuttled through it, and soon, Yang Kai discovered a very subtle divine soul aura in the long shuttle secret treasure. This is the imprint of the soul of the original owner. It has to be erased in order to make its own imprint. Feeling the breath of the soul, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel astonished. Although many years have passed, the aura of the soul left in the secret treasure has become very weak, but Yang Kai can still feel how pure and strong it is when it has not weakened. The original owner of this secret treasure was at least a strong third-layer saint. Such a top expert, but falling into the starry sky, can't help but sigh with embarrassment. Yang Kai also realized the horror in the starry sky. He went deep into the starry sky twice before and after, and what he saw was nothing but a chestnut in the ocean, and he may not have seen the real danger at all. That is a disaster that even the holy three-layer can't resist. As soon as the divine sense moved, the fire of divine consciousness burst out and burned in the secret treasure. The imprint of the soul left in the secret treasure was erased in an instant and ceased to exist. Yang Kai's true essence surged, constantly pouring into the long shuttle, and the spiritual sense also stayed in it. This kind of thing is very time-consuming and can't be rushed, so Yang Kai sat on the spot, keeping the release of true yuan and divine sense, so that Chang Shuo was familiar with his own breath. Gradually, some subtle real essence and divine sense power can penetrate into the interior of the long shuttle and stay, which also means that it begins to accept its own breath. Yang was happy, knowing that this secret treasure and his true essence were not mutually exclusive. If they were mutually resistant, no matter how hard he tried, he would not be able to refine them. No longer paying attention to the long shuttle secret treasure in his hand, letting it be eroded by his own true essence and spiritual power, Yang Kai escaped into the black book space. Aware of Yang Kai's arrival, the divine tree welcomed him lightly, and he seemed to be in a bad mood. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai laughed in surprise and asked the interrogation. "I feel a little lonely." Shenshu responded, "I'm the only one here, I can only be in a daze when you don't come." Lonely. Yang Kai's face darkened, and he suddenly found that the mind of the divine tree had grown to a level that he didn't expect. "It didn't say that before. Sorry." Yang Kai apologized, "I can't place living creatures with flesh and blood in this place, otherwise I can find you a few companions." "Well, there used to be a yin-yang demon ginseng, but unfortunately it has disappeared." Quote. Yin-yang demon ginseng, what is that? "One of the spirits of heaven and earth." Yang Kai explained. While speaking, his eyes suddenly lit up. "By the way, the spirits of heaven and earth have some sanity, but I can find some for you as a companion." Shenshu was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Then what are you waiting for? Quickly help me find a few." "No hurry." Yang Kai laughed, "I still have something to do here, I am in retreat, I promise you, I will help you find it when I get out of the customs, and this kind of thing is extremely rare, it is not that you can find it by looking for it. And it will take some time, eh?" Oh, Divine Tree couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, but soon recovered, and said with joy, "Then I'll wait." Yang Kai nodded sternly. "Don't worry, I will definitely find it for you." "I believe you. Have those 2 stones changed now?" Yang Kai asked again. "It's still the same, I've been eating other stones, and I've noticed that their appetite seems to have grown a lot." Oh, Yang Kai was startled and rushed to the 2 pitch-black boulders, and found that as the Divine Tree said, since a few days ago, Li Rong had found a lot of ores in the starry sky and placed them here. A pitch-black cobblestone increases the absorption of mineral essences. In just a few days, it has already consumed a month's worth of food. The vicinity is full of rebel powder that has lost its essence. Looking around, Yang Kai can even clearly see that the energy formed by the essence of one after another is pouring into the dark round stones from those ores and disappearing. With the nourishment of these ore essences, the 2 pitch-black round stones exuded a faint light, and the inner lines, like the meridians of the human body, became clearer and more coherent, and there was a lot of energy flowing in them. "What the heck is this? Why do you eat stones?" Shenshu expressed curiosity. "I don't know if you ask me." Yang Kai shrugged, "But there will always be a day when the truth will come out. Keep watching them. If you find that they have changed a lot, remember to notify me in time." Kindness. After a while, Yang Kai left the black book space and returned to his body. Time flies, and half a month has passed. In the past half-month, Yang Kai has been continuously letting his true yuan and divine consciousness erode the long shuttle secret treasure, depicting his own life imprint and divine soul imprint, and the progress is very slow. I don't know what grade this long shuttle artifact is, it is even more difficult than refining the silver leaf artifact of the holy grade. But after half a month, Yang Kai finally succeeded in imprinting his own brand on it, and with a thought, he took it into his body. What follows is a long incubation period. Until I can resonate with this long shuttle secret treasure, I can understand its purpose and use it to meet the enemy. This matter does not need Yang Kai to do it deliberately, it just takes time to precipitate, and after a certain level, it will naturally resonate. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency first release a cent to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 886 Dilemma. After taking the long shuttle secret treasure into the body, Yang Kai exited once, looked at the current situation of the Holy Land, and found that everything was normal. After what happened last time, the disciples of the Holy Land are now practicing very hard, and the elders have also made great progress. Under the constraints of Li Rong and several other leaders, the ancient demon clan people could also coexist peacefully with the people of the Nine Heavens Holy Land. The only thing that people care about is the issue of cultivation materials. Although Wu Jia sent a lot of supplies last time, the thousands of people in the Holy Land consumed very quickly, and some of them could not make ends meet. In the past, the cultivation materials of the Nine Heavens Holy Land were all found by the disciples going out, or the 3 nearby forces paid tribute, or the old Holy Master went to the demon realm in exchange for spar. Now that the spar mine has been mined by the demon clan unscrupulously for 2 or 3 years, it seems that it is about to be exhausted. Yang Kai took out the things in the black book space that he couldn't use, and he could only relieve it for a while. The elders of the Holy Land are worried every day, worried about the future. Seeing their appearance, Yang Kai was really embarrassed to ask them to help him find the heaven and earth spirits. No matter the level of the heaven and earth spirits, each of them is extremely rare and valuable. At this juncture, how can the Holy Land have the spare capacity to do these? Yang Kai didn't have a good idea. He left the mess to Shu Wei and the others, and once again entered the holy tomb to retreat and practice. In the holy mausoleum, I comprehend the way of heaven and martial arts, and groped for the road ahead of me. The days passed quickly. Occasionally, when he is tired from practicing, Yang Kai refines the medicinal pills to relieve his body and mind. The original intention of learning the technique of alchemy was just to cultivate the power of spiritual consciousness. Because the real alchemy formula that contains valuable and huge information exists in Yang Kai's mind, it is impossible to spy on it without using the power of divine sense. But gradually, after he mastered a lot of alchemy knowledge, he also embarked on this path. I didn't expect to go very far, but now I can refine holy level middle grade pills, which is more powerful than 99% of the alchemists on the mainland. Alchemy is a must. In particular, Yang Kai found that when he studied alchemy, it was also of great help to his own martial arts improvement and Xingxing cultivation, and his understanding of the fire of consciousness became more thorough. Yang Kai decided to truly practice alchemy as a side branch of martial arts. Therefore, while improving his own cultivation realm, he also spared no effort to improve the level of alchemy. It's a pity that Yang Kai didn't have much saint-level materials in his hands since the last time he refined that saint-level mid-level pill in Mogu Castle. With Yang Kai's current level, without refining the holy grade pill, he would not be able to improve his alchemy skills, and he would never be able to move forward. After refining a few holy pills in the holy tomb, the holy level medicinal materials were completely exhausted, leaving him extremely helpless. There is no time for cultivation, and it will be 3 months after Yang Kai leaves the customs again. The scenery in the 9 peaks changed slightly. In the main hall, the elders were discussing something, and the atmosphere was solemn. Seeing Yang Kai floating over, they all looked shocked and quickly stood up to greet him. "Sit down, I'm going out of the customs today, just come and have a look, don't care about me." Yang Kai motioned. Everyone nodded slightly and sat down. The Holy Master came just in time. Shu Wei said, "We are discussing whether to sell the valuables that are not used in the Holy Land. The Holy Master will also give some advice." "What are you selling?" Yang Kai was stunned. "There are some unused secret treasures, as well as the secret manual of martial arts and martial arts that do not belong to my 9 heavens Holy Land." Shu Wei replied. "Why sell it?" Yang Kai swept around. All the elders blushed, looked at each other, and said nothing. Yang Kai is even more strange. Shu Wei said with a wry smile, "The main reason is that the disciples have been cultivating in the holy tomb some time ago, and they have gained a lot and made breakthroughs. In order to consolidate the current cultivation base, the consumption is too great, and the Holy Land has been severely damaged before, so, the cultivation materials are not enough. If you sell those, you can exchange for a lot of things. Holy Master, persuade the Great Elder, he will even sell the low-grade holy treasure that the old Holy Master gave him." Yu Ying said. Yang Kai was startled. "Is the Holy Land so embarrassed now?" "It's the incompetence of my subordinates." Shu Wei looked embarrassed, "But as long as you get through this difficulty, you will get better after a while. It's none of your business." Yang Kai shook his head and said thoughtfully, "It also has something to do with the devil I brought. Did you distribute a lot of materials to them?" Although Shu Wei and the others never told him this, Yang Kai could also observe it. Ever since the ancient demons settled in the Holy Land, the ancient demons over there have always had plenty of materials to cultivate, which should have been passed on by Zhuhui. The Holy Land can be self-sufficient, but the ancient demon clan cannot. They couldn't leave Jufeng at all. Once they were discovered, they would probably cause trouble. The extra 1,000 people would drag the Holy Land down. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Shu Wei didn't deny it, just nodded silently. "This is my responsibility." Yang Kai nodded lightly and took the initiative to admit his mistake. "I ignored this issue." After pondering for a while, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said, "Elder, I ask something that shouldn't be asked. Do you elders who have reached the Holy Realm always have the habit of collecting holy materials?" Shu Wei nodded. "Yes, since I entered the late stage of the supernatural realm, my subordinates have been collecting some materials purposefully, those who make medicinal pills, those who make secret treasures. I will collect everything I need, and I will gather it up someday. When everything is complete, I will find a suitable alchemist and refiner to help refine it." "I also collected it." Cheng Yutong nodded. All the elders said one sentence to another, saying that they all have such actions. Because it is not easy to collect holy level materials, it takes a long time to collect them, so generally when they are in the supernatural realm, warriors will do it with a purpose. However, all the materials we collected have been used up. It's a pity that Elder Yuying, the materials for the Qingyunden that took 10 years to collect have all been used up recently. Shu Wei sighed. Why are you talking about this? Yuying pursed her lips and smiled. Which of you guys didn't bring out the hard-earned things? We are different, Luo Sheng sighed. We don't have all the materials we collected, but you just need to find an excellent alchemist to refine it for you. Success can greatly improve your strength. Yes. In front of the Holy Master, let's not talk about this. Yuying covered her mouth and smiled. It's like we are crying poor. All the elders laughed dryly. Holy Master, why are you asking this? Shu Wei asked in confusion. Yang Kai's eyes are bright, and the divine light is shining. In other words, most of the warriors above the transcendent realm in this world have the habit of collecting materials, and if they are lucky, they have already collected them. Let's put it this way. Shu Wei nodded slightly, not knowing what this had to do with the current state of the Holy Land. He paused and said, but it's useless after collecting it, it's really troublesome to find someone to refine it, Elder Yuying. It's just because I haven't found a suitable person to help refine it, it has been delayed until now. Good alchemists and artifact refiners are not easy to find, and they also bear the risk of failure. That's it, Yang Kai chuckled, I have a way to ease the current situation in the Holy Land. Several elders couldn't help but be surprised, and they all looked at Yang Kai with an excited look, their hearts surging. Elder Yuying, I'll return you a Qingyun pill another day. Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. Yuying's expression was shocked, and her beautiful eyes were full of anticipation. Yang Kai got up and shouted loudly, Elder, use all the relationships in the Holy Land to give me a message, saying that my Holy Land can help people to refine medicine pills. If there is a need to refine medicine pills above the spiritual level, even though come to my Holy Land. Well, the holy place high-grade pill cannot be refined, this point can be made clear. Those who succeeded in the pill, pay the same value as the pill, and only receive spar and medicinal materials. If the refining fails, my Holy Land will be fully compensation. In the main hall, all the elders opened their mouths and stared at Yang Kai blankly. Seeing that Shu Wei didn't react at all, Yang Kai couldn't help frowning, as the reward too high. Shu Wei finally came back to his senses and smiled bitterly. If you can guarantee the success of the pill, the reward is not high at all. Many people spend a lot of energy to collect materials and hire people to refine them. If they fail once or twice, they will waste time and money, so it is not too much to ask for spar or medicinal materials of the same value as medicinal herbs as a reward. On the contrary, such a reward will be easily accepted. Then why do you have such a hellish expression? Yang Kai glanced at everyone. Holy Master, Shu Hui's face twitched, there are no holy level alchemists in our Holy Land. Shu Wei even wondered if Yang Kai was closed off and confused, and even forgot about such a thing. Although the Nine Heavens Holy Land is not weak on the mainland, there is still no holy level alchemy master. The main reason is that such characters are too rare, and the Alchemist Association generally does not allow such alchemists to work for which force alone. Unless it is an alchemist trained by that force, it is not under the jurisdiction of the Alchemy Association. It is a pity that the Nine Heavens Holy Land has not produced a holy level alchemist for so many years. It didn't exist before, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist now, just let the news go out. Yang Kai chuckled, unfathomable. Shu Hui's body trembled, and suddenly he seemed to remember something. The Holy Master means, among those demons. But soon frowned again, the devil cannot make alchemy, because of the devil in his body. You don't care who refines it, just do as I say. Yes. Seeing that Yang Kai was so confident, Shu Wei didn't ask any more questions, and immediately set up arrangements with the elders. Although the Nine Heavens Holy Land encountered a crisis last time, no one helped, and now it has fallen into a wave of public opinion colluding with evil spirits, but this does not hinder the spread of news. The elders have had their own communication outside these years, and they have used their own means to spread the news. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency first release a cent to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 887 The First Guest. Holy Master Garden. Yang Kai felt the movement and internal texture of the long shuttle artifact, and spied on its use. I don't know what's weird about this secret treasure. Not only is it extremely difficult to refine it into the body, but it also takes a lot of time to make it resonate with itself. It has been 4 full months since it was put into the body and nourished with true essence and divine sense, and it still hasn't moved at all. The inside of the secret treasure is contaminated with the aura that belongs to Yongkai, but it still cannot resonate with Yongkai himself, leaving Yongkai helpless. There were some subtle movements outside, and after a while, Shu Hui's voice came over. "Holy Master, I have something to ask you." "Come in," Yongkai shouted. Accompanied by the sound of footsteps, Shu Wei walked in quickly, and when he arrived in the wing, he clasped his fists with a strange expression on his face and said, "Holy Master, someone has come to beg the Holy Land to help refine the medicinal pills." "Oh," Yongkai looked shocked and said in a low voice, "It's finally here." "Yeah, it's finally here." Shu Wei couldn't help but smile bitterly. It has been a month since Yongkai let the elders use their interpersonal relationships to release the news. This month, the first person who came to ask for alchemy today was the first. The main reason is that although the Nine Heavens Holy Land is quite famous in the world, there has never been a saint-level alchemist, and not many people believe it when the news is released, let alone Shu Wei and others can be refined. This also means that there is at least one holy-level middle-grade alchemist in the Nine Heavens Holy Land. There are very few saint-level middle-grade alchemists in the world, one can count them with a single slap, and the names of those masters are familiar to everyone, and they have nothing to do with the Nine Heavens Holy Land. People in the world don't quite believe that someone here can refine such an elixir. After waiting for a month, only one person came. "Where is the person?" Yongkai was gearing up, looking very motivated. "It's arranged in the guest hall." Shu Wei quickly replied. "Well, the first business, I'll go see it myself," Yongkai said, then walked out and flew towards the mountain where the guest hall is located with Shu Wei. "Did that person say what kind of pill to refine?" Yongkai asked while flying. "Soul condensing pill of high-grade spiritual level." "Only a high-grade spiritual level?" Yongkai was stunned. He thought that the person who came here to ask for alchemy would at least refine a holy-level pill, but he didn't want it to be a high-grade spiritual pill. This made him a little disappointed. But think about it, now that the reputation of the Holy Land has not been established, it is already very good to have a person who can ask for alchemy. Yongkai immediately cheered up and prepared to welcome the first guest of the Holy Land in the best state. A month ago, when he learned about the current predicament of the Holy Land, a flash of inspiration came to his mind. If it works properly, it can not only alleviate the current economic crisis of the Holy Land, but also sweep away the current downturn in the Holy Land, and uphold the prestige of the Holy Land. The most important thing is that he can improve his alchemy level by helping others to refine medicine pills. This is what he wants most. It is too difficult to find holy-level materials. If he searches alone, if he improves his alchemy skills, he does not know how to find the year of the monkey horse moon. However, most of the martial artists in the world have the habit of collecting medicinal materials. Using the medicinal materials they have collected to make alchemy is a good way to improve alchemy skills. Since learning the alchemy technique, except for the occasional failure at the very beginning, Yongkai has never failed in alchemy since then, so he dared to let Shu Wei release such mad words. If he fails, he will pay full compensation to attract people in need. The warriors came to the Holy Land. Soul condensing pill, Yongkai thought thoughtfully, this guy must have a relative or friend's soul damaged. The Holy Master has also studied medicine pills. Shu Wei looked at him in amazement. Hearing the name of the medicine pill could know the purpose of the medicine pill, Shu Wei couldn't do it by himself. Let's be so, Yongkai chuckled. Not long after, the two came to the guest hall together. In that hall, a middle-aged man in a grey robe was sitting. He seemed to be somewhat restrained. He sat upright and did not move. In the hall, several maids stood by. He had been served tea for a long time, but he never drank it. Instead, he was very preoccupied, with a haze on his brow, full of worry. Yongkai's spiritual sense swept away and found that the other party was just an extraordinary first-level martial artist, and immediately understood why he came to Nine Heavens Holy Land for help in alchemy. The strength of this warrior is not too high, and he doesn't wear any too high-end secret treasures all over his body. It seems that he should be a warrior from a small family or a small force. If such a martial artist wants to collect all the materials for a high-grade spirit-level pill, he may have experienced a lot of setbacks and troubles, and even more exhausted. If you find an unreliable alchemist to refine, if he fails, he will have to start all over again and look for those medicinal materials. But coming to the Nine Heavens Holy Land was different. Shu Wei had already released the news that even if he failed, he would be compensated in full, so he didn't have to worry at all. The condition of full compensation after the failure is the main reason that attracts him to come here. Hearing the movement, the middle-aged man hurriedly stood up, looked at Yang Kai and Shu Wei a little awkwardly, and clasped his fists with a dry smile. Elder Shu Wei, you are being polite. Sit down, you're welcome. Shu Wei also appeared to be quite approachable. As a strong second-level saint, he was really flattered to have such an attitude in the face of an extraordinary first-level warrior. His face flushed, and he sat down a little excitedly. The man looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. Shu Wei hurriedly said, introduce Shangtai, this is the lord of my holy land, Yang Kai. The middle-aged man stood up again, showing a look of shock and envy, and exclaimed, it turned out to be Holy Master Yang. I have long admired the name. Notorious. Yang Kai chuckled. Some time ago, a lot of things happened in the Holy Land. It is rumored that there are colluding demons and demons here, and some people maliciously spread this news, so the reputation of the Nine Heavens Holy Land is not very good among the human race. Yang Kai, this collusion with demons, is willing to fall the Holy Lord is naturally also widely known. The middle-aged man didn't seem to think that Yang Kai would say so, and after a moment of stunt he said with a smile, I dare not dare. It's okay, I know what kind of rumors are circulating outside. Well, let's not talk about these today, just talk about alchemy. What do you call friends? In the lower Lu Qingjing. I heard that you are going to refine the soul congealing pill, have you brought all the medicinal materials? Bring it, Lu Qingjing replied quickly, picking up a small package on the table. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai was even more sure of his guess that this person was indeed not wealthy. Because he didn't even have a Chenkin bag, the medicinal materials were still brought in a package. Yang Kai signaled that Shu Wei quickly picked up the package and sent it to Yang Kai. Opened the package and carefully inspected the medicinal materials in the package. Yang Kai nodded slightly. The medicinal materials are well preserved, the efficacy of the medicinal materials has not passed too much. I can see that it took a lot of thought to be able to concoct alchemy, but I can't do this next time. At the very least, prepare some utensils specially for medicinal materials. Lu Qingjing smiled embarrassingly. What Holy Master Yang said is that Lu must pay attention next time. Quote, however, the medicinal materials you have configured are lacking. Yang Kai smiled indifferently, without concentrating herbs, if you only rely on these materials to refine, the success rate will be greatly reduced, and there is only a 30% chance of becoming a pill at most. Ah, Lu Qingjing turned pale in shock, with a confused look on his face, no way. The person who told you the medicinal material configuration must have a low level of alchemy. Yang Kai said rudely. Lu Qingjing nodded. It was told to me by a low-grade spiritual alchemist. No wonder, refining with these materials, even if you are lucky enough to succeed, the efficacy of the medicine may not be able to save your relatives or friends. How does Holy Master Yang know? Lu Qingjing was shocked by Yang Kai's trembling body. This medicinal pill has the effect of condensing and shattering the soul. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Anyone who is familiar with medicinal pills will know if any of your relatives or friends have suffered heavy injuries while fighting with others, and are not in a coma. Awake. With an expression of admiration, Lu Qingjing nodded and said, what Holy Master Yang said is, truth be told, it was the dog who suffered heavy injuries. It has been half a year since he was in a coma, and Lu has been collecting medicinal materials until a few days ago. I finally collected it completely, and when I was looking for an alchemist to help refine it, I heard the news from the Nine Heavens Holy Land, so I rushed over. Well, if you go to find the alchemist next to you, let's not say whether he can succeed or not, he will definitely let you find the soul congealing grass. Lu Qingjing looked at Yang Kai nervously, for fear that he would also make such a request. This is also of course. The alchemist is only responsible for alchemy, and the search for medicinal materials is usually done by the martial artist himself. The soul congealing grass is in my holy land, you don't need to look for it anymore. Hearing this, Lu Qingjing was overjoyed. Thank you Holy Master Yang, thank you Holy Master Yang. Small matter, then you wait here for a while, and I will let someone help you refine it. If there is no accident, half an hour or an hour will be fine. Yang Kai urged, took the medicinal materials and left again, to the guest house. Only Lu Qingjing and Shu Wei were left in the hall, as well as the indifferent maids standing by. Shu Wei looked suspicious. Although he doesn't know much about alchemy, and has never been involved in this field, he is somewhat aware of the hardships and difficulties of refining a high-grade spiritual alchemy. Can it be refined in half an hour or an hour? Where did the Holy Master find such a powerful alchemist? Moreover, the Holy Master said that he was full of confidence, and he didn't seem to worry about failure at all. That alchemist can really achieve 100% alchemy. Shu Wei couldn't understand. Then Lu Qingjing waited uneasily, sitting on the chair like a thorn on his back, wanting to stand up and walk around to relieve his anxiety, but he didn't dare to be too casual in front of Shu Wei, and it was extremely hard. Seeing his appearance, Shu Wei smiled and said, "Don't be so nervous, since my Holy Land has released such news, even if the refining fails, I will compensate you in full. You can go to another alchemist to help you refine it. My dignified Holy Land will not lie to you about those medicinal materials." To be continued, this article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update team at Wachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency first release sent to vote for recommended votes, monthly tickets, your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 888. A lot of people came. Elder is serious, that's not what Lu meant. Lu Qingjing waved his hand quickly, but hearing Shu Wei say this, he was really relieved. Because even if the refining fails, he does not have to take any risks. I secretly felt that this trip to the Nine Heavens Holy Land was indeed the right one. Waiting anxiously, Lu Qingjing looked outside the hall from time to time. Shu Wei didn't say anything more, and silently sat aside. About half an hour later, Yang Kai came to the outside of the hall again, and walked in with the dragon and the tiger. Seeing his appearance, both Lu Qingjing and Shu Wei looked excited at the same time, and both knew that the soul condensing pill had been successfully refined. Holy Master Yang, Lu Qingjing pursed his interfering lips and whispered a little uneasy. Yang Kai smiled and said casually, "I live up to the trust, the refining is successful, although there is a small accident." Accident? Lu Qingjing's expression tightened, not knowing what kind of accident Yang Kai was talking about. "See for yourself, you should be satisfied." Yang Kai handed over a jade bottle in his hand. Lu Qingjing hurriedly took it, opened the bottle, and in an instant, the fragrance hit his face, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of empowerment, and his body and mind were comfortable. "Huh," Shu Wei exclaimed in surprise, and also put his head over to look around. He always felt that the medicinal effects contained in this high-grade spirit-level pill seemed a little out of place. It's much richer than the average spirit-level high-grade pill. Looking through the mouth of the bottle, Lu Qingjing's eyes suddenly widened, and the big hand holding the jade bottle trembled, exclaiming, "This is Dianwen!" Shu Wei also shouted. The two looked at each other, and both saw shock in each other's eyes. The value of a spiritual level high-grade pill with a pill pattern is no less than that of a holy pill. As if he still couldn't believe it, Lu Qingjing hurriedly poured the medicinal pill out of the jade bottle and placed it in the palm of his hand to watch it carefully. The soul condensing pill is full and round, and contains pure medicinal effects inside. The exquisite Dan pattern covers the Dan like the meridians of the human body, flashing with a little fluorescence. Started with warm hands, Lu Qingjing was instantly certain that this medicinal pill was definitely made just now. Holy Master Yang, this. Lu Qingjing seemed incoherent. He thought it was a fluke to be able to achieve the pill this time, but what he didn't want to get was a soul condensing pill with a pill pattern. This greatly exceeded his expectations and made him speechless with excitement. "I'm lucky, I gave birth to a pill pattern." Yang Kai smiled and said casually. "The dog is saved now," Lu Qingjing shouted, with tears in the corners of his eyes. "It's not just about saving, let Linglang take it, not only can he repair his damaged soul, maybe it can also give him an unexpected improvement." Well, if Linglang's cultivation level is not high, you have to come to protect the law. Help, the medicinal effect contained in this elixir is not inferior to that of holy elixir, so be careful to use it. What Holy Master Yang said is that Lu must keep it in mind. Lu Qingjing was overjoyed, with a radiant face, as if he had seen his son recover and the power of his consciousness increased greatly. "Congratulations brother Lu," Shu Wei also congratulated him. "There is a great elder, thank you first elder, thank you Holy Master Yang." Lu Qingjing kept bowing and bowing. After a while, his expression suddenly became cramped again, and he said embarrassedly, "Before Lu came here, he only prepared a reward equivalent to a high-grade spirit-level pill, and never thought that this spirit pill would give birth to a pill pattern." With a serious expression on his face, he said solemnly, "If Holy Master Yang and the Great Elder are trustworthy, and after letting the dog take this elixir, they will definitely raise enough gifts, and come back to meet the two of you." While speaking, he took out the previously prepared reward. Unsurprisingly, they were all spar. Shu Wei looked at Yang Kai with consulting eyes. Yang Kai smiled heartily and said lightly, "You are the first person to come to my Nine Heavens Holy Land to request alchemy, how about I have a discussion with you?" Lu Qingjing looked straight and said solemnly, "If you have something to do with Holy Master Yang, you can do whatever you can, and you won't refuse. It's not a big deal." "Well, I don't need the reward, even if this elixir is given to you. Ah, Lu Qingjing was taken aback. Shu Wei also didn't quite understand why Yang Kai was so generous, but he rolled his eyes, as if he had thought of something, and smiled slightly. I have a condition, I hope you can agree. Yang Kai didn't give a damn. Let's help spread the news out of my 9 heavens holy land, and say that an alchemy master in my holy land helped you refine one. How about a spirit pill with a pill pattern? That is it, that is it, Lu Qingjing said with a serious face, it is my duty. Please rest assured that Holy Master Yang and the First Elder, Lu must do his best to pass this news. That's all right, go back quickly, Ling Lang still needs this spirit pill to save his life. Yang Kai waved his hand. Lu Qingjing was very grateful, and left with great gratitude. Watching him leave, Shu Wei sighed, a good start. Yeah, it took a month for the beginning. Yang Kai also nodded. However, this business is a loss. High-grade spirit-level pills with pill patterns are rare everywhere. If they were to be sold, they would be able to exchange for a lot of crystals. Shu Wei still felt a little heartache. Soul condensing pill is a relatively high-end pill for repairing the soul. Many warriors need to use it, because during the battle, the soul will be damaged accidentally. If such a thing occurs, it needs pills to repair. It can be said that the elixir is not worrying about its sales at all, on the contrary, it will make people flock to it. Don't be so short-sighted. Yang Kai chuckled, if this news is passed on, it will attract a lot of people. That's right, the Holy Master is far-sighted, and his subordinates admire it. Stop flattering, Yang Kai pouted. Shu Wei chuckled and asked in a low voice, Holy Master. That pill pattern was really born out of luck. What do you think? Yang Kai glanced at him. That's what the Holy Master said. Shu Wei didn't ask any more questions, but he was even more curious about the identity of the alchemy master who was hiding in the Holy Land. It only took half an hour to refine such a magic pill, this achievement is simply sensational. Shu Wei has been in the arena for many years, and he has also known many alchemists with superb skills. He has even made friends with several saint-level alchemists, but he felt that none of those well-known alchemists could have such a level. Who on earth is it? Shu Wei was puzzled. 5 days later, someone came to the Holy Land to ask for help with alchemy. Shu Wei asked, and learned that he had heard about Lu Qingjing's experience, so he came to the Holy Land to give it a try. And it was surprisingly consistent with Lu Qingjing's purpose, which was to refine a high-grade spiritual pill. However, it is not a condensing soul pill, but a red blood pill that can save lives. Shu Wei introduced it into the Holy Land, and Yang Kai came forward to take the medicinal materials he brought. In the same half an hour before and after, a spirit pill was released. The man left very excited. This time Yang Kai also did not charge him any payment, and let him take away the spirit pill on the same conditions as Lu Qingjing. 3 days later, the third person who requested alchemy came to the Holy Land. Yang Kai did the same, and also refined the pill pattern, which excited the person who asked for the pill, shouting that he had never seen such a high-grade pill with pill pattern and so on. Left contentedly. On this day, Yang Kai was discussing matters with Li Rong on the mountain peak where the ancient demon clan lived. In the distance, the sound of clothes hunting quickly approached, and when I looked up, I saw the great elder Shu Wei rushing over in a hurry. Before anyone arrived, he shouted excitedly, Holy Master, someone else has come to ask for alchemy. It's gone. Come here, why are you so excited? Yang Kai was speechless. Li Rong was beside her, and she couldn't help but chuckle. There are a lot of people here this time, 4 or 5 people came at once, and there are 2 strong people who entered the Holy Realm, it seems that they want to request the refining of holy pills. Shu Wei hurriedly reported, Oh, are you finally going to refine the holy pill? Yang Kai grinned. He helped people refine 3 medicinal pills for free, all of which were of the highest spiritual level. Among the 3 medicinal pills, 2 gave birth to pill patterns, and they were famous and very attractive. Are people arranged in the guest hall? Yes, Shu Wei nodded. Let's take a look. Yang Kai smiled slightly, ordered Li Rong, and flew towards the guest hall with Shu Wei. In the guest hall, 5 warriors were sitting on chairs, each with a fragrant tea at the table. The strength of these 5 people is high and low, there are males and females, 2 are in the 1st level holy state, 1 is in the 3rd level extraordinary level, and 2 are in the 1st level extraordinary level. While waiting, the 5 of them were looking at each other, as if they didn't know each other. Only the 2 strongmen who entered the 1st level holy realm looked at each other and smiled, as if they had met before. One of them said, Why did Brother Wen also come to the 9 heavens holy land? The man who was called Brother Wen smiled lightly, naturally the same purpose as Brother Shengguan came here. So, Brother Wen also came to try it after hearing the news here. Of course, it is said that 3 people who need to refine high-grade spiritual pills came here. 2 of them brought back spirit pills with pill patterns, and the other one got the pills with condensed medicinal effects and high quality. The alchemy pattern is better than the elixir refined by most alchemists. If the news is true, maybe the alchemists here can meet my requirements. The news won't be fake. Among the 3 listening, a middle-aged woman suddenly interrupted. The 2 Saint Realm powerhouses couldn't help but cast their eyes on her and asked suspiciously, "How do you know?" "Because the 3rd person who came here to ask for alchemy is my senior brother." The woman pursed her lips and smiled, "I have seen that elixir with alchemy marks with my own eyes." The other 4 in the hall looked shocked, and quickly asked about the details. The middle-aged woman also knew everything and explained what she knew. After listening, the 2 saint-level experts looked at each other, and the warrior surnamed Wen thought thoughtfully, "So, is there really a master alchemist with outstanding skills hidden here?" Of the 3 elixir, 2 have elixir patterns. If they are not lucky enough, they have superb skills. I don't know which one they are. Can he refine the elixir that I want to refine? Unfinished to be continued. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to A Unknown Currency First Release a cent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 889. While the 5 people in the hall were waiting, Yang Kai and Shu Wei had arrived together. The 5 of them hurriedly stood up, and the 2 Saint Realm powerhouses kept looking at Yang Kai, as if they didn't expect this famous new holy master to be so young, and they couldn't help but show some contempt, but when they saw Shu Wei, their expressions a lot of dignified. Shu Hui's cultivation was a level higher than theirs, and they might not be able to reach this level in their entire lives, so naturally they didn't dare to treat them carelessly. "Salute quickly." Yang Kai greeted enthusiastically, and waited for them to take their seats before saying, "A few of you are here to make alchemy." Everyone heads up. "Well, give me the medicinal materials you have prepared, report the name of the medicinal pill you need to refine, and wait a few hours." Seeing the casual expression on his face, the 5 of them stared at him blankly, and no one moved. Yang Kai glanced at them, he smiled and said, "What? Aren't you here to make alchemy? Don't you even prepare the medicinal materials?" "The medicinal materials are naturally prepared. But I dare to ask Holy Master Yang, what is the success rate of the alchemy master in your sect?" One of them frowned. "What if I promise you 100% success?" Yang Kai grinned. The expressions of the 5 people became strange, and they obviously didn't believe it, even the middle-aged woman who had seen the elixir with elixir marks with her own eyes. There is no alchemist in the world that can guarantee that he has a 100% chance of becoming an alchemist. Even the best alchemists will miss some time. This is the risk that alchemy must bear. Unless this sentence was uttered by the Tianzang old man, there is no credibility at all. The new holy master of the 9 heavens holy land, is he a little frivolous? Several people thought at the same time, and the thought that had some expectations suddenly became a worry about gain and loss. "What?" Shu Wei observed the words and expressions, and saw the 5 people's expressions hesitant, and suddenly he was a little displeased. "Do you think that the alchemists in my holy land can't make the holy elixir you asked for?" "Don't dare." The man's expression changed, and he frowned. "However, it is not easy to collect these saint-level materials. If the refining fails, it is not that simple to collect all of them. So be a little more cautious. I also ask Holy Master Yang and the Great Elder to forgive me." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "It is understandable to be cautious, but if you ask for the refining of holy pills, you will have to bear the risk of refining failure when you go to any alchemy master, and this is naturally the case with me. But I can assure you that in my holy land, this risk is minimal, and there may be some unexpected gains." Danwen, hearing him say that, the eyes of the 5 of them were bright. The middle-aged woman did her part and said, "Since none of you are willing to try first, then let me do it. What I want to refine is not a holy pill, just a high-grade spiritual pill. Even if I fail, I will not collect the materials again. No need to worry about any loss." Saying so, he took out the medicinal materials he brought. The other 4 had no intention of looting, and they were all ready to make plans after seeing the methods of the alchemist from the 9 heavens holy land with their own eyes. Knowing what they were thinking, Yang Kai didn't care. He instructed Shu Wei to take the herbs and left. The 5 continued to wait in the hall. After half an hour, Shu Wei reappeared in the hall with a proud expression. The 5 hurriedly stood up and looked at him eagerly, wondering what the result would be. Shu Wei casually threw a jade bottle over, and said indifferently, let's see for yourself, let's see what level the alchemists in my holy land have. The middle-aged woman took it, couldn't wait to open the bottle, and poured out a navy blue elixir from it. The next moment, the exclamation sounded. Danwen. See you Danwen again. This high-grade spirit-level pill has really been refined into a pill pattern, and its medicinal effect is condensed, and its value has doubled several times. The middle-aged woman couldn't help herself, holding the elixir in her hand, her pretty face turned into a flower with a smile. The two Saint Realm powerhouses looked at each other, and both saw the shock in each other's eyes. If the rumors are true, then including the one in front of him, the alchemist master hidden in the Nine Heavens Holy Land has only made 4 spiritual pills in total. All in one spirit-level top-grade pills. Among them, 3 of them appeared something like pill mark. The odds are almost 80%. Ordinary alchemists, even those well-known saint-level alchemists on the mainland, would take a lot of effort to refine such a spiritual pill, and it may take several years or more than 10 years to get one occasionally. But here in the Nine Heavens Holy Land, the elixir with the elixir pattern is just like asking for no money, one by one. How sensational is this? HMPH, my holy master said that the master today is in a good mood and feels good. If you want to refine medicine pills, you should hurry up. After these few hours, if the master is in a bad mood, maybe he will stop refining for the time being. Shu Wei raised his head slightly, arrogantly, and said lightly. Elder, this is the medicinal herbs that I brought here. The 4 of them didn't hesitate any longer after hearing the words. Feel bad, feel bad. If he can refine that high-grade spiritual pill with many pill patterns, it is no problem for this master to refine the holy pill. Shu Wei didn't embarrass them too much, took it happily, took the reward handed over by the middle-aged woman, and left calmly. Losing business can't last forever, it's time to get paid. The middle-aged woman was also honest, and the reward she prepared was indeed worth the elixir she asked to refine. After half an hour, Shu Wei came back again, brought back 2 spiritual pills, and gave them to the 2 people who asked to refine them. Although these 2 elixir did not have elixir patterns, their quality was surprisingly high, making them feel a little regretful, but they were still satisfied to leave the reward and left. In the hall, there were only the 2 strong men who had entered the Holy Realm, waiting anxiously, like sitting on pins and needles, standing up from time to time and looking around, hoping that Shu Wei would show up and bring the refined holy elixir over. However, they also know that refining holy pills is fundamentally different from refining spiritual pills. The time and energy consumed must increase geometrically, and it is useless to be anxious. Be patient now. After more than an hour, Yang Kai summoned Shu Wei, who had been waiting outside, from the Holy Master Court. Walking into Yang Kai's wing, Shu Wei immediately smelled the fragrance of the pills in the room, his expression was shocked, and he looked around. He wanted to know who was helping those people concoct alchemy, and who had such a magical means. Unfortunately, after looking around, I found nothing. When the medicinal pill is finished, you can take it first, don't give it to them in a hurry, wait until tomorrow morning and then hand it over to them. Hearing the words, Shu Wei thoughtfully nodded his head slightly, while he took the 2 holy pills and said, the Holy Master wants them to know that it is not easy to refine holy pills. Yang Kai glanced at him and said indifferently, I just let them know that if you doubt the level of my Holy Land alchemist, you have to be punished. Shu Wei didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and stopped talking, but his eyes kept rolling. Seeing that he was reluctant to leave, and instead looked around, Yang Kai smiled and said, are you looking for that alchemy master? Shu Wei smiled and lowered his voice. Holy Master, when did such a master come to my Holy Land? How come I don't even know this old man? He did his best to help my Holy Land get through the difficulties, no matter what I say I have to thank him. After all, I am also the great elder of the Holy Land. Eh? You want to know who he is? Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. Shu Wei nodded solemnly. What if I told you that it was me who made the medicine pill? Holy Master, stop joking. Shu Wei said with a look of disbelief. Holy Master, at a young age, you already have an extraordinary 3rd-layer cultivation. The achievement of the Lord, this old man is convinced. But if you are proficient in the art of alchemy while cultivating, the old man does not believe it. The master who can refine the holy elixir must at least be in this field after 100 years of immersion. Holy Master, you are still too young, even if you start alchemy in your mother's womb, it is impossible to have such means. I don't believe it. Yang Kai pouted and didn't explain much. Shu Wei was stunned, and became more and more curious about the hidden alchemy master, but Yang Kai didn't say anything, he couldn't do anything, he could only leave in despair. In the early morning of the second day, Shu Wei came to the hall in a rush. The two saint-level experts waited all night, their eyes were red, and when they saw Shu Wei appear, they rushed up and asked eagerly, "Elder, how is the situation?" While speaking, he looked nervous, for fear of hearing bad news from Shu Hui's mouth. When the strength has reached their level, they are generally respected in status, and they are well off and have no worries about spar. But as one of them said before, it is not easy to find the holy level materials that have been collected so hard, and some cannot be bought with money. Luck is a big factor in this. If the refining fails, although the Holy Land will compensate them, it is impossible to compensate them for the medicinal materials and only compensate them for the corresponding spar. They have to find or buy again. Seeing these two guys look like this, Shu Wei felt an inexplicable joy in his heart, and said arrogantly, "Is there any reason why my Holy Land Master will not succeed? I really don't know what you are worried about. So take it." Shu Wei handed the two jade bottles to them separately, stretched out his hand to flick the dust that didn't exist on his body, and hummed, "Next time if you need to refine holy pills, just come to my holy place and promise. Satisfy you." The two of them checked the medicinal pills in the jade bottle, and their expressions suddenly became surprised. "Many of my friends are worried that there is no way out, and they can't find a suitable master to make alchemy." Another person quickly said that he also had many relatives and friends who had the same experience. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency first release a cent to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 890. Saint-level alchemists are too rare. Each of them is the head of the Alchemy Association in the big city. There are too many people asking them to alchemy. Many people have to wait for several years or even longer before it is their turn. However, this Nine Heavens Holy Land is different. The reputation of alchemy has just been revealed. It seems that not many people have come to ask for alchemy. If they come here, there is no need to wait. Seeing that they wanted to introduce their relatives and friends to alchemy, Shu Wei found them pleasing to the eye, and said with a hearty smile, "Yes, as long as you bring enough remuneration, my Holy Land Master will naturally take action." "That's for sure." The two nodded repeatedly, took their holy pills and left quickly, preparing to tell their relatives and friends who couldn't find a way to get the news here. Time flies, a month has passed. Outside the Nine Peaks, there are crowds of people, bustling and lively. These warriors who have reached the supernatural realm lined up in a long line, all of them waiting anxiously on the periphery of Jufeng, and looked into Jufeng with different expressions. These are all admiring the name and asking the Holy Land to help refine the medicinal pills. In the past month, more and more people have rushed to Jufeng to request alchemy. In the beginning, scattered warriors came to try their luck, and there would be 1 or 2 people in 3 or 5 days, but as the warriors who got the spiritual pill left, more and more people were attracted to this place. Gradually, people came every day, sometimes 1 or 2 alone, sometimes in groups. Later, more and more people came, and more frequently. Became the present situation. Outside of Jufeng, there are at least dozens of supernatural powerhouses waiting to enter the Holy Land. The Holy Land Chief Luo Sheng and Meng Tianfei led some Holy Land disciples to stand aside to maintain order. It was a guest from afar, and the disciples of the Holy Land provided tea and a place to rest for the warriors who were waiting to enter the Holy Land to request alchemy. However, if anyone dares to disobey the rules of the Holy Land and want to forcibly cut into the queue, no matter how high their cultivation is, they will all be kicked out. This is what Yang Kai ordered, and the 2 Holy Land elders spared no effort to execute it. "Why hasn't it been our turn to enter yet?" In front of the team, someone looked up and muttered anxiously. "Come on, it's our turn for the next batch." A companion beside him looked expectantly. "Yeah, don't worry, you've only waited here for a few days. If you go to another place, you might not be able to wait for a few years." The third person was also relieved. "That's true." The man felt a lot of joy, and chatted with a few people nearby. "I heard that the alchemy master of the Nine Heavens Holy Land has never missed a shot since he took action, whether it is refining spiritual pills or holy Dan can be successfully refined every time, so that the person who asks for Dan can leave satisfied. That's not all, many of those who refine the elixir have obtained elixir with elixir grains." "Really or not? Is there really such a thing as a Dan pattern?" "I have also heard that there are indeed many spiritual pills with pill patterns. The remuneration to be paid, won't it be doubled? Nine Heavens Holy Land seems to only charge an ordinary elixir, but if you give more, they won't refuse. That must be given more to leave a good impression. The next time I come to ask for pills, maybe it will be smoother." Hey, I will prepare some more rewards. Maybe I am lucky. I want to refine pills. The medicine gave birth to a pill pattern. This master is really a god. With such a level, he is at least a saint-level middle-grade alchemist, right? I am afraid that he is the most powerful in the world except for the old man Tianzang. There seems to be more than one holy-level alchemist here. Why do you say that? Didn't you find that they can make pills very fast? At least 10 people can make pills every day. These pills are all above the spiritual level, and there are many holy pills, a single master. How can you be so busy? Could it be that there are several masters of this level hidden in this 9 heavens holy land? When this statement came out, everyone was horrified. Saint-level alchemists are extremely rare, and every faction hopes to have such an expert in their sect, but there are very few such forces in the world. Even if there are, those alchemists will only serve their own sect. Going to help outsiders make alchemy is even more respected, maybe only once every few months or even a year and a half, and enjoy the beauty of the world on weekdays, leisurely. On the other hand, the alchemy master of the 9 heavens holy land has been so busy this month that he may not even have time to drink water. Such whispers were talked about among the waiting warriors, and they were all shocked by the background of the 9 heavens holy land. The only thing that makes people feel a little regretful is that the master of the 9 heavens holy land only helps one person to refine one pill, and he will never refine any more. But the masters are all eccentric people, and the warriors who come to ask for pills can understand. After a long while, a group of people suddenly came out of the 9 peaks. There were not many, just 10 people. No matter the level of cultivation, whether it was male or female, young or old, everyone raised their heads, their faces were radiant, and their faces were satisfied. Come out, the group of people who went in yesterday came out. There was an exclamation from the team. Someone with good deeds raised his voice and asked, everyone, how is your pill refining? Among the 10 people who came out, an elderly man laughed loudly and said, the master of the 9 heavens holy land is well deserved for his methods. All the pills that the 10 people asked for were successfully refined, and none of them failed, and this old man's holy level low-grade pills are still there. Pill pattern appeared, ha 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 ha. He smiled up to the sky, with a look of excitement and smugness on his face. The other 9 looked at him with admiration. The rest of the team were also dumbfounded, staring at the old man with red eyes, wishing they could rush forward to knock him out and grab his holy pill. A holy pill with a pill pattern is a rare treasure that is once in a century, and its value is immeasurable. But as soon as they noticed the level of the old man's cultivation, everyone had to dispel the thoughts in their hearts. At the very least, this old guy is also a master of the second layer holy state. Wait everyone, I wish you all such good luck, the old man is going one step ahead. The old man seemed to be in a particularly good mood. Usually, an expert like him has his eyes above the top when he walks, so how can he talk to others? But today is not only chatter, but also good words. Saying so, Luo Sheng and Meng Tianfei, who were rushing outside to maintain order, clasped their fists politely and left quickly. He walked for a while, and all the talents waiting in line were awakened like a dream, and their eyes were shining brightly, and they were looking forward to it. 2 elders, can you let people in now? I've been waiting for several days, and this time it's my turn. The person at the front of the line shouted. Luo Sheng and Meng Tianfei looked at each other, nodded slightly, and Luo Sheng said loudly, the 10 friends at the front of the line, please accompany my disciples of the Holy Land into the guest hall, and there will naturally be someone to entertain you. After the 10, please continue to wait. Quote. Everyone, please. A Holy Land disciple guided in front. The 10 warriors in the front swarmed in like a bloodbath. You pushed me and didn't give in. The blink of an eye disappeared. The rest of the people continued to wait in long queues, anxiously waiting. The 2 elders stepped aside, looking at this exciting scene, they were very happy. Brother Meng, where do you think our holy master got the alchemy master? This level is a bit outrageous, isn't it? Meng Tianfei shook his head. You ask me, who should I ask? I have also discussed this matter with the old master, and even the old master is not quite sure what the master looks like and where he came from, but the left and right should be let's be friends that our holy master made abroad. Amazing. To make such a master work for the Holy Land, the Holy Master's methods are also extraordinary. Yes, thanks to the rewards for alchemy during this period, the situation in the Holy Land has improved suddenly, and the disciples don't have to worry about the cultivation materials. Hee, when can you let those masters help me refine some holy pills too? All right. Don't be in a hurry for your own people, and talk to the Holy Master someday, there will be no problem. Having said that, but looking at this, the master doesn't know when he will be free. While speaking, the two cast their gazes into the distance, where a group of people were approaching the Nine Heavens Holy Land. There is no doubt that this group of people also came to request alchemy. After one batch and another batch, the number of people will only increase. The two elders were both happy and distressed, and sighed heavily. There were a lot of people in that group. There were 4 or 5 people, and when they got close, Luo Sheng stepped forward and told them a few words, so they were at the end of the line. In the past few days, Luo Sheng and Meng Tianfei have received 2 or 3 waves of guests every day, and as time goes by, the number of people who come has a tendency to increase. Just after the arrangement of those few people, from a distance, the two elders saw Shu Wei galloping out of the 9 peaks. Immediately, he looked shocked and went up to meet him. Not long after, the elder Shu Wei came to the outside of the peak, glanced at the long queue, and was extremely surprised, so many people. Yeah, old man, our reputation for alchemy in the Holy Land is getting louder and louder. Luo Sheng said with a wry smile. It's only natural, if there is no precedent for failure, it is a legend. No alchemist in the world can achieve this level, except for the master of my Holy Land. Shu Hui's expression was full of pride. Is there anything you want to order when the elder brother comes out? Meng Tianfei asked. Well, pass the order of the Holy Master. Shu Wei nodded and shouted at the long line of people. Everyone, this old man is the elder Zuhui of the 9 Heavens Holy Land, so I'm being polite here. Everyone hurriedly returned their salutes, daring not to be slighted in the slightest. Shu Hui's expression was shocked. He had never felt that he was as energetic and attracted attention as today, even when the old Holy Master was alive. He continued to shout, pass the order of my Holy Master, dare to ask if there are any spiritual things in your hands. Most of the crowd shook their heads, indicating that they did not have such a thing, and they also whispered a little, guessing what the Holy Master was doing with this thing. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Fan.la. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency first release a cent to vote for recommended votes and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile users please go to M to read. Chapter 891 Moonflower Grass. Things like heaven and earth spirits are too rare, and it is really not easy to get them, and some warriors may never see them in their lifetime. Because this kind of thing already has a certain level of intelligence, it is a kind of living being, and it knows how to seek fortune and avoid misfortune. Shu Wei observed his words and smiled. Don't worry, my Holy Land is not asking you for property, the Holy Master said. If anyone has such things as heaven and earth spirits, no matter how high or low, no matter what kind, as long as they can hand them over to you. My Holy Land Master can help him to refine 3 pills for free, and they will refine them immediately, without waiting in line, and guarantee that the pills will be completed. As soon as these words were said, the heroes were in an uproar. The masters of the 9 Heavens Holy Land help people concoct pills, and the remuneration is not high, but it is not low, it is a spar or medicinal material of the same value as the concocted pills. Most people can afford this kind of pay. Because holy level materials are hard to find, some people are not short of spar. But if it is the reward of 3 pills, it is a lot of money, enough to make many people tempted. Someone in the team asked, Elder, refining 3 pills for free, is there any grade? Shu Wei smiled and shook his head. There is no limit to the grade, even if you want to refine a holy level mid-grade pill. Master Guizhong is so bold. The man exclaimed, and the others were stunned. Although until now, no one has requested to refine a middle-grade holy level pill, but from Shu Hui's words, it can be inferred that the master is capable of refining this level of pills, and he has a good understanding of his own technology. Full of confidence. Therefore, if you have the spirits of heaven and earth in your hands, please don't hide it, it's a rare opportunity. Shu Wei laughed and persuaded. He didn't know if this group of people had spirits from heaven and earth, and he didn't know what Yang Kai wanted to do with this, but even if the Holy Master ordered it, he had to do it with all his strength. At the end of the team, among the group of people who just came, some people looked hesitated for a while before asking, Elder, can it be any kind of heaven and earth spirit? It's all right. Shu Wei nodded his head and turned his gaze to the man. The man looked solemn and asked again, but what if I only need to refine 1 pill? The remaining 2, my Holy Land will help you remember, when you want to refine, you can come at any time, no matter when you don't need to wait. Is that so? The man's expression was a little eager to try. He carefully took out a jade utensil from his arms, jogged to Shu Wei, and handed it over. Elder, can you take a look at this? While speaking, there was a look of anticipation on his face, but also a little embarrassment. This person is only in his 30s, and his strength is not high. He only has the level of the peak of the immortal ascension boundary. With such a cultivation base, the medicinal pills that he requests for refining can only be high-grade spiritual pills at most. Moreover, a martial artist like him would not have the opportunity to have a direct conversation with a big man like Shu Wei on weekdays, so it was naturally very exciting to have the chance today. Shu Wei raised his brows, took the delicate jade vessel, and reached out to open it. The man hurriedly said, "Elder, be careful, this thing runs fast, and it slips away if you are not careful. It was a coincidence that I started it next year. I don't even know what it is. It's really a shame to say." "It's okay." Shu Wei smiled confidently, the huge divine sense wrapped around the jade vessel without leaving any gaps. Many people craned their necks and looked around, wanting to see what the heaven and earth spirits were inside. Even the two elders Luo Sheng and Meng Tianfei also came over. The vessel was opened, and in an instant, a quiet light bloomed from it, like the moonlight, crystal clear like water. It seemed to sense that the vessel that had been closing it was opened, and the light rushed out. Shu Wei laughed, his face indifferent. In the package of divine mind, the rays of light could not break through at all, and always swirled around in a small area, looking very anxious. After a while, the quiet light gradually condensed and gathered into the appearance of a three-leaf spirit grass. That spirit grass exudes not weak energy fluctuations, as well as vigorous vitality. The whole is crystal clear, as if carved from white jade, it is very delicate. The three leaves are also tender and fresh, like the gathering of water droplets. It really is a heaven and earth spirit. Shu Hui's eyes lit up and he nodded lightly. With his eyesight, he can naturally see that this spirit grass is indeed a spirit of heaven and earth, because it already possesses a certain level of intelligence. "Do you all recognize what kind of heaven and earth spirit this is?" Shu Wei asked in a loud voice to those who came to ask for elixir. Most of the people shook their heads, but only one laughed. "Elder, this is the moonflower grass, which absorbs the essence of the moon and gives birth to spiritual wisdom. Although it is a kind of spiritual things in the world, it is a pity that its growth period is too short, and now there are only 3 ye. I'm afraid it won't work. If it is allowed to grow for another 100 years, and it grows to the level of more than 5 leaves, then the value will be different." "Oh, Your Excellency seems to understand this very well." Shu Wei looked at him with a smile. "It's ugly. I'm more interested in spirit herbs and medicines. 30 years ago, I always aimed at alchemists. Unfortunately, my aptitude was dull and I couldn't make any achievements in this way, so I abandoned it and started to practice martial arts." "So it is." Shu Wei nodded, the alchemist's understanding of spirit herbs and medicines is indeed deeper than the average person. Although this person has not become an excellent alchemist, his knowledge of herbal medicine is not comparable to that of ordinary people. "This, can't it?" The owner of moonflower grass scratched his head, feeling a little uneasy. Others said that this moonflower grass was of little value, so he could not help worrying about gains and losses. The other party promised to refine 3 pills. Can a single moonflower be offset? No. To his surprise, Shu Wei smiled and shook his head, since the old man said, no matter what grade or variety, as long as it is a heaven and earth spirit, it will naturally not go back on its word. Well, this moonflower grass, the old man will accept it. "Come down, little brother, come with me, the master can help you concoct alchemy immediately." "Great." The man was overjoyed. He only came here today. If he had to wait, he would have to wait for at least 6 or 7 days, and he had to pay the same value as the medicinal pill he asked for. But a mere moonflower grass actually allowed him to get ahead of the others, and even allowed that master to refine 3 pills, no matter the grade. "In the future, I will find the materials, and come here again to ask the master to refine 2 holy pills. If you are lucky enough to give birth to Dianwen, if you take it out and sell it, your life path will probably be different immediately." This person fantasized in his heart, and felt that the whole person was light and light, as if a better tomorrow was waving to him. "Wait," someone in the team suddenly shouted. Shu Wei frowned, turned his head to look at the man, and found that the man was a strong man who entered the Holy Realm. He couldn't help but feel a little displeased. "What advice do you have?" "Don't dare." The Saint Realm powerhouse laughed dryly. "Elder, please wait a moment, can you allow me to have a few words with this little brother?" Shu Wei looked at him and nodded slightly. "Then please hurry up, the Holy Master is still waiting for the old man to answer." "Thank you, great elder." The man quickly thanked him, then walked up to the warrior at the peak of the immortal ascension boundary, and talked to him amicably. He deliberately kept his voice extremely low, and even if others were suspicious, they didn't know what they were talking about. I only saw that the owner of the moonflower grass was a little unclear and reluctant at first, but after the strong man in the holy realm said something, he immediately became excited and nodded again and again. In the crowd, many people were thoughtful and seemed to have guessed what the two were talking about. After a while, the Saint Realm Powerhouse and the Master of Moonflower Grass finished speaking. It seemed that they had reached some consensus, and both parties seemed very happy. Before Shu Wei could shout to the other party to enter the Nine Heavens Holy Land with him, several more people who entered the Holy Land surrounded the owner of Moonflower Grass. Violently noisy, the owner of Moonflower Grass was in a dilemma. He didn't dare to offend any of these saintly realm powerhouses. In desperation, he could only shout, "Seniors, make an offer, and the one with the highest price will get it." Hearing that, those few people immediately released their price, and they were coaxing each other, and they didn't want to let it go. Hearing this, Shu Wei couldn't help laughing and laughing. He immediately understood what the owner of the Moonflower Grass was doing. The Holy Land promised to help him refine 3 pills, no matter the grade, and it was free. Inspired by the first warrior who found him, he actually wanted to sell these 3 opportunities. 3 chances are 3 rewards, and there are many benefits. Slowly shaking his head, Shu Wei did not stop him. Since the Holy Land had given him such an opportunity, it was no longer convenient for him to intervene in this matter. After a while, the owner of the Moonflower Grass came over happily and said flatly, "Elder Lao has been waiting for a long time, let's go in now." Shu Wei glanced at him with a smile. "You are satisfied with the benefits they gave you?" The man smiled shyly. "Satisfied, very satisfied, but is this okay?" "Of course there is no problem. The Holy Land gives you 3 chances. How you use that is your business." That's good, that's good. Such a big benefit fell from the sky, making him a little dizzy. Those who have entered the Holy Realm are unwilling to wait outside like others, and the benefits given are almost the same as the reward for refining holy pills. It is equivalent to the owner of the Moonflower Grass, who took away the reward that belonged to the Holy Land, and what he paid was just a low-grade heaven and earth spirit. For a warrior in the Immortal Ascension boundary, this kind of thing is simply the greatest opportunity in life. He led this person into the guest hall and took away the 3 materials he had brought belonging to others. Shu Wei immediately rushed to the Holy Lord's garden. In the wing room, Dan Shang filled the air, Yang Kai was meditating and recovering, and there was a small Dan furnace in front of him. Shu Wei walked in and reported the matter. Yang Kai nodded lightly, took the medicinal herbs and the moonflower grass from him, and ordered, "Come and fetch it when I call you." Yes. After Shu Wei left, Yang Kai put the moonflower grass into the black book space, and his mind also escaped into it. A ray of moonlight-like light was shuttled in the black book space, appearing to be very panicked, trying to find a harbor of refuge. The divine tree looked at it curiously, the divine sense locked on it, and kept observing. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to A Unknown Currency First Release a cent to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 892. The action of the divine tree made Yue Huakao panic even more. After hiding in Tibet, it plunged into the myriad medicine spirit liquid. In an instant, the moonflower grass settled down, and it was obvious to the naked eye that the myriad medicine spiritual liquid was absorbed by it, and the moonflower-like light circulated on the 3 leaves. Yang Kai's face turned dark, and when he was about to get the moonflower grass out of the myriad medicine spirit liquid, the divine tree had already started to do so. An invisible force wrapped the clover spirit grass and pulled it out. Immediately, Yang Kai felt that the divine sense of the divine tree seemed to be communicating with the moonflower grass. With a slight smile, the movement stopped. After a while, the divine tree sent a message. "I have already reprimanded it, and I will also watch it and prevent it from entering there at will, but the mind of this little thing is the same as me a long time ago, it is not complete, communication it's a little hard to get up, this is the heaven and earth spirit you mentioned before." Yang Kai chuckled, "Take your time, you will be able to communicate smoothly one day. I will find you some other heaven and earth spirits when I have a chance, so that you will have company." "Okay," Shen Shu responded. Yang Kai asked Shu Wei to find those who beg for pills to ask about heaven and earth spirits, and he suddenly remembered what he had promised the divine tree before. There are a lot of people who come to ask for pills. They come from all over the world. There will always be people who are lucky and have obtained spiritual things from heaven and earth. I didn't expect it to succeed at once, but unexpectedly, luck was not bad. Some people in that group really had this thing and were willing to take it out. After waiting and watching for a while, After confirming that there is no problem, Yang Kai's mind left the black book space and continued to start the great cause of alchemy. For more than a month, he has been refining alchemy here, without going out half a step. Spirit level high-grade pills, holy level low-grade pills, he has refined countless pills from his hands, and none of them failed. Because of the fire of divine consciousness, he has mastered many exquisite alchemy spirit formations, and his alchemy speed is much faster than that of ordinary alchemists. With his current attainments, it takes less than a stick of incense to refine a high-grade spiritual pill, and only half an hour for a low-grade holy pill. No more or less every day, only 10 pills are refined. The rest of the time is used to recover and appreciate the harvest in the process of alchemy. He is having fun. I don't feel irritable and distressed at all. There are a large number of high-grade medicinal materials to practice hands, and his previous conjecture about dianfeng has also been confirmed in practice. Pill patterns can indeed be artificially refined, but it is very labor-intensive and hands-on. It is necessary to fuse countless spiritual formations together and refine them into the pills at the moment before the pill is formed. Once successful, a pill pattern will be formed, and the pill will last for a long time. Spirit-level high-grade pills, he can now refine pill patterns at will, and holy-level pills have to rely on luck. Sometimes the techniques are not skilled enough, and pill patterns cannot be generated. In the process of alchemy, the fire of consciousness was used very frequently. After more than a month, Yang Kai not only did not feel tired, but faintly felt that the fire of his consciousness had become more pure and dense. The perception in alchemy has also become a kind of cultivation experience, which is precipitated and fermented, so that the realm of self-cultivation is stable and tenacious, and the strength is striding forward. Alchemy and martial arts complement each other, combine together, go hand in hand, and progress is gratifying. Without deliberately cultivating, the cultivation realm is still growing steadily. If this momentum continues, within 3 or 5 years, Yang Kai feels that he will be able to touch the threshold of entering the holy realm. If there are other opportunities, this time will be shortened even more. The strength has reached the extraordinary 3rd layer, and it is only one step away from becoming a saint. It is different from the promotion of the immortal ascension boundary from the true essence boundary and the promotion of the transcendent boundary from the immortal ascension boundary. The step of entering and leaving the Holy Spirit is more difficult than ever before. The medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year-old magic flower can help the warriors of the transcendent realm to break through. Yang Kai still has 2 drops in his hand, which were condensed in the starry sky last time and have not been used up. At that time, a total of 6 drops of medicinal liquid were condensed, and 4 drops were given to Kang Yan and the others, and the rest of Yang Kai had been kept in the black book space. The medicinal liquid of the Millennium Demon Flower will not have any side effects. Kang Yan and Fei Yu, several uncles, used this to break through to the 1st level holy state. The foundation is not affected, and it will not hinder future cultivation and promotion. But Yang Kai does not intend to use foreign objects to assist him for the time being. He decides to use his own strength to try to break through. Only what he perceives and experiences is the most profound. And alchemy is the best aid. In the process of alchemy, Yang Kai can experience many unexpected gains, so that the body and mind can be washed, and the soul can be sublimated. Days passed by. The alchemy of the 9 heavens holy land became famous and spread all over the Tongshuan continent. Some people traveled hundreds of thousands of miles and ran to this place tirelessly, just to ask the mysterious master in the holy land to refine a medicinal pill. Outside the 9 peaks, the long queue stretched for several miles. Every day, hundreds of people were waiting, and even more pill seekers joined in a steady stream. The unnamed master in the Holy Land has a superb technique for alchemy. Since he took action to the present, there has been no precedent for a single failure, and he has even refined many elixirs with elixirs. Gradually, some people compared it to the old man Tianzang, and he didn't know if he and the old man Tianzang were to compete with each other, who would be better or worse. However, the old man Tianzang belongs to a legendary figure. Even on the side of the demons and demons, this master has a great reputation and is respected by all beings in the world. This alone is not comparable to the master of the 9 heavens holy land. As the reputation spread, not only were there only spiritual level high-grade and holy-grade low-grade pills, but there were also people who came to ask for help in refining. The 9 heavens holy land did not refuse anyone who came to the holy land, so those who asked for pills all left with satisfaction. Every time a pill is refined, the Holy Land can get a gift and reward of the same value as the pill. Shu Wei and the others were laughing hard every day, swept away their previous worries. The warehouse of the Holy Land is now full of spar and various cultivation materials, and the reserves are terrifyingly huge. Especially the mysterious master, after changing the rule of refining 10 pills a day to 20 pills a day, the Holy Land got more and more benefits. Many people who came to ask for elixir not only gave the same value as the elixir, but also gave some more as a gift. As a result, Shu Wei now also doubts whether there is more than one alchemy master in the Holy Land. If not, how can one person be so busy when refining 20 pills a day? At least 3, or even more. Shu Wei secretly speculated. The leaders of the ancient demon clan knew that the current prosperity of the Holy Land was probably caused by Yang Kai, but they didn't tell Shu Wei and the others. A lot of training materials were distributed from the Holy Land, and he was stubborn to develop himself, and he would never leave the mountain where he lived easily. If he was discovered, he would only cause trouble. Shu Wei didn't mean to treat or deduct the training materials given to the ancient demon clan at all. Instead, he was extremely generous. He would bring anything the ancient demon clan needed, which made Li Rong very grateful. Outside the Jufeng, there is a stone pavilion that has been newly built. There are several exquisite stone benches and a stone table in the stone pavilion, and there is a pot of tea on the table. The two elders, Yuying and Cheng Yutong, sat in the stone pavilion, looking at the long line of people, sipping their tea, and talking in a low voice. There are so many people asking for pills. Every day, two elders sit here and are responsible for maintaining order. Today, it is Yuying and Cheng Yutong's turn. The two beautiful women have different temperaments, but the same is the graceful figure, firm breasts, water snake-like waist, slender legs, and upturned buttocks, which outline a graceful arc that captivates the soul, making them the most beautiful outside Jufeng landscape. The people who came to ask for pills, etc. were bored, and they all looked at the two elders with hot eyes, looking for some spiritual comfort. Aware of those people's strange gazes, although Yuying and Cheng Yutong were unhappy in their hearts, they had no choice but to pretend that they didn't see it, and ordered the disciples of the Holy Land to form a circle around the stone pavilion to block others from watching. It is said that it is to maintain order, but in fact there is no need to do anything. Most of the people who came here were very honest and did not jump in the queue or bully others. Occasionally, there are some ignorant guys who want to rely on their status to forcibly occupy a good position. Without the need for people from the Holy Land to take action, the powerhouses in the front spontaneously let them obey. Most of the people who come to ask for pills are in the extraordinary realm, and there are also powerful characters in the holy realm. Once something that provokes public anger is done, it will naturally have no good results. So Yuying and Cheng Yutong were just drinking and chatting in the stone pavilion to pass the time, quite leisurely. At the end of the long dragon, two women and a middle-aged man were waiting. The middle-aged man looked impatient, looked forward from time to time, and then sighed slightly. Hundreds of people are waiting in front of him. The master of the Holy Land refines 20 pills every day. If it is his turn, it will take at least a month. When one of the two women looked in the direction of Jufeng, her beautiful eyes were faint, and she seemed to have some indescribable complex feelings. After a long while, the middle-aged man suddenly whispered, "Shuaner, don't you know the Holy Master of the Nine Heavens Holy Land? Can you ask him to help him refine the medicine pill first? Since the master is from the Nine Heavens Holy Land, he should listen to him. His order. I just know him, and I don't have much friendship, so why should I ask him? Maybe he will forget me now." The woman smiled forcefully, her expression miserable. As soon as the words came out, another woman next to him sneered, "Not much friendship. Is this wrong? You are Xin Yu." The woman glared at her companion, who quickly raised her hand. "Okay, I won't say it, you choose your own destiny, and don't regret it in the future." The middle-aged man observed his words and said with a smile, "Shuaner, no matter if you can do it or not, go ahead and try it, no matter what, that holy master used to be a member of my Dominion League, so you should be thinking about some old feelings." Quote. "He's never been in the Proud Independent League, okay. Why do you always think he was a disciple of the Proud Independent League?" The woman stomped her feet. "It's okay to say this in front of me, don't say it to others, I will. It makes people think that we are flattering others." To be continued. This article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to A Unknown Currency First Release sent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 893 One wave after another. Hearing what his daughter said, the middle-aged man also smirked. The Independent Proud League is not too strong. As the leader of the Independent Proud League, he only has the cultivation of the Transcendent 3-layer. On this continent, there is no force in the Holy Land, and it has always been despised by others. Therefore, he has been striving for the goal of becoming a saint all his life. He finally saw the dawn a few days ago, but because of his lack of qualifications, he could not understand the mystery of becoming a saint. The power of elixir entered the holy realm. It took a huge amount of money and manpower to find all the materials, but couldn't find a suitable alchemist to help refine it. Those well-known alchemy masters in the mainland have high self-esteem, and they do not accept outsiders easily. The alchemy schedule is also scheduled for a year or two. At this time, the reputation of the Nine Heavens Holy Land for alchemy spread out, which made him feel a little shocked, and secretly felt that this was an opportunity. Because his daughter had some friendship with the Holy Master, he even suspected that the relationship between the two was not simple. Unfortunately, no matter how he tried, his daughter denied it. As a last resort, I can only come here first and then make plans. The long dragon outside Zhenwu shocked the middle-aged man. He did not expect that when he came here, there were already such people waiting. Persuading his daughter to no avail, he could only comfort himself to wait. That's about a month. No more talking now. At this moment, two more people came from behind, a young woman, followed by an extraordinary third-layer powerhouse, who seemed to be guarding. When the woman came here, she was also startled, looked into the distance, covered her mouth and exclaimed, "So many people, these people are here to ask for pills." The extraordinary third-layer martial artist beside her also looked over and nodded, "Miss, on the way here, I heard that the alchemy masters here are very skilled. The quality of the medicines is surprisingly good, and there are naturally many people who come here, eh? Amazing, where did that bastard recruit the alchemy master?" The young woman pursed her lips and chuckled, staring at Zhenwu with a casual expression. "Miss, do we want to wait in line too?" the warrior asked softly. "HMPH, just go in and find him, forgive him and don't dare to pretend that he doesn't recognize me." The young woman snorted softly, and then walked forward, without any intention of waiting in line. After walking a few steps, he suddenly let out a light yawn and turned his head to look at one of the people at the back of the line. After seeing the face of that person, he looked overjoyed and hurriedly walked over, greeting, "Yunzan, why are you here?" Yunzan's preoccupied look didn't even realize that the person who came was an acquaintance she knew. After hearing the call, she raised her head abruptly, just in time to see the young woman approaching. "Shui Ling," Yunzan whispered, a smile on her pretty face, "why are you here too? Come and look at that bastard. I heard that he is now the owner of the Nine Heavens Holy Land. He hasn't seen him for a few years, and he has become a phoenix after flying on the branches. I don't know that he often reports to me that he is safe, so I am still worried about his safety, this time to find him to settle accounts." Shui Ling started chattering and listening to her. Yunzan couldn't help but pursed her lips and chuckled, and her mood seemed to be much better. "You came to find the master here to make alchemy?" Shui Ling rolled her eyes and guessed Yunzan's intention to come here. "Kindness. Since you're here, what are you doing in line? Just go in." Shui Ling looked puzzled. "Not good, everyone is waiting in line." Yunzan looked a little embarrassed. "What are you afraid of? It's someone else's business to wait for. You and him are not outsiders. It's not enough, we'll just wait here." Yunzan kept waving her hands. Seeing her appearance, Shui Ling's brows condensed into a line, and she suddenly reacted, could it be that he has eaten and wiped away the debt? Even if he is the holy master of the Nine Heavens Holy Land, he can't be so shameless and rascal, right? "Don't say it so loudly." Yunzan blushed and hurriedly stopped. Several disciples of the Nine Heavens Holy Land nearby, all cast their gazes over with gloomy expressions. Shui Ling couldn't help but stick out his fragrant tongue, not daring to do it again. In front of Yongkai, she can indeed be unscrupulous, but speaking ill of the Holy Master in front of these Holy Land disciples might lead to hatred. "Shuiner, this girl is..." The middle-aged man who had been standing behind Yunzan stepped forward and asked. "Oh, this is the little princess of the water temple, Shui Ling, I told you about it before." It turned out to be Miss Shui Ling. The middle-aged man looked shocked, he didn't dare to neglect, he quickly clasped his fists and said, "Understood, the leader of the Duao Alliance, Yuncheng." "Hello, Uncle Yun." Shui Ling smiled sweetly and called him crisply. "The little princess of the water temple is well deserved. She has an extraordinary level of cultivation at a young age, and she will have a bright future in the future." Yuncheng's spiritual sense just swept over the water spirit and found out her truth. The cultivation base could not help but light up, secretly admiring the heritage of the water temple. Yunzan was older than Shui Ling, but she was not as good as the other in realm cultivation. This was due to the difference in the strength of their respective forces. Without good resources to cultivate, the growth rate of young people would naturally be slower. Uncle Yun has won the prize, and my niece just broke through some time ago, and her realm is not stable. Shui Ling has a well-behaved appearance, and her aqua-blue eyes are very beautiful, which attracts others to keep looking at her. Her name is Ruan Shenyu, she's my friend. Yun Zan introduced another woman beside her. Shui Ling nodded slightly, saying hello. I just heard from Miss Shui Ling that she wanted to go directly to Jufeng to find the Holy Master. Yun Cheng asked in a low voice. Well, I'm an old acquaintance with him. I haven't seen him for several years. I didn't expect him to come here to become the Holy Master. By the way, I also asked him to help refine some medicinal pills. Uncle Yun, do you want one? Speaking of which, Yun Zan and him are also acquaintances. Will this not be good? Yun Cheng looked hesitant. It's okay, I mainly came to see him, it's different from other people. Shui Ling giggled. Then Yun Mo is welcome, and this trip is also in the light of Shui Ling girl. Yun Cheng was no longer polite and smiled. Uncle Yun is serious. Saying so, Shui Ling walked in the direction of the stone pavilion, and Yun Cheng hurriedly followed. Yun Zan hesitated for a while, and in Ruan Shenyu's urging voice, she had to keep up with everyone's pace. In the team, people kept looking towards this side, with strange eyes of vigilance and rejection. The people who are waiting in line here are all here to ask for pills, so it is natural that no one does not obey the rules. However, without knowing the intentions of Shui Ling and others, they didn't say much, and they only prepared to look at the situation before making plans. Before reaching the stone pavilion, Shui Ling entered and explained to the two elders, Yuying and Cheng Yutong, their intentions. The two elders frowned and looked at them. Speaking of which, since Yang Kai entered the Nine Peaks and became the Holy Master of the Nine Heavens Holy Land, no one has really come to him, and the elders know nothing about the friends Yang Kai has made. However, it was rare for one or two people to come. Yuying and Cheng Yutong didn't show much impatience, they just said, we have to ask the Holy Master about this matter first. How about you wait here for a while? Okay, Shui Ling nodded lightly, and secretly decided to wait until he met Yang Kai to make him look good. He was not far away, and he rushed here to visit him, but he still had to wait for instructions. It's so bullying. Immediately, disciples from the Holy Land rushed to Jufeng. After a short time, the disciples in the peak had not responded, and another group of people came from outside. This group of people, like Shui Ling and others, did not wait in line at the back of the team, and went straight to the stone pavilion. This group of people is a bit special. Everyone has gray hair, looks old, and is well dressed. It is not an ordinary character at first glance. Yuying and Cheng Yutong looked at each other, suspicious, wondering what their origins were. The realm of this group of old people is not high, they only have 2 or 3 levels of transcendence, and there is not even a strong person who enters the holy realm, but their demeanor and behavior are quite arrogant and they don't even look at the people lining up. It doesn't seem to care about those people at all. Walking straight to the stone pavilion, one of the old men walked in with a smile, looked at Yuying and Cheng Yutong, and said, 2 girls, dare to ask this is the Nine Heavens Holy Land. The 2 elders frowned. Although the 2 of them looked young, they were finally strong in the holy realm. No one with a lower strength than them has ever dared to call them girls, which made them feel that the other party was a little bit of a traitor. But this sentence came out of the other party's mouth, but it was quite natural, without any pretense. Yuying and Cheng Yutong didn't dare to care, they stood up quickly, the former nodded and said, yes. The owner here is called Yang Kai. Good, then I've come to the right place. Hey, this old bone, traveling through mountains and rivers, is exhausting me. The old man took a deep breath, turned his head and shouted at the back, we've reached the place, you can rest later. Rest. The old men behind them all looked shocked, all showing relaxed expressions. Dare to ask a few honorable names, what is their relationship with my holy master? Yuying asked softly. Hee, you asked someone to tell your holy master that there were a few old friends who had the same goal to see him. The old man didn't give out his name, but seemed a little unpredictable. Yuying frowned slightly, and Cheng Yutong looked at each other, but she didn't ask any further questions, and ordered her disciples to send a letter to the peak. I also find it interesting in my heart. The Holy Master has been in charge of Jufeng for some days, and no one has ever come to visit him, but today there are waves after waves. It's best not to seek alchemy from relationships. The 2 elders thought so in their hearts, secretly observing the 2 waves before and after they claimed to be guests of Yang Kai's friends. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency first release a cent to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 894. During the observation, Yu Ying and Cheng Yutong felt that some of the beautiful young women among the first group of people were very likely to have something to do with the Holy Master, especially one of them dressed as a young woman, with beautiful eyes and a complicated expression. Looking into Jufeng from time to time, maybe it was the love debt that the Holy Master had caused outside. After all, the Holy Master is a young man, who is young and not romantic. Thinking of this, Yu Ying and Cheng Yutong both pursed their lips and chuckled. The later batches were all elderly people. Although their strength was not very high, the temperament of being at the top all the year round could not be faked. These old men must also be famous figures on the mainland. During the observation, the two Holy Land disciples who left one after another quickly returned, bringing the Holy Master's order. Please, he's acquainted. Shui Ling was extremely satisfied. She informed Yu Ying and Cheng Yutong, and then went to the peak with a few members of the Independent Proud Alliance. The same is true of those old men, who followed behind Shui Ling and others, two waves of people one after the other, irrelevant to each other. But before they left, some of those warriors who were waiting in line for alchemy did not agree, and shouts came from somewhere. Two elders, what are these people doing? Why did they come today? Here, you can enter Jufeng in advance. If it is convenient, can the two elders explain it to us? Yes, yes, someone immediately echoed. We are waiting here in order, and we have waited for 10 days before our turn, but they can enter Jufeng immediately. Isn't this unfair? You Nine Heavens Holy Land are famous. It doesn't matter if you bully us who are in the supernatural realm, and we can't do anything to you, but there are many seniors who are in the holy realm waiting in line here, and these seniors are willing to abide by them. Don't you want to break the rules set by your holy land? If that's the case, even if we agree, those seniors won't agree, right? This sentence seemed to resonate with many people, and those who were waiting in the line to enter the Holy Realm also looked displeased, and looked at Yu Ying and Cheng Yutong one after another. They came here without self-confidence in their identity and status. They only regarded themselves as guests seeking alchemy. They did as the locals did, strictly abide by the rules of the Nine Heavens Holy Land, and waited in line honestly. But this scene in front of them made them feel a little uncomfortable. None of these later guys were in the Holy Land, but they arrived today and were welcomed in, which naturally made them a little unbalanced. As soon as the group shouted, Shui Ling and the group of old men also stopped their steps, stopped and turned their heads to look back. Yu Ying and Cheng Yutong also realized the seriousness of the problem, and knew that if they were not handled properly, it would most likely destroy the prestige built up by the Holy Land during this period of time, causing many unnecessary misunderstandings. Immediately, she smiled cheerfully. Yu Ying lightly lifted her red lips and said, "Don't be impatient, everyone. These people are all friends of the Holy Master of my family. This time I came to visit the Holy Master, not to ask for help in alchemy." Really, can you still lie to you? Yu Ying forced a smile. She also felt that this group of people were suspected of asking the Holy Land Master to concoct alchemy, but since the Holy Master ordered to come in quickly, it was definitely not an outsider. At this time, it was natural to defend the reputation of the Holy Land. If those women say they are friends of your Holy Master, I can still understand it. It is said that the Holy Master is about the same age as them, so it is natural to make such friends abroad. But who are those old guys? How could your Holy Master make such a friend? Someone in the crowd shouted. These old people are not young and their strength is not too high. It is easy for people to guess that they are vulgar people who pursue martial arts but can't get in. There are many such people in the world. In a situation like theirs, what they want most is a good pill to help them break through the current state and prolong their life. Most of the people waiting in line thought so. Everyone turned their attention to the group of old men, even Yun Cheng and the others who were standing still. You guys, it's too lenient to manage. Just wait in line. Since Yong Kai invited these seniors in, he naturally has his reasons. Are you too boring? In front of other people's holy land. Yelling, be careful to anger others, and I won't help you with alchemy. Shui Ling said rudely. In the crowd, the people who shouted the most hurriedly shrank their necks and hid behind others, with expressions that were afraid of being recorded by Yu Ying and Cheng Yutong to settle accounts with Kong Choho. They shouted, but they just vented the imbalance in their hearts, and they didn't want to do anything. It can be regarded as a reminder to the Nine Heavens Holy Land, otherwise people who come to ask for pills in the future, as long as they say that they are friends of Yong Kai, they can go in casually and their waiting time will become longer. It's really unfair to other people who follow the rules and wait. You little girl, you really dare to say it. Among the group of old men, a man with a big belly and a fat body at the head looked at Shui Ling with a smile. Aren't you afraid that they will trouble you? What are you afraid of? Shui Ling giggled. Since you are friends of Yang Kai, you are also friends of this young lady. Although you are much older than me, I promise that no one dares to bully you here. Otherwise, Yang Kai will call them good-looking. Oh, you seem to have a good relationship with Yang Kai. Another old man smiled genially, stroked his beard, and looked at Shui Ling with deep meaning. Let's be so. Shui Ling frowned. Although that guy is a jerk sometimes, he still cares about love and righteousness. Miss Ben looks pleasing to the eye. The old man is very pleasing to the eye. The pot-bellied old man smiled slightly, and then looked at the other people and said, several old friends, tell me what to do. These people seem to think that we are here to hold something in the 9 heavens holy land. As for the attempt, if you don't explain it, it will not be very good for the reputation of this place in Yangkai. Then there is Brother Lao Chong. Several people had no objection, and motioned him to do what he wanted. The fat old man nodded slightly, then turned to the crowd, and shouted loudly, which guy who didn't have eyes just called the old man an old guy? Come out and let me see. No one admits it. The fat old man also seemed to have expected this scene, and he didn't go into it. He pointed to himself and said, my old fellow's surname is Chongming Bao, remember it for me. He looked arrogant, and his tone was not polite at all, as if he was a real person. This made many people scoff. An extraordinary 2-layer martial artist is indeed not enough to see outside these 9 peaks. But in the crowd waiting in line, many strong people could not help but shrink their eyes and looked at the fat old man in a daze. Gradually, the image of a big man in their minds overlapped with the fat old man in front of him. The head of the Flash City Alchemist Association, the saint-level low-grade alchemy master, Chong Baocheng Master. An exclamation came out, which immediately caused an uproar. No wonder it looks familiar. It turned out to be the master sitting in Shining City. Why did he come here? He actually knows the Holy Master here. Then who are the people around him? There was a lot of discussion in the crowd, as if someone had lost a powerful skill that killed a huge amount of damage. Everyone looked at Chong Bao and their expressions changed. There was no more contempt before, and they became very respectful. No one dares to despise a saint-level alchemist. Among the warriors waiting here, there are several who have been to Shining City and want to meet this master and ask him to make alchemy, but unfortunately they have no chance to see it, so they can only come here to seek opportunities. In the shock, those around Chong Bao also reported their names one after another. Old Man Hong Fang, Old Man Duan, Old Man He Feng, Old Kong Ruiyu. The only old woman nodded lightly. As these world-famous names came out, everyone was dumbfounded and could no longer speak. Broken Star City, Sanchuan City, Moonbreaking City, Boulder City, Shining City. The principals of the alchemy associations in the 5 great cities gathered together. 5 saint-level alchemists. The lineup is luxurious to an astonishing level. No one dared to shout anymore, and all looked at the 5 people stupidly. Can't help but give birth to an illusion. This is not the 9 heavens holy land, but the Alchemist Association. Otherwise, how could these 5 masters gather together from all over the world to come here? With a hearty smile, Duan stood up and said, the 5 of us are friends of the owner of this place. I came to visit today. I didn't expect you to have a little misunderstanding. Please don't blame me. No wonder, Du Lao is serious. Someone in the crowd said humbly immediately. Those who entered the Holy Realm did not dare to have the slightest contempt for the 5 people in front of them, but looked solemn. Yu Ying and Cheng Yutong's beautiful eyes were bright, looking at the 5 people in front of them excitedly. I finally understood why the other 5 were obviously weaker than me, yet they dared to rely on the old and sell the old. And what they said also shocked the 2 elders. These 5 people are here to visit the Holy Lord. Just by the word meeting, one can't help but think of many things. It is always only the juniors who visit the seniors and the lower levels to visit the superiors, but in their words, they use the word, visiting. Both Yu Ying and Cheng Yutong were emotionally surging and their blood surged. Yu Ying has clumsy eyes and failed to recognize the 5 masters. Please forgive the 5 masters. Yu Ying quickly restrained her expression and said humbly. It doesn't matter. It's enough for your holy master to know. Duan chuckled, we and him are not outsiders. Well, Yu Ying personally leads the 5 masters to see the Holy Master, which can be considered an apology. Elder Yu Ying is very polite. 5 masters please. Duan and the others looked at each other and ignored the warriors who were waiting in line. They followed Yu Ying and galloped inward. When flying past Shui Ling and the others, Chang Bao squeezed his eyes at Shui Ling and said with a smile, "What are you doing, little girl, keep up." "Oh," Shui Ling responded stupidly, as if he hadn't calmed down yet. When he remembered that he had just said that they were Yang Kai's friends, they were his own friends, and Shui Ling could not wait to find a hole to burrow into. Lost people. Fortunately, several masters were generous and didn't mean to make fun of themselves, or else they would never be able to meet people in this lifetime. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency first release a cent to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 895 The Master's Request. Following behind a few masters, Shui Ling still felt that he was falling into the clouds, and his body was light and fluttering. Even if he broke his head, he couldn't understand, when did Yang Kai make friends with these masters? What an honor should this be? After a short while, the group of people came to the Holy Lord's garden. Yu Ying did not take them to the guest hall, but came directly here. And Linger and Shu Wei immediately greeted them, greeted everyone inside, and arranged for a maid to serve tea. Shu Wei said loudly, "The Holy Master said that he will come immediately, please wait a moment." "Well, he's busy with his work, let's rest for a while." Chang Baoman waved his hand indifferently, found a reliable chair and sat down, panting heavily. He is fat and inconvenient to move around. He usually only stays in the Alchemist Association in Shining City, and does not stay behind closed doors. This time, if it wasn't for the purpose of coming to the Nine Heavens Holy Land to find Yang Kai, how could he toss himself like this? After bringing everyone here, Yu Ying pleaded guilty and left again. The 5 saint-level alchemists had great backgrounds, and neither Linger nor Shu Wei dared to neglect them, they all accompanied them carefully. The 5 masters were easygoing and didn't mean to put on airs. They talked casually with Shu Wei and Linger, and the scene was harmonious. On the other hand, Shui Ling and Yunzan were extremely uncomfortable. Shui Ling also didn't expect that the group of old guys he met outside were all masters of alchemy. After knowing their identities, he would no longer dare to speak casually. Yunzan and the others also seemed very restrained. The Independent Proud League was not a big power, and it was a blessing from Shui Ling to be able to enter the Nine Heavens Holy Land. In front of the 5 masters, the leader of the Independent Proud League, Yun Chang, sat upright with a solemn expression and said nothing. Couldn't speak at all, didn't dare to speak. Everyone here is much more noble than him, and it would be even more difficult to ask for one of them on weekdays, but now to be with them together, this makes Yun Chang feel a little stressed, and for a while he doesn't know what to do. Seemingly seeing their embarrassment, Linger walked over very understandingly, and whispered with Shui Ling and Yunzan to inquire about their relationship with Yang Kai. In the face of this saintess of the Nine Heavens Holy Land, Shui Ling and Yunzan unconsciously shortened the others by 1 head, and they answered carefully. However, under Linger's intentional inducement, their expressions gradually relaxed a lot, and when they talked about Yang Kai, giggles were heard from time to time. After waiting for about half an hour, a Yingwei figure hurried in from the outside. Everyone turned their attention to the past, and all smiled. Boy, Yang Kai has seen a few masters. A few masters came to visit, Yang Kai was flattered. When he was near, Yang Kai hurriedly saluted. The 5 masters nodded with a smile, and Duan said, "Don't be so polite. You used to call us masters, but now, I don't dare to be a master." He didn't say it too clearly, but the meaning in his words is that God knows, you know and I know. Yang Kai smiled knowingly. Elder Du's love, the boy can have today, thanks to the guidance of several masters that day. Seeing his modesty, the 5 of them looked at each other with great comfort, feeling that Yang Kai was not arrogant because of his current achievements, and he and the others did not misunderstand. "Hey, there are still people here, why don't you say hello?" Shui Ling shouted with a smile. As soon as Yang Kai came out, her expression became much more relaxed. Because everyone here is not as good as she knows about Yang Kai. She came to Tongshuan continent from Zhongdu with Yang Kai back then, and she also participated in the battle for the succession that shocked the world and the desperate struggle with Kenyan evil land. Although Yang Kai is now the lord of the Holy Land, Shui Ling treats him as an outsider at all. Yang Kai smiled and greeted over there. "I haven't seen you for a long time, several beauties are getting more and more beautiful." Slick tongue. Shui Ling blushed and snorted. Yunzan couldn't help but look a little embarrassed, and looked at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes. Ruan Xinyu quietly poked her beside her, and encouraged her, "This time is probably the last chance, if you don't take it well, you can no more chance." Yunzan just stared at Yang Kai faintly. Without saying a word, she made Ruan Xinyu want to jump off the wall in a hurry. Ask yourself, if you were Yunzan, you would definitely not let Yang Kai go easily. He is different now from back then. Back then, he seemed to be an unseen boy who came out of some deep mountain and forest, but now he is the Lord of the Nine Heavens. Holy Land has a distinguished status and is not low in strength. How can such a golden turtle son-in-law be easily let go? Hold fast, and be carefree all your life. But Yunzan, a fool, had no intention of taking action at all, but Ruan Xinyu was very anxious. This junior has seen Alliance Master Yun. Yang Kai clasped his fists at Yuncheng again. Yun Cheng's body was shaken, and his face was full of glory. He quickly stood up and bowed back. I don't dare to dare, Holy Master Yang is too polite. After speaking, he said again embarrassedly, last time, the Duoao League was deceived by the traitor, and some rude things, please forgive me. Small things, don't mention it. Yang Kai chuckled with a casual look on his face. Hearing what he said, Yun Cheng finally felt a lot more at ease. He was really afraid that Yang Kai would hate what happened last time. If that was the case, he would have no face to stay here. After chatting for a while and greeting everyone, Yang Kai found a seat and sat down. Why did you all come to my holy land together? Do you know each other? Yang Kai looked at everyone suspiciously. It's just a coincidence. Chong Bao chuckled, I didn't come together, just met outside the peak. Yes, I also saw Yunzan and the others outside. Shui Ling also nodded. This is really a coincidence. No wonder I always feel that there is a happy event coming today. It turns out that a few masters and a few friends are coming. Yang Kai laughed and was very happy. While speaking, she glanced at Yunzan intentionally or unintentionally. The latter kept staring at him, her eyes met. Yunzan quickly turned her eyes away. Fang's heart was beating fast. As time went by, she always felt that the distance between herself and Yang Kai was getting wider and wider. The last time she saw him, although he was in the clouds, he was still able to wait and see. But this time, when we saw each other again, Yunzan found that this man had already stood at a height that she couldn't hope for. Her heart was sour. She knew that she would never try to catch up with Yang Kai's pace in her whole life, she could only look up at him forever. Such a man is not worthy of a woman like me. A few masters came to my holy land for fun, or did they have something important to do? Yang Kai coughed and hurriedly asked about the business. The five looked at each other, and soon, the eyes of the other four were focused on Du Wan, which obviously meant that he should answer. Du Lao was helpless and smiled bitterly, that's the case. Well, I heard that there is a master alchemist with excellent skills here, so I thought of coming to pay a visit. Yang Kai laughed dryly, the corners of his mouth twitching. Others don't know who this incognito alchemy master is. Du Wan and the others must be clear. After all, he had refined a holy level low-grade pill with a pill pattern in front of them. At this moment, Du Wan's humility made Yang Kai quite unbearable, and he didn't know how to deal with it for a while. Well, if the master is convenient, we would like to learn the technique of alchemy by his side. Hong Feng took over. Yang Kai's mouth twitched even more. It doesn't matter if it's inconvenient. Du Wan saw Yang Kai's strange expression, thinking that he was not too reluctant, and quickly waved his hand. I don't want to covet other people's secrets, but in this alchemy technique, no one can teach me, and now it's not easy. When I found one, I thought about trying my luck. Yang Kai, discuss it with that master. Don't rush to answer us, it's not too late to answer after you think about it, eh? Yeah, that master is willing and can give some pointers. I will naturally be happy. If he doesn't want to, it's fine. After all, we old guys are a bit cheeky and hard to be strong. Chong Bao comforted. All 5 pairs of eyes stared at Yang Kai, wondering what answer he would give. Even Shui Ling, Yun Cheng and others were watching nervously. For some reason, they always felt that the atmosphere was a little subtle. Yang Kai took a breath and said solemnly, several masters are serious, and the alchemists in my holy land just need to communicate more with people. The arrival of 5 masters is a blessing for him, so let's do it. On behalf of that alchemist, I agreed to your request, not to mention giving advice, just learn from each other. Really? Chong Bao drank excitedly. Is this okay? Du Wan also looked at Yang Kai. Nothing is impossible, and there is nothing shameful. Yang Kai chuckled. The 5 Grand Masters looked at each other with excited expressions, and then looked at Yang Kai with expressions of gratitude. Yang Kai's promise was so refreshing, it was beyond their expectations. On the way here, the 5 of them were worried about gain and loss, and felt that such a request was a bit bad, but they couldn't resist the temptation of the mystery of alchemy. Unexpectedly, the goal was achieved so easily. The 5 masters were pleasantly surprised. Then what are you waiting for? I'll go and see the master now. He Feng said and stood up. Don't be in a hurry. Yang Kai laughed dumbly, several and wait a moment. After speaking, he looked at Shui Ling and others. What about you? Are you here to visit me or to make alchemy? If I say, I made a special trip to visit you, do you believe it? Shui Ling asked with a smile. Yang Kai pouted. Then I'm here to make alchemy, hee hee. As he said, he took out a Chenken bag and threw it directly at Yang Kai, unceremoniously said, I want to refine 3 Tiankang Dan, the materials are all ready, you yourself let's see. Yang Kai took it at will, swept his spiritual sense in the Chenken bag, and nodded slightly, Tiankangdan. How long have you been promoted to the transcendent realm? It's only been 4 months. That's why I need this medicine pill to stabilize my realm. Shui Ling replied, looking a little distressed. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency first release a cent to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 896. It took only 4 months for Shui Ling to advance to the transcendent realm, and it really needed to stabilize the realm. If you don't want to meditate boringly to understand the heavenly way and the martial way, you can only rely on the power of medicine pills. Yang Kai nodded, thought about it for a while, and said, if the realm is stable, a Sky Kang pill is enough, and I will help you prepare some other ingredients for the remaining medicinal materials and refine the soul tonic pill. It can enhance the power of consciousness. Anyway, the materials required for the 2 medicinal pills are similar. You also know about medicinal herbs? Shui Ling was shocked. I've been listening and seeing around that master for a long time, so I understand a little. Then you can see it's done. Anyway, I know you won't treat me badly. She gave Yang Kai her life, leaving Yang Kai speechless. You woman. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and looked at Yun Zan again, his tone involuntarily softened a lot. How about you? Yun Zan seemed to be thinking about something on her mind. When she heard the words, her delicate body trembled, and after she had reacted, she immediately replied, it's my father who wants to refine a heavenly secret pill. Heavenly secret pill? Yang Kai raised his brows, turned his head to look at Yun Chang, and said with a smile, so, Senior Yun is about to break through to the Saint Realm. Yun Chang smiled shyly. I saw some hope, but I couldn't comprehend the mystery, so I thought of coming here to ask for a heavenly secret pill to see the secret. Okay. Yang Kai nodded. Since Senior Yun wants to make a breakthrough, then I will let Grandmaster go all out and try to refine the best Tianji pill to help Senior Yun break through the mystery of becoming a saint. Hearing this, Yun Cheng's expression was shocked, and he was overjoyed and said, in this way, there will be Holy Master Lao Yang. Saying so, Chang Yongxuan winked. Yun Zan understood, stood up and gave a salute, and said sternly, thank you Yang. Holy Master. Yang Kai nodded lightly, his expression slightly complicated. A group of people in the hall watched and seemed to have found something, thoughtfully. With a dry cough, Yun Cheng handed over the medicinal materials he had prepared. Yang Kai took it and instructed, and Linger, greet some of my friends for me, and I will bring the materials first. Kindness. And Linger responded, a few masters come with me. Yang Kai greeted Duan and the others. In the wing room, the pill furnace is still placed there, and the prepared medicinal materials are placed beside them, waiting to be refined. After coming here, Yang Kai said, several masters are free, the kid is here to concoct pills on weekdays and there is nothing to entertain. It's okay, you practice yours, don't worry about us, we're just here to observe, how much we can learn, that's our ability, you don't need to teach it. Chang Bao quickly found a good position and sat down with his knees crossed. That's right, we discussed it when we came. As long as you promise to let us observe it, it will be done, don't do what he thinks. Duan nodded slightly. That's fine. Yang Kai nodded, he had to go all out when alchemy, he really didn't have the time to explain anything to others, and he didn't have the experience to teach, and he didn't have the qualifications to teach. The 5 people in front of him were all in alchemy. Experts who have been immersed in the art for 100 years have their own unique understanding of alchemy. Boy, do you have an affair with that girl named Yun Zan? Why do I see her looking at you strangely? Chang Bao suddenly asked with a smile, his little eyes full of light. You are an old and disrespectful old fellow, what kind of bastard did you say? Kong Ruiyu glared at him immediately. Hey, just ask casually. Chang Bao laughed a few times. Yang Kai also smiled bitterly and nodded. There are indeed some things, that's all, let's not talk about this as still alchemy. Immediately, she took out the medicinal materials brought by Shui Ling and prepared to refine the dianfeng pill and soul replenishing pill that she needed. The grades of these two medicinal pills are not too high, and they are only at the level of high-grade spirit grade. Yang Kai intends to use them to warm up and prepare for the next refinement of the heavenly secret pill. The 5 masters immediately cheered up their spirits and paid attention to his movements all of a sudden, for fear of missing a single bit. Time passed little by little. In the Holy Lord's garden, and Ling'er accompanied Shui Ling, Yunzan and others to talk, and they got along well. In the evening, Yang Kai, who had left before, returned again. The anxiously waiting Yun Cheng looked shocked, got up quickly, looked at him, his body trembled slightly, and he was a little nervous. When he was near, Yang Kai gave him a jade bottle in his hand and said, "This is the heavenly secret pill that Senior Yun needs." He threw another jade bottle to Shui Ling. "This is your Heaven Kang pill and soul replenishing pill." Shui Ling took it with a smile, opened the bottle and took a look inside, and exclaimed in surprise, "It's really possible to make a pill pattern. I thought the rumors outside were exaggerating, it turned out to be the case." Among the 3 pills, the Tiankang pill used to stabilize the realm clearly has a pill pattern, and its value is not comparable to that of ordinary pills. Shui Ling's eyes were full of excitement and happiness. "Next time, if you need it, just come over, you're welcome," Yang Kai said with a smile. "I won't be polite to you." Shui Ling curled his lips, put a few medicinal pills into his Chenkin bag, put them away carefully, looked up at Yuncheng again, and said in amazement, "Why is Senior Yun like this?" Quote. At this moment, Yunzan and Ruan Xinyu also gathered around Yun Cheng, seeing his hands trembling and ho-ho-ho in his throat, but he couldn't speak, and he didn't know what was wrong. "Dan, pill pattern." After a long while, Yun Cheng choked out 2 words and shouted in a low voice, "Sacred pill born with pill pattern." "Isn't it?" Shui Ling was startled, and hurriedly leaned over to look at it, and sure enough, there were lines on the low-grade holy pill that looked like human meridians. Immediately shocked and speechless, the value of a holy pill with a pill pattern is immeasurable. For a time, the eyes looking at Yun Cheng were full of envy. "I thought that I would have known that I had brought some materials for refining holy pills. Anyway, there is no need to pay for refining here in Yang Kai, and his father is also in need of holy pill. Congratulations to Senior Yun for getting his wish." Shui Ling calmed down and congratulated with a smile. "Congratulations to the leader, this time you are on the verge of becoming a saint." Ruan Xinyu also quickly replied. "You can't say that. Although medicinal pills are rare, if you can become a saint, you have to look at Yunmu's efforts. But no matter what, I would like to thank Holy Master Yang for your help." Senior Yun is very polite. Yang Kai smiled slightly and looked up at Yunzan, who also nodded lightly, showing a grateful expression. She knew in her heart that Yang Kai must have let the master go all out, otherwise how could he have refined a holy pill with a pill pattern by such a coincidence? The elixir had already been prepared, and Yun Cheng had no intention of staying there, so he couldn't wait to return to Duao City, take the elixir to spy on the mystery of becoming a saint, and even offered his farewell. Yang Kai did not hold back. "Then I'm leaving too. Seeing how busy you are, you don't seem to have time to accompany me, so it's no point to stay here." Shui Ling thought about it and said she wanted to leave. "I will send you," Yang Kai said. "This can't be done, Yun can't bear it." Yun Cheng was shocked, and before he could finish speaking, he was pushed out by Ruan Xinyu, and whispered, "It's none of your business, the leader, let's go first." Yun Cheng heard the words and immediately came to his senses. He pleaded guilty to Yang Kai and flew out of the 9 peaks. Shui Ling also gave Yang Kai a meaningful look and waved his hand. "If you have time, come to the water temple to see me, don't leave without news for several years." "Understood," Yang Kai replied with a wry smile. In an instant, only Yang Kai and Yunzan were left in the hall. Even Shu Weian and Linger smeared oil on the soles of their feet and disappeared. "Let's go," Yang Kai motioned. Yunzan nodded lightly and walked out side by side with Yang Kai. Speechless all the way, Yang Kai was thinking about what to say. Although he had something to do with this woman back then, in that case, he was forced to do so. Now it seems a bit too beast to not acknowledge the account after eating and wiping, so I can only keep silent. "I heard from the holy maiden of your holy land, you didn't even accept her." Yang Kai didn't say anything. Yunzan suddenly spoke up. "She even told you this?" Yang Kai was stunned. There are a lot of things that women can talk about. Yunzan pursed her lips and smiled. "Why is this? Since you are the holy master here, she is the holy maiden, shouldn't you be together? Are you even a person like her? Can't you see? It's not that I don't like it." Yang Kai shook his head, not knowing how to explain it. Then you have another woman in your heart. Yunzan said categorically. Yang Kai had to admire the woman's acumen, did not deny it, nodded and said, there is indeed. Excellent, right? Yunzan asked quietly. Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help but pass Su Yan and Sha Ning Cheng's figures, revealing expressions of memories. Seeing his appearance, Yunzan gave a desolate smile. Forget it, you don't need to answer. I already know the answer. Well, don't worry about the matter between you and me, it's unavoidable in that situation, just take it as a good memory that I will cherish in my heart. Yang Kai opened his mouth and hesitated. Don't show such an expression, okay? Yunzan's eyes were filled with water, and her voice trembled slightly. You thought you would be responsible for taking advantage of it once. I didn't care at all, why should you care? Yunzan. Yang Kai's expression was low, staring at her deeply, helpless in his heart. Yunzan kept wiping the corners of her eyes, but tears kept pouring out, wiping one string after another, dripping like pearls, suddenly turned around, grabbed Yang Kai's hand, and bit down fiercely. The silver teeth penetrated deep into the flesh and the blood overflowed. Yang Kai didn't move, just looked at her quietly. Being close at hand, Yunzan also stared at Yang Kai for a while, with a stubborn expression. You hurt me once, I hurt you once, we're even. Suddenly, Yunzan let go of Yang Kai's hand, swallowed the blood into her stomach, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and turned her head away. Tears fell. The voice gradually came over. You hard-hearted man, it's best to keep your current status, so that I can only look up. If you fall into the clouds one day, I will definitely not let you off easily. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to A Unknown Currency First Release a cent to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 897 Resonance. You are really ruthless. And Linger floated out like a ghost, looking in the direction where Yunzan was leaving, and sighed, she's already like that, you won't coax her. A few sweet words. That's it. That will only make the situation worse. Yang Kai shook his head. It shouldn't be. Yang Kai glared at her. That's why I don't talk to you about love, or else you will be like this in the future. I won't. And Linger blushed and left quickly. Returning to the Holy Master Garden, Yang Kai continued to concoct alchemy. The five masters keenly discovered that Yang Kai's mood seemed to have undergone some subtle changes, and even his alchemy techniques were frequently wrong, which almost destroyed a lot of good materials, causing them to break out in a cold sweat. But soon, that bad state of mind was forgotten, and Yang Kai regained his skill and confidence in alchemy, making the masters wait and watch with anticipation. The sun and the moon rose, and in the blink of an eye, another few months passed. The reputation of the Nine Heavens Holy Land alchemy master spread all over the continent, and his popularity was unparalleled in the world. Every day outside Jufeng is so lively and extraordinary, people waiting in line for alchemy are like crucian carp crossing the river, and there is an endless stream. In the Holy Land, an unimaginable accumulation of wealth and a large amount of cultivation materials have been obtained, and the storage is rich enough to make anyone jealous. Shu Wei and the others laughed all day long. In the wing room, Yang Kai sat with the five masters for several months without ever leaving the door. Every day, Yang Kai refines 20 pills, and the five masters are also full of energy from the beginning to the end. He was shocked by Yang Kai's alchemy speed, and was fascinated by his exquisite alchemy technique. It is impossible for any master here to refine 20 pills in one day. Refining spiritual pills is better. If a few masters go all out, they can refine 7 or 8 pills in one day. But refining holy pills is a matter of consuming energy and energy. Masters ask themselves, they will be exhausted if they can only refine 2 at most a day. But here in Yang Kai, he only needs to spend 7 or 8 hours, or even less time, to be able to refine all 20 medicinal pills. The rest of the time is spent on comprehending the harvest and restoring power of alchemy. The masters deeply realize the terrifying effect that the fire of divine consciousness can exert in alchemy. When Yang Kai was concocting alchemy, they watched, and when Yang Kai was resting, they sat together to discuss the harvest of the day, often for a technique or the use of a spiritual formation, blushing and thick neck, stalemate. Yang Kai didn't care about them, let alone express his own opinions. He was able to concoct alchemy so quickly because of the fire of divine consciousness, so sometimes the methods and insights he used were not suitable for several masters. During the noise and discussion, several masters consciously gained a deeper understanding of the alchemy technique. Many alchemy skills were improved. Sometimes I can't stand the loneliness, my hands are itchy, and I will take some materials sent by outsiders from Yongkai to refine them into pills. With the help of several masters, Yongkai became more relaxed. The condensing of medicinal liquid basically does not require him to do it himself. Several masters have done this job well when they practice their own insights. He only needs to combine different medicinal liquids and refine them into pills. It was as if the 5 masters were his assistants, but the masters enjoyed it and were beaming every day. With 5 holy level alchemists as assistants, there is probably only one family in the world without a semicolon. With the rumor of the reputation of the alchemy master, the reputation of the 9 heavens holy land also rose with the tide. The warriors who came here to ask for the good pills are all very grateful to the 9 heavens holy land, because nowhere can they get the pills they want so quickly. But here in the 9 heavens holy land, it only takes a month or 2 at most to get what you want. In addition, the news that Duan and other 5 holy level alchemists came to visit the masters here spread like wildfire, making many people mistakenly believe that the mysterious master sitting in the 9 heavens holy land is the legendary old man of Tianzang. Rumors spread, which further contributed to the prestige of the 9 heavens holy land. It can be said that the current 9 heavens holy land is almost the same as the top forces in the world, except that there are no powerhouses who have entered the holy third layer, and its prestige has reached an unprecedented height. And the name of Yongkai, the lord of the holy land, is also widely known. The holy land has come back to life, exuding vitality, and the happiest people are Shu Wei and others. A few years ago, the old holy master of the 9 heavens holy land passed away, and the new holy master has not taken over the holy land. Yu caused a lot of trouble outside, attracting countless strong people to besiege this place. At that time, Shu Wei thought that the foundation of the holy land would be destroyed by his own generation. But a few years later, this place has become the center of the world's attention. As a person from the 9 heavens holy land, let alone the great elder, even the disciples below are all very proud. This kind of pride has brought about a virtuous circle, making the disciples practice more and more hard, for fear that the warriors of the forces behind them will discredit the holy land. Looking at the thriving holy land, Shu Wei only felt that even if he died now, he would die without regrets. On this day, Yongkai, who was in the midst of alchemy, suddenly changed his expression, as if he had discovered something, and hurriedly ended his work. Duan was keenly aware of the abnormality and asked, "What's wrong?" Hearing his question, the other 4 hurriedly cast their concerned eyes over. Yongkai smiled and shook his head. "It's nothing, it's just that I refined a secret treasure into the body a few days ago, and it was not until today that some resonance came. I am anxious to find out the mystery of that secret treasure." "So that's the case." Changbao nodded, "Then go check it out. We'll help you refine the rest of the medicinal herbs." "Is this okay?" Yongkai was stunned. He originally wanted to wait until the investigation was over before refining the remaining medicinal pills, but he didn't expect Changbao to propose this. "What's wrong?" Changbao smiled. "I am also a saint-level alchemist. Why, you kid doesn't like our skills?" "I don't dare. A few masters can help, I'm still too grateful, and I also believe in the skills of the masters." Yongkai smiled. Although during this time, the masters would refine 1 or 2 medicinal pills when they were so thirsty, they had never overstepped their responsibilities and did something ostentatious. On weekdays, they only do observation, and they can't bear it anymore, so they can make alchemy, so there are not many refining. Today, the work of alchemy has just begun. In addition to the few that Yongkai refined, there are still more than a dozen elixirs that need to be refined. The masters spread it out, and one person has to refine 3 or 4. Most are holy Dan. After refining these 3 or 4 medicinal herbs, the masters probably would have run out of oil and dried up. "You know how to talk." Changbao laughed, very satisfied. "Yes, I've been watching it for a while, it's time to really do it. It's not interesting to keep arguing with these old guys, so I'll use the medicine pill to compete with each other and see who has a better understanding." He-Feng also agreed with Changbao's proposal. "Let's just say, you don't care about the dozen or so Dan Yongkai, we will help you refine it. You can carefully check that secret treasure." Duan waved at Yongkai. "That's it, then you have to work for the masters." Yongkai no longer refuses. There is no problem with several masters refining these medicine pills, although there is a possibility of failure, but with the current background of the Holy Land, compensation is only a small matter. Immediately, I left here mentally and physically and went to another wing. Sitting cross-legged, His mind moved, and the light in his hand flickered, the long shuttle artifact obtained from the starry sky appeared, and the spiritual sense flowed, and Yang Kai carefully investigated. It was this long shuttle artifact that resonated with me just now. After refining it into the body that day, it has been almost half a year since now. Although Yang Kai has been refining pills for so long, he has not paid attention to it, but his true essence and spiritual consciousness are constantly warming up. Hold it. It took so long for it to resonate with him, which surprised Yang Kai. He still remembered that piece of silver leaf secret treasure. It only took 3 months from refining into the body to truly understanding its structure and use. That silver leaf artifact is a high-grade holy treasure, and it is the top artifact. From this point of view, this long shuttle secret treasure is either too complicated in structure, or its grade is higher than that of the silver leaf secret treasure, much higher. If not, such a time-consuming thing would never have happened. If it didn't make a shock today, Yang Kai almost forgot it. Divine intent penetrated into it, and the internal structure of the shuttle was clear at a glance. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange. He found that the structure inside was not the same as what he had guessed. Not only was the spiritual array diagram depicted inside not complicated, but it also looked a bit rudimentary. Although there are traces of old age, Yang Kai does not recognize what these spirit formations do. He didn't know much about refining. The spiritual array used for refining and the spiritual array used for alchemy are fundamentally different things. Vaguely, Yang Kai could perceive the purpose of this secret treasure, but it would be impossible to prove it without actually using it. The true essence was poured into it, and the palm-length long shuttle secret treasure instantly burst into golden light, and flew out of Yang Kai's hand, and instantly flew to the other side of the room. Yang Kai suddenly changed color. At that moment, he almost lost the trace of this long shuttle secret treasure. This secret treasure has his soul imprint and life imprint, which are closely linked to him. Logically speaking, he will be clear about the movement of the secret treasure, as if he is attached to the secret treasure. But he still had that illusion. The only explanation is that the speed of this secret treasure is too fast, and it has already completed the trajectory of movement before Yang Kai's thoughts turn around. Staring intently at the long shuttle artifact floating on the other side of the room, Yang Kai frowned, trying to use his spiritual sense to drive it. To be continued. This article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to A Unknown Currency First Release a cent to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 898 Flying Sky Shuttle. Shish. The sound of breaking the air made people's eardrums tremble, and the long shuttle almost broke through the constraints of space, constantly changing positions. After trying several times, Yang Kai's eyes gradually brightened, and he felt that he had already figured out the secret of this artifact. Reaching out a hand, Chang Shuo returned to his hand again. Yang Kai carefully checked it out again. Spiritual mind wandered inside the long shuttle, observing its structure, not letting go of the slightest bit. Although the long shuttle is small, after divine sense enters it, it is like entering a vast and boundless space. No matter how Yang Kai investigates, it seems that he cannot see the end. Suddenly, a trace of ethereal information poured into Yang Kai's consciousness from the long shuttle. Flying shuttle. This seems to be the name of this secret treasure. From this name alone, it is inferred that, as Yang Kai sensed before, the purpose of the long shuttle is to fly. That is, a special flying treasure. There are many kinds of secret treasures, and the types are different according to the different types. Divided by function, secret treasures are mainly divided into 3 categories: offensive, defensive and auxiliary. Of course, there are also both offensive and defensive. The silver leaf owned by Yang Kai is such a secret treasure. According to the driving force, the secret treasures can also be divided into the secret treasures driven by true essence and the secret treasures of the soul. The value of the latter is generally much larger than that of the former, and it is also difficult to refine. Among the secret treasures, there is a special secret treasure, which is specially used for flying. If you use the flying secret treasure, it will generally be much faster than the speed of the martial artist Yukong. Yang Kai has also seen many flying secret treasures, with different shapes, including sword-shaped, ruler-shaped, chasing cars, etc. However, this is the first time I have seen a long shuttle shape. At first glance, this thing looks a bit like a canoe. Inside the Fatian Shuo, there is no trace of the killing formation, which means that it cannot be used to attack, and the defensive spiritual formation should have it, but I don't know how strong the defense is. Divine Sense continued to investigate deeply. Suddenly, Yang Kai discovered a strange place. Inside the flying sky shuttle, there is a little bit of light shining, and the spiritual sense is placed here, as if you are in the starry sky, surrounded by stars, and the horizon is endless. The light inside, like a starry sky that has shrunk countless times, is placed inside the flying shuttle. There is also a small and untraceable spiritual line, which is connected to many flickering light spots, and stretches far away. Yang Kai frowned, not knowing what this was for. Divine mind probed along this spiritual line, and Yang Kai felt more and more that what was stored inside the flying sky shuttle was very much like a starry sky that had shrunk countless times. But it made him feel a pity that the spiritual line was broken at a certain position. It should have been drifting in the starry sky for a long time, and his spirituality had been greatly lost, and he did not know where it would eventually connect. Shaking his head, after confirming that there is nothing to care about inside the flying sky shuttle, Yang Kai withdrew his spiritual sense. Although this secret treasure has lost its spirituality, it can still play its most basic role after such a long period of cultivation. Driven by curiosity, Yang Kai immediately walked out of the Holy Master Garden. The true essence was poured into it, and the flying sky shuttle suddenly swelled up, and in an instant, it became several meters long and silently suspended in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression was overjoyed, and secretly said that as expected. Since the flying secret treasure can be manned to fly, it cannot be only the size of a palm. I don't know who made this secret treasure, and what kind of wonderful formation is attached, so that it can become larger or smaller at will. But a few feet long is its limit. After observing it with the naked eye, Yang Kai estimated that this flying shuttle should be able to carry 7 or 8 people. As soon as the divine sense moved, the flying sky shuttle shrunk a lot, becoming 2 feet long, and a layer of green light radiated from the interior of the flying sky shuttle, forming a defensive cover. Yang Kai jumped up, and the cyan light just shrouded it, leaving no gaps, as if it was tailor-made. His heart was excited, and his true essence surged even more violently. A azure light flickered on the spot, and the next moment, Yang Kai and Fei Tiansuo disappeared. One of the 9 peaks, the leaders of the ancient demon clan are all meditating and practicing. During this period of time, Yang Kai has nothing to look for them. After getting a lot of training materials from Xu Wei, the leaders also spared no effort to improve their own strength. Suddenly, Li Rong's dark brows were wrinkled, she woke up from the meditation, her delicate body swayed, and she came to the outside of the house. Immediately, Han Fei and Wamo also appeared beside her. Is it the breath of the Lord? Han Fei also looked at the sky over there and asked softly. Well, it's the Lord who has gone out. Li Rong nodded slightly, but this speed is very fast. As he spoke, his face changed slightly, I can't sense it anymore. Li Rong, as a 2-layer saint-level expert, her spiritual sense can cover a radius of several hundred kilometers or even more. Since she noticed that Yang Kai was dispatched to the present, it has only taken 3 breaths before and after, and only 3 breaths of time. Yang Kai has left the limit covered by her spiritual sense. This kind of speed is simply sensational. In today's world, no one can have such a bizarre speed. Lord, what are you doing out at this time? Wamo's face was puzzled. Do not know. Then do I want to follow the escort? Wamo asked hesitantly. People don't know where they're going, how can they follow? Li Rong smiled bitterly, forget it, with such a fast speed, I'm afraid no one can catch up with him. Hearing what she said, Han Fei and Wamo also felt relieved. No one could catch up with Yang Kai, so he would not be in danger. When the 3 commanders who noticed Yang Kai's departure were speaking here, many of the warriors waiting in line outside Jufeng for alchemy looked up with solemn expressions. For a moment just now, there was a quiet light galloping past their heads. When they reacted and wanted to investigate, the speed of the expansion of the spiritual sense could not catch up with the speed of the green light. The discovery shocked them. Among the warriors here, there are also many powerful masters, and they are good at their own strength, but in front of Qingmeng, there is nothing they can do. He couldn't help but change his face slightly, secretly guessing who the powerful expert was and what means he used to pass by. But to no avail. In midair, Yang Kai's expression was excited and ecstatic, and he could hardly believe what he was going through now. The scenery under his feet is like a galloping river, receding quickly, the speed cannot be described in words, his naked eyes can't capture any scenery, often his eyes are focused, and the scenery is thrown far away by himself. The flying speed of the flying shuttle greatly exceeded his expectations. Yang Kai's speed is not slow. If he uses Fengali's wings, even a strong second-level saint may not be able to catch up with him. But now, his speed has exceeded the limit of this world, and it is almost the same as his moving position by using the means of tearing space. In an instant, it was hundreds of miles. What surprised him the most was that the real energy that the imperial envoy Fatianshuo needed to consume was not too much. And because of the protection of the cyan protective cover, there is no need to worry about being affected by the headwind, standing on the flying shuttle, as if walking on the ground, peacefully. Excited, Yang Kai not only did not intend to stop flying, but instead accelerated his speed. Gradually, after getting familiar with this secret treasure, Yang Kai was able to drive freely, and got used to the feeling of lightning-fast speed. He was ecstatic. Seeing the ground under his feet receding like water, his mood couldn't help being subtly excited. It wasn't until half a day later that the excitement gradually disappeared, and Yang Kai also slowly slowed down the speed of his flight. Looking up, in the distance, there is a world covered with white snow, and the boundary below the white snow makes Yang Kai faintly feel familiar. With a strange look in his eyes, he looked at it carefully. In a short time, a magnificent city was printed into Yang Kai's eyes. His expression became even more eccentric. Flying towards the city, Yang Kai appeared on the street of the city after a stick of incense. Boulder City. This is actually the Boulder City that is hundreds of thousands of miles away from the Nine Heavens Holy Land. Yang Kai's expression changed, and he felt like he was in a dream. At the beginning, he took the ancient demon clan from here to the Nine Heavens Holy Land, and it took him 2 months to arrive outside the Nine Peaks. Although the ancient demon clan has a large number of people, and the speed of action is not fast, if Yang Kai is left alone, regardless of the consumption of the flight, it will take 20 or 30 days to reach the Nine Heavens Holy Land from here. But now, it only took less than a day to return from there. Strictly speaking, it should be about 10 hours. Comparing the two, the time consumed is simply incomparable. At this moment, Yang Kai deeply realized the terrifying speed of the flying sky shuttle, and also realized the preciousness of this flying artifact. With this secret treasure, it will be much more convenient for him to go anywhere from now on. After solemnly taking the secret treasure into his body, Yang Kai walked to the Alchemist Association. Duan had already gone to the Nine Heavens Holy Land, and now only Yishang, Mina, and Wu'er were left in the Alchemist Association in Jushi City. They were all surprised at the sudden arrival of Yang Kai, but they were still happy to welcome him in. Yang Kai didn't stay too long. He stayed in the Alchemy Association for a day, taught Wu'er and Mina some knowledge about alchemy, and left a few sets of basic spirit formations. He went to Soaring Heaven Sect. Now that he is the master of the Nine Heavens Holy Land, he is full of trivial matters, and he has no time to come back to see it on weekdays. This time, when he comes back here by chance, he naturally wants to visit the next few uncles and patriarchs. Qi Shoufeng, when Yang Kai returned here, Uncle Fei Yue's face was as red as peach blossoms, and his beautiful eyes were watery and extremely seductive. He was lying on the stone table in the cave, with a large area of snow-white skin. Exposed and eye-catching. Uncle Feiyu's cultivation technique is mainly based on the water element. She does not drink for fun, but needs to refine the alcohol into her body to enhance the killing of her true essence. Yang Kai had observed this for a long time, but he was still a little helpless about her alcoholism. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Huachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency first release a cent to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 899, Colorful Butterfly Visits. Martial Uncle Feiyu was still the same. He didn't hide his nonsense. The provocative Yang Kai's face was flushed red and his blood was boiling, but she was laughing beside her, unable to straighten her waist, and the flowers trembled. A knot ma a rada pound a cent a knot. Kang Yan and others also came quickly, met with Yang Kai once, asked about the situation of his group of demons, and told him to be cautious and not to be deceived by the demons. Feeling the concern of the uncles and teachers, Yang Kai's head was slightly warm and he agreed. From Kang Yan and other people, Yang Kai also learned that many experts came to Heavenly Firmament Sect some time ago to inquire about the situation of Chuling Xiao's group of demons. Human Yang Kai, clearing the portal. Chuling Xiao didn't even want to pay attention to them, and only retreated in the secret room without seeing outsiders. Those people were helpless, and after staying in Soaring Heaven Sect for a while, they could only leave in anger. However, as the reputation of the Nine Heavens Holy Land spread, no one came to Soaring Heaven Sect during this time. They also didn't want to offend the Nine Heavens Holy Land, otherwise they might lose the chance to let that master help with alchemy. Afterwards, Yang Kai went to visit the next patriarch, Chuling Xiao, and talked for a while. After learning that Li Rong and the others are doing their duty honestly and staying in the 9 peaks, Chu Lingxiao is also extremely satisfied, but he still told Yang Kai a lot of things, which is almost the same as what several uncles had told him. After staying in Soaring Heaven sect for 3 days, he relieved the fatigue accumulated from alchemy practice for so long, and Yang Kai easily embarked on his way home. For nearly a year, Yang Kai has been working hard on his own alchemy technique, constantly helping people alchemy, learning from alchemy, assisting his own cultivation, and never resting for a day. This time, after a few rests by chance, Yang Kai suddenly felt that his cultivation had shifted a bit. Now I understand that this is the result of relaxation. The accumulation and precipitation in the past year has turned into visible results in these few days and become the nutrients for his own growth. After less than an Ra, Yang Kai returned to the 9 Heavens Holy Land again. Just entered Jufeng, Li Rong's spiritual thoughts passed over. My lord. That monster girl has something to ask for. Monster woman. Yang Kai stood in midair, frowned, thought for a moment, and asked, Kai Dai. Well, it's her. What is she doing here? Yang Kai couldn't understand. I didn't say, if the lord doesn't see me, I'll send her away. Li Rong responded quickly. No, I'll be right here. After a while, Yang Kai appeared in the mountain where the ancient demon clan lived. Walking into the largest palace, Yang Kai saw at a glance the colorful butterfly with colorful wings sitting there, waiting indifferently and quietly, like a statue, as if someone owed her money. The 2 leaders, Silverfang and Blood Halberd, glanced at her from time to time. They all felt a lot of pressure from her. This icy mountain-like powerhouse of the monster clan, although he looks beautiful and delicious, the colorful wings behind him have a more beautiful feeling, but Yinya and Shuiji are unable to conquer this by their own abilities. Iceberg. Getting close to her will only freeze your body and mind. Seeing Yang Kai's arrival, Kai Dai's beautiful eyes finally turned and fixed on him. Li Rong hurried out to greet him, came to Yang Kai's side with a wry smile and whispered, she has been here for 3 days. She has been sitting there. She doesn't move, we don't care if we greet her. Just say we will wait for you to come back. Quote. Yang Kai nodded helplessly, thank you for your hard work. Saying so, he stepped forward, smiled and said, Miss Katie. Kai Dai nodded lightly, as a greeting, with the indifference on her face undiminished. She said lightly, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Yang Kai laughed dryly, thinking that I wasn't the one who asked you to wait, so he asked, is there something the great senior is looking for from me? Katie replied, yes, the great senior invites you to come to Limu Mansion. What's wrong with your transformation pool again? Yang Kai frowned. Great senior looked for him, and he could only think of this reason. It's not about the transformation pool, don't ask too much. When you arrive at Limu Mansion, the great senior will naturally explain the situation to you. Yang Kai was so choked that he was speechless, and several commanders rolled their eyes. Katie didn't seem to invite anyone at all, and what she said was also bossy, as if it were an order, which made people feel very uncomfortable. Han Fei's face suddenly darkened. She is also a beauty with a cold temperament, and she is also a strong man in the 2 layers of the Holy Land. There is a vague sense of rejection between the two. Han Fei has long seen that the other party is not happy, and she would like to find a chance to fight and teach her a lesson. Little Niangpi, let her know how to respect the Lord when facing the Lord. Aware of the subtle atmosphere, Yang Kai quickly said, since the great senior is looking for me, let's go there must be something important. Well, Miss Katie, please wait, I just came back from the outside, there are some things to arrange. Quote. Katie nodded lightly and said no more. Lord, I'll go with you. Li Rong said immediately. Yang Kai looked at her, although he felt that the great senior could not be detrimental to him, but he still nodded, well, you are ready to go too. After leaving this mountain, Yang Kai immediately rushed to the Holy Master Garden. When I left a few days ago, I didn't expect it would take several days. After these few days, I don't know what happened to Duan and the others. These few pills must have been refined by them. As soon as he walked into the wing, Yang Kai saw 5 Grand Masters sitting there, each with a pill furnace placed in front of them, and a batch of prepared medicinal materials placed beside them. The masters all stared at the medicine pill in their hands, silent, solemn, and the atmosphere was slightly strange. Yang Kai was startled and quickly asked, several masters, what happened? Hearing the voice, Duan and the others seemed to have woken up from their contemplation. They all looked up at him and laughed together. Yang Kai was stunned. Nothing happened, it's just that we old guys have found that our alchemy skills have improved a lot. Duan explained with a smile. It has improved a lot. Chong Bao replied. So every time I refine a medicinal pill, I will check the pros and cons. Kong Ruiyu said with a chuckle, I was checking it just now. That's it. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that a few raw not high-intensity alchemy had really exhausted these masters. Although you are not the best master, we are the best disciples. Hong Fang laughed. In the past, it took at least 2 hours for us to refine a holy pill. A lot of power and spirit, but now, it only takes half the time to refine a holy pill. The power consumption has also been reduced a lot. This is all the harvest when you watch your pill refining. Everyone smiled and nodded. I haven't done alchemy too many times before, and everyone hasn't found their progress. But these few Yonkai were not there, and all the materials they received were all refined by them. After trying it once or twice, and verifying the gains from observing Yonkai's alchemy in alchemy, everyone found that their progress was quite obvious. Whether it is in the time consumed or the quality of the refined medicinal pills, there are good improvements. Duan even had the confidence that he could refine a holy grade mid-grade pill. If it can be successfully refined, it means that he has truly stepped into the realm of saint-level middle-grade alchemists. Watching Yonkai's alchemy for a few months is even more rewarding than their decades of research, and each of the 5 masters is extremely happy. These few days also spared no effort to concoct pills, and every 20 pills were spread out evenly. Not one fell. However, they are 5 people working together to refine 20 pieces, and Yonkai can do it alone. At this point, they are still willing to be inferior, and they feel that they can't compare with the alchemists who have the fire of divine consciousness. But I'm ashamed to say that these few alchemy, the 5 of us have more or less failed, and a lot of good materials have been wasted. Duan expressed a little regret. The alchemist not only regards pills as life, but also regards good medicinal materials as treasures. Not a single ounce will be wasted. Every time the refining fails, it will be extremely distressing. And Yonkai's alchemy has never failed once. It doesn't matter. Anyway, the Holy Land is rich in materials, so it's not impossible to compensate. Yonkai grinned, it's enough for a few masters to gain something. Well, it just so happened that you came back, we want to have a discussion with you. Duan smiled slightly. If you have any orders, just say it. Can you increase the number of medicinal pills you make every day? You still make 20 pills every day, and let the 5 of us make the extra ones. It can be regarded as observing your technique here and verifying the gains. Yeah, Hefeng nodded heavily, it's a rare opportunity, some of us old guys are going to stay here for the time being. I'm afraid your kid thinks the 5 of us are stupid. Chong Bao laughed. Don't dare. Yonkai pondered for a while, and said, it just so happens that I have something to go out recently, if a few of you think it's okay, then the weight of every 20 pills will still be refined by you. It's done. Oh, Duan raised his brows, going out again. Where are you going this time? Yaoyu, that monster race great senior has something to do with me. Yonkai answered truthfully. The 5 looked at each other, although they were a little shocked, they didn't ask any more questions, but they were very pleased with Yonkai's truthful reporting. Then you have to go and come back quickly. We are only here to make alchemy, and we can't observe your techniques. Isn't it a waste of time? Chong Bao joked. It doesn't matter, the harvest and experience of a few months need a certain amount of time to consolidate. Kong Ruiyu smiled, I can't wait to do this, you don't have to listen to him, go on your own, and come back when you're done. Not too late. But you have to be careful, the demon clan is a demon clan after all. Duan urged in a deep voice. Well, then there are all of you here. Yonkai cupped his hands and left quickly. He was still thinking about what to do with the alchemy here if he left. If the 5 masters don't help, they can only stop for a while. But the 5 masters took the initiative to ask for help, which was exactly what Yonkai wanted. Went to find Shu Wei again, and after a few words of advice, Yonkai returned to the mountain peak, led by Kai Dai, and Li Rong went all the way to Limu Mansion. To be continued. Chapter 900 Magic Text. The Beast Sea Jungle, Yonkai came here for the second time. Katie led the way without saying a word, and the colorful wings fluttered as fast as lightning. Yonkai followed her unhurriedly, without any difficulty at all. This made Katie a little surprised. She is at the 2nd level of Saint. In order to take care of Yonkai, a martial artist in the transcendent realm, she had deliberately slowed down a lot. It can be seen that after Yonkai could keep up with no effort, he gradually increased his speed and wanted to arrive at Limu Mansion earlier, so as not to make Great Senior wait for a long time. Up to this moment, it has almost been fully exerted, and Yonkai can still keep up. Kai Daifeng's heart was horrified, but her nature was cold and her expression remained the same. She just kept her head down and led the way. This kid is a little weird. Katie secretly thought to herself that it was impossible for an ordinary extraordinary third layer to keep up with her speed, but he did it. No wonder he became the new holy master of the Nine Heavens Holy Land and conquered so many demon powerhouses. Originally thought he was just lucky, but Katie didn't realize until then that this guy was indeed something real. Speeding all the way, Yang Kai frowned slightly, constantly looking around. His actions naturally did not hide from Li Rong's observation, who quietly used his spiritual sense to send a message. "My lord, have you found something suspicious?" Yang Kai responded quickly, "The aura here is a little weird. If it's dangerous, let's not go." Li Rong couldn't help but get nervous. Yang Kai smiled and said, "It's not a dangerous breath, I just feel that this time in the Beast Sea jungle is a bit different from the last time, but I can't say what is different. There is indeed an aura in the air that makes Yang Kai and his concern, but if you want to go deeper, you don't know where to start. Don't worry too much, the great senior is still relatively easy to get along with, and he is also a believer. The changes here are probably related to what he asked for me. You can find out when you go there." Oh, Li Rong didn't say much, but still warned, "If there is any danger, the Lord must not leave me too far." Yang Kai responded continuously. Now he has a lot of tricks, he can tear space, he can make flying Tiansuo, he is wearing wind and thunder wings, and he has a very high-grade secret treasure. It is not easy, unless by surprise, a blow makes him incapacitated, or even in the midst of thousands of troops, Yang Kai has the confidence to escape. He didn't take Li Rong's advice to heart. He galloped all the way, but in 2 or 3 days, he came to the towering Limu mansion. When he arrived here, Yang Kai was surprised to find that countless monster clan powerhouses gathered here, either crouching or crawling, and surrounded the place several times. There were also quite a few strong men in disguise, standing on the tree trunk, closing their eyes and resting. "This is Limu mansion." Li Rong looked at the huge ancient tree in surprise, her beautiful eyes showing a look of horror. Just like Yang Kai came here for the first time, he was shocked by this ancient tree. Growing like this, the age of this ancient tree is probably 10,000 years old, and it can even be traced back to an even older age. The ancient tree contained the essence of thunder and lightning, and from time to time a little electric arc flickered, and it was extremely pure. Those powerful monsters standing on the tree trunk were not affected at all, and they all turned their attention to Yang Kai and Li Rong. They all nodded lightly in goodwill. The last time Yang Kai came here, he solved the problem of the transformation pool and got their unanimous approval. "Come with me." Kai Dai showed her body and flew upwards. Yang Kai and Li Rong hurriedly followed. In the tree house standing in the clouds, Yang Kai saw Great Senior. "The last time I saw him was in this tree house." Great Senior grinned and welcomed Yang Kai's arrival, motioning him to sit down and speak. In front of the small table, Yang Kai and Great Senior were sitting opposite each other, with Kai Dai standing behind one, and Li Rong standing behind the other. "Did you bring me some training supplies for the demon clan this time?" The Great Senior asked with a smile on his face. "The spar load has almost been mined by you, you don't need those for the time being, right?" Yang Kai rolled his eyes. The demon clan has been in the Holy Land for 2 or 3 years, and unscrupulously mining that load is simply exhausting the water and fishing. This made Yang Kai very annoyed, and there was a feeling of smashing his foot with a stone. "I don't need it at the moment, it doesn't mean I don't need it in the future. Naturally, the more spar, the better. I don't have any mineral veins here. It's not as good as you guys said that your Holy Land has made a lot of money recently, and there are too many crystals to use up. It's up to you to ask." Yang Kai was speechless. "That's what I made of pills. Forget it, next time, I'll bring you some spar and pills." "Okay, then I'll wait for the good news." Great Senior's eyes lit up, and he felt that Yang Kai was a quick talker, and it was easy to deal with him. "Great Senior came to me this time, what's the matter?" Yang Kai asked with a serious look. "There is indeed something." The Great Senior's expression became solemn, and he pondered for a while, as if he was thinking about how to explain it, and after a while, he said, "Have you heard of the Void Tunnel?" Yang Kai's face darkened. "Great Senior, are you kidding me?" The Great Senior also twitched the corners of his mouth, and said with a dry smile, "I'm asking for more, so have you seen it with your own eyes?" Yang Kai nodded slightly. Although I don't know how others are doing, Yang Kai always feels that the number of void corridors he has seen is a bit large. "That's easy to explain." The Great Senior nodded and continued. Some time ago, a strange thing happened in my Beast Sea jungle, which is related to the Void Corridor. Yang Kai stared straight at him and did not intend to interject. 3 to 5 days away from Limu Mansion, there is an extremely unstable entrance to the Void Corridor. Speaking of which, I have also seen the Void Corridor, and when I was traveling abroad, I even went in and out of a small mysterious world. But the Void Corridor that appeared in the jungle of the Beast Sea is very different from what I saw at the beginning. Why is it different? Yang Kai asked. It's very big, and it gives people a very strange feeling. The great senior looked solemn and said, its appearance seems to have changed the atmosphere of the entire Beast Sea jungle. Didn't you notice it when you came? I noticed it, but I don't know why. It's because of it. The great Venerable nodded. Speaking of which, the entrance to the Void Corridor is generally very hidden, and it is rarely discovered by people. Even if it is opened for others, it will close on its own after a long time. But the Void Corridor, the entrance is different. It suddenly appeared by itself. Although it is very unstable, there is no sign of closing. Oh, that's really weird. That place is the junction of the site of this seat and the other great god of the demon clan. After the Void Corridor appeared, we checked it together. Earth-splitting divine ox. Yang Kai called out strangely. Why, do you know him? Great Senior asked suspiciously. Yang Kai shook his head. I don't know, but I have learned a martial skill, which is related to him. Saying that, with a push, the beast soul skill that has not been used for a long time is displayed. With the sound of tiger roaring and cow moo, the golden and majestic tiger seal and ox seal suddenly appeared. The tree house was instantly hot. The two beast souls are completely condensed from pure true essence, and they seem to have a lot of wisdom. The eyeballs turn vivid and lifelike. The great senior was startled, waved his hand quickly, and arranged strength to cover the tree house, lest the ancient tree be burned. Shaking the sky, the white tiger, the earth-splitting divine ox. Kai Dai exclaimed, and looked at Yang Kai stupidly with great senior. The beast soul skill that I cultivated a long time ago. Yang Kai explained. This is not a simple beast soul skill. This is a real soul. The great senior snorted and said thoughtfully, have you ever seen the remains of these two types of monsters? Well, they seem to have fought a battle, and finally died together, leaving only their respective inner alchemy. When I was absorbing the power in that inner alchemy, I saw the scene of their war at the beginning, and learned this trick from it, martial arts. That's right. The great senior nodded and sighed. The real beast soul skill with soul has always been after the death of a powerful monster, the will is not scattered, condensed into the essence, and finally obtained for people. Look, it's a pity that the two corpses you have seen are the predecessors of my demon clan. The sky-shaking white tiger and the earth-shattering divine cow are extremely noble in the demon clan, and they are on par with this seat, but the more the blood is noble, and the number is rarer, the white tiger family seems to have been exterminated, and the old cow family is the only one left, and the same is true here. After listening to Great Senior's remarks, Yang Kai understood the rarity of this beast soul skill, because he had never used it much, and it was only at this moment that he discovered that this beast soul skill has grown with his own strength, and it has a lot of power. Big kill. Don't mention this, let's get down to business. The Great Senior was sad for a while, and his face straightened. The strangeness that appeared in the Void Corridor, I and the sons and gentlemen of the old cow did not know the depth, so I went in to investigate and thought. I searched to see if there was any benefit, but I unexpectedly damaged a lot of them at once. In the end, Lao Niu and I were all disturbed and went in together, but even if I joined forces with him, we couldn't crack the mystery there. It's very difficult. Yang Kai was stunned. It's unimaginably big, and we also found very ancient writing there. You know, my demon clan has no such thing as writing. Is that the human race? The Great Senior shook his head and shouted in a low voice, it's rune. Yang Kai raised his brows, and Li Rong, who was standing behind him, couldn't help showing a look of interest. I can't recognize Lao Niu and I don't dare to act rashly. Now he's guarding over there, and I'll move reinforcements. So you brought me here? Yang Kai smiled slightly. It's not me you're looking for, it's Li Rong, right? The kid is smart. The strange power there is like walking on thin ice with me and Lao Niu. How can your strength and cultivation help you? It's the lady behind you who is the key to solving the puzzle. While speaking, he looked at Li Rong with burning eyes. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to M to read. Closing parenthesis. Chapter 901 Earth-Splitting Bull. Li Rong's brows knitted into a line, and she asked in a low voice, what kind of rune is it? It's like this. The great senior said, while concentrating his power on his fingertips, and drawing on the table in front of him. After a while, several complicated characters appeared on the table, glowing brightly. Yang Kai looked at it and found that these words were like tadpoles, with twists and turns, and there was nothing similar to the words he knew, and he couldn't help but turn his attention to Li Rong. Li Rong stared intently, with a solemn expression, nodded and said, "It is indeed a rune, and it's a very ancient rune." "What does this mean?" Seeing the appearance she seemed to recognize, the great senior couldn't help but smile and hurriedly asked. "Like the signs erected in front of the forbidden areas of each sect, it means a warning, and those who trespass are dead." The great senior nodded lightly, feeling that this explanation made sense. Since it is a very ancient rune, it should be the place where the demon race used to be. How could it appear in the demon territory? Yang Kai frowned, and he didn't quite understand. The great master smiled and said, "The devil's frontier was more than just a few places back then. Today, the demon territory and your people's territory have a large area that belonged to the demon race a long time ago, but after the great demon god fell, the demon race was born. Gradually, I was forced to give up a lot of territory and retreated to the current demon border, which was probably the territory of the demon race in the past." "Is that so?" Yang Kai was relieved. "Although I don't know which demon branch the ruins in the void corridor belong to, what is certain is that that branch must have been very powerful. The guy who engraved this word is also the top expert in the world, and I and Lao Niu have learned from these few. There is a murderous intention in the words, a murderous intention that will not go away for countless years." Yang Kai slightly changed color. "Since it's so dangerous, why are you going in? If such a strange place appears in your nine heavens holy land, would you go in and find out?" The great senior asked without answering. Yang Kai thought about it and nodded, "Yes. Not to explore the mysteries inside, at least to make sure that the place will not be harmful to the disciples." "That's right, the demon domain is not that big, and the void corridor appeared at the junction of my site with Lao Niu. If there is any accident because of this, we must give up the Beast Sea jungle and retreat to other places. The living space is even smaller." The great senior explained for a while, then looked at Li Rong and said, "So this time I want to invite my wife to enter there with me, to find out, what is my wife's opinion?" "You have to ask the Lord." Li Rong pursed her lips and smiled, "I can't give you an answer." Great senior immediately turned his attention to Yang Kai. Yang Kai chuckled. "That place is difficult for even the two of you monster race great seniors, it must not be a good place. The boy's strength is low, and I am afraid that there will be no life after entering." The great senior couldn't help rolling his eyes. "I didn't let you in, I just let the lady behind you in. You can stay in Limu Mansion, my demon clan son will entertain you. If you feel bored, you can go back to the Nine Heavens Holy Land now, and no one will stop you." "Then how did it happen?" Yang Kai smiled. "Li Rong came out with me, so naturally she has to go back together." "You brat." The great senior took a deep breath and said helplessly, "Tell me, what conditions do you want to agree to? I really don't want to see a rabbit without a hawk." Yang Kai shook his head. "You Yaozu are in the remote countryside, except for some spiritual herbs, there are no good things at all, and I am not rare now." He looked like he was sitting on the ground and raising the price only for profit, which made the great senior feel helpless, and was worried. When he didn't know what excessive demands Yang Kai would make, he saw his face straight, turned his head to look at Li Rong and asked, "What do you think?" "Go in." Li Rong pursed her lips and said softly, "Everything is arranged by the Lord." Yang Kai took a deep look at her and nodded slightly, "Then go in." He could see that Li Rong was very concerned about those ancient demon characters, and she also wanted to enter. Of course he wouldn't stop it. "What about the conditions?" Great Senior asked eagerly. "Would you believe me if I said there were no conditions?" The great man shook his head. "Okay then." Yang Kai frowned and pondered for a while, then suddenly his brows became happy, looking at Katie standing behind the great senior and said, "Let her give me a smile." Kai Dai was stunned for a moment, and then there was a chill in her beautiful eyes. "You kid." The great senior was speechless, not knowing what to do. "Haha, just kidding, Miss Katie doesn't need to take it seriously." After speaking, Yang Kai stood up. "Since you're going, hurry up and see what's going on inside as soon as possible." Seeing that he really didn't want to ask again, Great Senior seemed to be a little surprised, and couldn't help but look at Yang Kai a little higher. "Then let's go." Great Senior also stood up, released Yao Yuan to wrap Yang Kai, and flew him out. Li Rong hurriedly followed. Kai Dai stood there and stared coldly at Yang Kai's back. After a while, he followed. "Boy, don't tease Katie next time, be careful that she really turns against you." During the speeding, Da Zun whispered. Yang Kai shuddered and nodded solemnly. No, I feel that a murderous intent is approaching from behind. Deserving it. The great senior sighed with a look of schadenfreude. Sometimes even this seat can't do anything about her. In this seat's impression, it seems that I have never seen her smile. You really can stand this iceberg. It's still you who are amazing. You are very obedient. As the great senior spoke, he glanced at Li Rong who was following next to him. A strong man in the second level of the Holy Land, obedient to a boy in the extraordinary third level state, every time the great senior thinks it feels a little unrealistic. You know shit, that's why I conquered them with my charisma. Yang Kai pouted. I'm not ashamed to say it. Da Zun laughed. After contacting Yang Kai many times, Great Senior found that the personality of this kid is completely opposite to that of the old Holy Master. Although it does not seem to be very reliable, but getting along with him makes Great Senior feel that he is a lot younger. Time passed slowly, and Yang Kai let the Great Senior take him to fly forward, and he was too lazy to use his own power. However, as we approached our destination, the strange aura flowing in the air became more and more obvious. It is the breath of the power of the void. It seems that the entire Beast Sea jungle is somewhat affected, and Yang Kai can hardly imagine how big the void corridor is, which will cause such a large area to change. There was no words all the way, and after 2 or 3 days, a small and long crack in the sky appeared in Yang Kai's field of vision. When he saw this crack, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed, and he said in a low voice, "Isn't that the entrance to the void corridor?" "Yes, there is the entrance." "So big," Yang Kai exclaimed. Looking at it from this side, although I can't see the specific length, Yang Kai estimates that the long and narrow crack is at least 100 feet long, as if the sky was torn apart by a crack, which is terrifying. Moreover, the crack is still extremely unstable, and the breath of the power of the void emanates from it, and the cracked gap is also opened and closed, as if it may collapse at any time. There are some powerful monsters gathered in the place that is almost 10 miles away from the void crack. Great Senior took Yang Kai and flew straight over there. Aware of the aura of the Great Senior, a burly man headed over there was shocked and turned his head to look over. After a while, he shouted loudly, "Thunder Dragon, why is it so slow? The old cow is waiting to death." The Great Senior smiled slightly. "It takes time to find someone, it's only 7 or 8 days, what are you anxious about?" While speaking, a group of 4 had already fallen. Yang Kai looked at the man who was shouting, and his heart was slightly stunned, knowing that this was another Great Senior of the monster race, Earth-splitting Divine Ox. Like most powerful monsters, even if he changed shape, he still had some characteristics of monsters. There were 2 dark red horns on his forehead, exuding not weak energy fluctuations. Yang Kai has no doubts about the strength of the 2 horns, which are equivalent to the top secret treasures. The earth-shattering divine bull's dress is much rougher than that of the Qian Thunder Dragon. A few pieces of animal skins are casually tied on his body, and his thick black legs flutter in the wind. When he speaks loudly, like muffled thunder rolling past his ears. "Is this the reinforcement you brought in?" Lao Niu's eyes widened, looking at Yang Kai and then at Li Rong, and nodded lightly. "This woman is not bad, but what is this guy doing?" The thick fingers pointed at Yang Kai, and he said with a puzzled expression, "I haven't reached the Holy Land yet, why are you running here, sending me to death?" He looked down on Yang Kai, as if he could slap Yang Kai to death with a slap. Li Rong's expression suddenly turned cold, her beautiful eyes flickered coldly, staring at the earth-splitting Divine Ox. Li Rong would not give a good face to anyone who dared to say such things to Yang Kai. If it wasn't for the fear that Kai Yan Thunder Dragon was also here, Li Rong would not be able to fight the opponent. Yang Kai smiled indifferently, his expression unchanged. Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon didn't mean to smooth things out, he just said with a smile, "It's true that he hasn't reached the Holy Land, but if you look closely, maybe you can find something interesting." "Interesting place." The earth-splitting Divine Ox frowned, touched his chin, and turned around Yang Kai unceremoniously. The bull's eyes looked up and down, and his spiritual sense also circulated around Yang Kai. Suddenly, his face changed. Deng 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 took a few steps back, his eyes overflowed with shock, and he seemed a little unbelievable. "See," Kai Yan Thunder Dragon chuckled. "Who is he? How can he have such a pure demonic energy?" Earth-shattering Divine Ox asked in a low voice. The demonic energy was faint, almost imperceptible, but it was quite pure, even purer than the demonic energy in him and Qian Thunder Dragon. Being able to have such a pure demon energy shows that the bloodline he bears is very noble, and it is almost the top bloodline. But Yang Kai is clearly a human being, which makes the earth-splitting Divine Ox confused. To be continued. This article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Watchengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency first release a cent to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 902. I'm not too sure. Kai Yan Thunder Dragon shrugged. Maybe it has something to do with the beast soul skill he cultivated. Before the great senior did not quite understand why Yang Kai possessed the demonic energy, until he saw the beast soul skill a few days ago, he could find a reasonable explanation. But whether it is the reason or not, the red flame thunder dragon is not easy to determine. Beast soul skill. What kind of beast soul skill? Earth-shattering divine ox asked with wide-eyed eyes. Show the old ox's knowledge. He didn't think of himself as an outsider, and his personality seemed to be very open-minded. Yang Kai smiled slightly, but he didn't refuse, and printed out the white tiger seal and the divine ox seal. After seeing the majestic and lifelike white tiger and divine bull, the great senior of the monster race instantly widened his eyes and was extremely excited. Now he is the only one left in the divine ox lineage. He felt the aura of his ancestors from Yang Kai's beast soul ability, and he was naturally very excited. He hugged Yang Kai's shoulders, and slapped Yang Kai's back with a fan-like slap. He was extremely affectionate. Little guy, come to my old cow's territory another day, we can get close and close. Yang Kai almost vomited blood by him. Kai Yan Lilong smiled and said, his beast soul skill really hides the will of your ancestors. If you look carefully and speculate, it may be very beneficial to you, but this kid is a bit greedy. Old cow, you can be slaughtered, get ready, ha ha ha. The earth-splitting divine ox's face darkened and he muttered a few words before letting go of Yang Kai. However, after hearing what Chi and Thunder Dragon said, Yang Kai finally understood why the other party suddenly changed his attitude and wanted to get close to him. It turned out that he wanted to figure out the artistic conception contained in his beast soul ability. Great Senior Thunder Dragon said it deliberately, obviously also reminding Yang Kai that he didn't want to keep him in the dark. Okay, let's not gossip, you have to get close and wait until the end of this matter to discuss it yourself. Great Senior Thunder Dragon's face became full. Old Niu, let me introduce you to this kid first, as I told you before. The new Holy Master Yang Kai of the Nine Heavens Holy Land. Oh, you are the new Holy Master. After hearing the words, the earth-splitting divine ox finally looked at Yang Kai with a dignified expression. The lady beside him is his subordinate, the demon Li Rong. This time we have to rely on her power to decipher the mysteries. Don't act recklessly when you enter it, old cow. Got it. The earth-shattering divine ox nodded solemnly. Thunder Dragon Great Senior looked at Yang Kai again, and said with a serious expression, boy, let me ask you one more question, are you sure you want to enter there, rather than waiting for us to come out? You have to be clear, there are many dangers in there. If there is any danger, Lao Niu and I may not be able to take care of you, and then you will only drag down the lady beside you, and maybe both of you will suffer. Relax, I will take good care of myself, you don't need to worry about it. Thunder Dragon frowned, seeing that Yang Kai insisted on going deep into it, he just sighed, without further persuasion, and said loudly, that's it. Without further ado, I looked at the crack in the void 10 miles away with the earth splitter without blinking, as if looking for the most suitable opportunity. The 100 jong long void crack is like the mouth of a fierce beast, and it is extremely unstable. The energy fluctuations emitted from it are also extremely chaotic. If you don't choose a good time to break in, you may be in a hurry when you enter. Yang Kai's spiritual sense also quietly extended over there and penetrated into the crack of the void. Unlike the two monster clan elders, he has a deep research on the mysteries of space, and he can tear space and spend a long time in the turbulent void. Soon, Yang Kai was surprised to find that after the void crack, there seemed to be traces of turbulent flow. It was because of these turbulent flows that the entrance became so unstable. The tide of spiritual sense generally covered the past, like an invisible big hand, smoothing out those turbulent fluctuations, and gradually, the unstable void cracks became stable. Thunder Dragon's eyes lit up. Without any hesitation, he shouted in a low voice, go. While speaking, the figure rushed over there. Several others hurriedly followed. After a few breaths, a group of 6 people all got into the void crack. Among the 6 people, except for Yang Kai, who is an extraordinary third layer, the remaining 5 are all in the Holy Realm. The 2 monster clan elders each brought a strong person from the 2nd level of the Holy, plus Li Rong. Thunder Dragon is naturally followed by Katie, and the earth-splitting divine ox is followed by a powerful monster named Jinni. Yang Kai estimates that his body should be a 9 secluded golden knee beast, exuding an invincibility from top to bottom. The breath of sharp gold power. The lineup is strong, and it can also be seen that the two great seniors value this matter. After rushing into the crack in the void, the surroundings were dark. During the exploration of spiritual sense, everyone felt as if they were in a quagmire, and there was a muddy illusion under their feet, delaying the speed of progress and constantly pushing themselves down. Pull. There were also chaotic energy fluctuations from all directions, squeezing like a mountain. When they got here, everyone used their own strength to resist the pressure from outside. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and he walked in the courtyard without being affected in the slightest. Because he found that this place was exactly the same as the excessive space he entered after he used the means of tearing the space. He has spent a lot of time here and is more familiar with the environment than anyone else. Old Niu, do you remember which direction we went from when we entered last time? You ask me, how do I know? It's dark here, and there's no reference. Old Niu is a road idiot, so he can't do anything here. Where are Katie and Jinni? Do you remember? Lei Long asked the other two again. Both of them shook their heads, indicating that they could not remember. The space here is very chaotic, even if you remember the direction at the time, it may not be correct now. In a hurry, Yang Kai suddenly spoke up. Hearing this, Thunder Dragon's heart sank. When he came in last time, he saw a bright entrance. Entering from that entrance, he arrived at a strange place. He thought it was the same this time, but he didn't want it to be the same at all. As soon as they entered the void crack, they encountered a problem. The expressions of Thunder Dragon and earth-shattering Divine Ox became ugly, and I secretly felt that this trip must be full of crises and would not be too smooth. Follow me. Yang Kai suddenly waved at the crowd and rushed in one direction without any explanation. Li Rong didn't say a word, and immediately followed, her own magic essence still wrapped Yang Kai to protect his safety. The other four monster powerhouses were stunned for a moment, all standing there, wondering if they should trust Yang Kai. What should I do? The earth-shattering Divine Ox looked in the direction of Thunder Dragon and asked, You found the man. Do you want to talk to you? It should be too late to go back now. Thunder Dragon Great Senior's expression was difficult and hesitant, and he couldn't make a quick decision at all. He didn't know where Yang Kai came from, so he rushed over after looking in that direction. The space here is indeed as Yang Kai said, it is very chaotic. If they can't find an exit when they rush there, they may be trapped in this crack for a lifetime, and they will never find a way back. Say something. The earth-shattering Divine Ox was impatient, seeing Thunder Dragon's silence, he couldn't help urging him. Follow. Great Senior Thunder Dragon gritted his teeth, that kid seems very confident, he must have found something. Saying this, Kai Dai and Kai Dai chased in the direction where Yang Kai left. The earth-shattering Divine Ox sniffed, hesitated for a while, and followed, cursing, damn, if I die this time, it's all because of that bastard Thunder Dragon. Yang Kai and Li Rong walked ahead, deliberately slowing down their speed, and within a short while, the two monster race Great Seniors and the people they brought over caught up. Boy, are you sure? Don't lead us to a dead end. Thunder Dragon asked worriedly. Hee, take a chance. Yang Kai replied with a smile. Thunder Dragon's face darkened, and he secretly felt that he had been fooled, and his bowels turned green with regret. But this is the end, and it is impossible for him to return. The space here is changing so strangely that he can't find a way back when he goes back. He sullenly followed behind Yang Kai, preparing to walk all the way to the dark. But soon, he discovered a strange situation. The space here is very chaotic. It seems that countless spaces have been smashed, and then overlapped together. There are all kinds of weird turbulence in all directions. But wherever Yang Kai passed, those chaotic energies all stabilized, making the group of 6 people walk on the ground, and no longer feel any sense of involvement and confusion. Thunder Dragon's eyes lit up, and he secretly felt that Yang Kai was not trying his luck at all, but that he was confident that he would rush forward so unscrupulously. How does he understand this? The chaos here, but even the 5 Saint Realm powerhouses are helpless, what kind of virtue is a superhuman third-layer boy? Following behind Yang Kai, looking at Yang Kai's expression through the faint light radiating from Li Rong's body, Thunder Dragon became more and more certain of his guess. After a stick of incense, Yang Kai suddenly stopped and turned his head to look aside. What's wrong? Thunder Dragon asked with a tight heart. Is this a member of your monster race? Yang Kai pointed and asked. Everyone looked in the direction he directed, only to see that there were countless pieces of broken flesh there, floating up and down in the turbulent flow, as if they were divided by some sharp weapon, and the incision was extremely flat. There was a faint smell of blood on the tip of the nose. It's my old man. The earth-shattering divine ox said in a low voice, when I first came in a few days ago, a few sons of Thunder Dragon and I were damaged here and were involved and disappeared in that strange turbulence. But why did the corpse appear here? Thunder Dragon looked puzzled. As I said, the space here is very chaotic. You think that the place you enter is constant, but it is actually wrong. Yang Kai explained lightly, the location where you came in last time should be where we are now. Nearby. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to A Unknown Currency First Release a cent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 903 Divine Soul Spirit Body. When the earth-splitting divine ox heard this, he couldn't help but look happy. Isn't the entrance nearby? It should be. Yang Kai nodded. Everyone waited and watched, but they didn't find a bright entrance that they had encountered before. While suspicious, Yang Kai beckoned again, come here. Saying that, he turned around and headed over there. Thunder Dragon, this kid looks very calm, has he been here before? The earth-shattering divine ox quietly leaned over and asked. I don't know. Great Senior Thunder Dragon shook his head slowly, follow him anyway, I thought he was just a hindrance this time, but I don't want to rely on his strength now, it's really interesting. Could it be that the blind cat met the dead mouse? Lei Long glanced at him, said no more, and quickly followed Yang Kai's pace. Because he found out that even though Yang Kai's passing will become like walking on the ground, but not long after he leaves, that sense of stability will collapse, pressure. Feeling the collapse of the turbulent flow under their feet, no one dared to take it lightly. After about a stick of incense, a faint light suddenly came from the front and entered everyone's field of vision. It's the entrance. The earth-splitting divine ox cheered, passed over Yang Kai unceremoniously, rushed over there, and disappeared after a while. After him, Thunder Dragon Great Senior and Kai Dai also used their own methods to quickly pass through the entrance. Yang Kai still walked with Li Rong and the two of them towards the other side in a leisurely manner. When he was near, his spiritual sense penetrated into it to check, and only after confirming that there was no danger, did he enter. His eyes blinked, and after he regained his sight, he was already in a strange space. There are no sun, moon and stars on the top of the head, some are just chaotic nothingness, pressing above like a thick dark cloud, from time to time, some energy like a spirit snake shuttles through it. The standard Shaoxuanji structure. However, Yang Kai frowned. He always felt that this place was slightly different from other mysterious small realms. The four of the demon clan who entered first were all waiting. After confirming that both Yang Kai and Li Rong had arrived safely, they retracted their gazes. Standing in this mysterious small realm, Yang Kai turned his head and looked around, his brows furrowed even more. He found that there was no grass here, it was very desolate, and there was no trace of vitality. It seemed that the entire Shaoxuan realm was only desolate. Looking around, the place about a mile in front is also gray, and the position is not too far away, and the consciousness is bound by an invisible force, and it is impossible to check the inside. Be careful, this place is very strange. When Lao Niu and I arrived here, we only explored less than 10 miles before we were forced back. Great Senior Thunder Dragon urged in a deep voice. Yang Kai nodded sternly, without his reminder, he wouldn't mess around in such a weird place. This is the place where the runes are engraved. Lei Long pointed to the front again, and his face showed a look of fear, but I advise you to just take a look, don't stare for too long, otherwise it maybe will die. Yang Kai was astonished and looked in the direction he was pointing, and he saw a stone pillar standing not far ahead. The stone pillar seemed to have been placed here for some years. Smooth. Stone pillars are just ordinary stone pillars, materials that can be seen everywhere. But the few runes engraved on it have a killing intent. When Yang Kai looked at those words, he clearly felt a cold murderous intent, which made him feel a chill in his heart. The rune is vigorous and powerful, and at first glance, it is the hands of experts. However, the faint breath on it made Yang Kai couldn't help but wonder, and it took a while. After a short 3 breaths, a few strokes on the rune, as if they had been given life and come to life, turned into sharp attacks one after another, flying out from the stone pillar, in Yang Kai's pupils. Zoom in quickly. Boy looking for death. Thunder Dragon Great Senior's expression changed, and he quickly pulled Yang Kai, his body was in front of him, the huge power of consciousness burst out, and there was a sound of puff puff in the air, Great Senior retreated. It took one step to stabilize his body, and his expression was extremely dignified. You kid, didn't you tell me not to watch for too long? Thunder Dragon reprimanded. Yang Kai knew that he was wrong, so he didn't say anything, he just laughed dryly, and looked at Li Rong. Both of them could see the look of surprise in the other's eyes. Although the rune has been portrayed here for countless years, it still has a faint aura left belonging to the aura of the great demon god. The Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon and the earth-shattering Divine Ox did not recognize each other, but Yang Kai and Li Rong would not admit their mistakes. Moreover, just relying on a few words left over for countless years can make the two monster clan elders treat them with such seriousness. I am afraid that no one in the world can do this except the great demon god. These words are definitely left over from the great demon god. Yang Kai instantly affirmed. Yang Kai was a little surprised to see the real work of the great demon god in his lifetime, but what is the great demon god doing here? Why did you leave such a handwriting? Yang Kai suddenly discovered that this time he came here really right. There may be some unexpected gains. Li Rong also had an eager expression on her face, obviously caring about the mystery of this place. Don't look at it again. Lei Long solemnly urged, seeing Yang Kai's well-behaved and trained appearance, thinking that he had already gained a lot of wisdom, he said solemnly, the murderous intention contained in those few words, even me and the old man. Even cows don't dare to despise you, you are an extraordinary third-layer boy, if you look at it for a while, you will die immediately. I understand. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. I really don't know who the handwriting is left behind, such means are really sensational. Although I don't know who he is, it must be an expert of the demon race, and it is very likely that he is the legendary great demon god. Thunder Dragon frowned and made a bold guess. It's also right to the point, and the guess is quite correct. Let's go forward and see what secrets lie ahead. Thunder Dragon waved his hand and volunteered to lead the way. The last time he broke into this place with the earth-splitting divine bull, and after passing through the stone pillar, he encountered some dangers and retreated after walking less than 10 miles. Thinking that there are some demon race experts around Yang Kai, Great Senior Thunder Dragon asked Kai Dai to invite Yang Kai. Although one more Saint Realm expert might not be able to completely avoid the danger, Li Rong would be able to answer it in time if she encountered any unintelligible rune. On the way, Thunder Dragon recounted the situation he encountered when he came in with the earth-shattering Divine Ox last time, and asked intentionally or unintentionally, boy, what do you think of this place? I don't know anything, Yang Kai shrugged. If you know anything, say it, don't hide it. It seems that because of Yang Kai's strange performance in the Void Crack, Thunder Dragon also cares about his thoughts and opinions. I secretly felt that this kid might have been here before. Thunder Dragon was wrong about this. Yang Kai was only able to find the right path in that crack because he was familiar with the turbulent flow of the void. He really didn't know anything about this strange mysterious small realm. If I know something, I will definitely say it. Yang Kai nodded seriously. After walking forward for about 10 miles, Thunder Dragon suddenly stopped and pointed forward. Last time, Lao Niu and I retreated here. Quote, how strange it looks here, I really don't know what energy is contained in it. The earth-shattering Divine Ox also shook its head and said buzzingly. Looking ahead, Yang Kai's expression couldn't help changing. The road ahead seemed to be cut off at once, and a group of 6 came to the edge of a cliff. Beneath the cliff, there is a green and strange ocean with an inexplicable power flowing in it, which is extremely sticky. The sound of ghosts and wolf howls came out from under the cliff. It was tragic and gloomy, making people feel chills. Standing on the edge of the cliff and looking down, you can clearly see that in the green and sticky ocean, there are twisted faces floating up and down, struggling and squirming, but they can't get rid of the green ocean. One by one, the bubbles churned from below, rose to the top and burst open, making a muffled sound. The faces of Katie and Li Rong couldn't help turning pale. The expressions of Thunder Dragon and the earth-shattering Divine Ox were also very solemn, and their strength was condensed secretly, resisting all kinds of resentment such as unwillingness and humiliation from the green ocean. These disturbing resentments are all emanating from those faces, constantly forming an invisible impact on the 6 people. Remind you, it's best not to use the spiritual sense to investigate the bottom. Thunder Dragon sighed with a look of awe. If I am not mistaken, the faces that are up and down below are all spiritual bodies. Divine Soul Spirit Body. Yang Kai suddenly changed color. That's right. Thunder Dragon nodded seriously. A human face is the spiritual body of a strong man. For some reason, he was exiled here. The last time I came here, I accidentally released my spiritual sense to investigate, and I was almost caught by them. Pulled in. Speaking of this experience, Lei Long's face was filled with lingering fears. Many of these people were masters who were not inferior to me, and their spiritual bodies were extremely powerful. Although their physical bodies did not know where they were destroyed, their spiritual bodies were destroyed here imprisoned. Once infected by them, no one can get rid of them, and will only become one of them in the end. You said that many of them were experts who were not inferior to you during their lifetime. Yang Kai was stunned. A lot of. Where do so many masters come from? In today's world, there should be no more than 50 masters who have reached the 3rd level of the Holy Land, right? This is the case now, and it should be the case in every era. However, in the green ocean below, there are thousands of people's faces that float up and down. Even if only a few of them were strong people like Thunder Dragon in their lifetime, it is still sensational. Number. As far as Yang Kai knows, no martial artist in any era has prospered to this level. And he can indeed feel the tyranny of those spirit bodies below. Then I don't know, maybe a long time ago, there were countless strong people on the mainland. Thunder Dragon shook his head, but he couldn't give a proper explanation. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency first release a cent to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 904 Stone Platform. A lot of guests suddenly came to the house. I stayed with me for a while in the morning, and then I had to go out in the afternoon. There are only 2 shifts today. Asterisk 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 asterisk. If you go further, you can only go up along those stone platforms. Great Senior Thunder Dragon looked up again. There is no way to the left or right of the cliff, and in front of it is the strange green ocean, but there are stone platforms with a size of 1 jong square suspended in the air. Like a stone ladder, one piece is higher than the other, and it stretches far, far away, with no end in sight. Above the turquoise ocean, gusts of fierce and strange winds were blowing. Can't you get on? The earth-shattering divine ox was a little undecided, wondering if he should continue to explore. Although there is a road composed of stone platforms ahead, no one can guarantee that there will be no more and greater dangers behind. I've already come in again, I won't go back if I don't find out. Great Senior Thunder Dragon said in a deep voice, then stepped directly onto the first stone platform and walked up. Katie followed closely without any hesitation. Boy, follow Thunder Dragon, I will break the old bull. The earth-splitting divine bull kindly said to Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded and walked towards the stone platform with Li Rong. The stone platforms are not too far apart, and you can reach them by lifting your feet, forming a staircase that can go straight to the sky, going deep into the endless sky. Thunder Dragon walked very slowly, and while walking, he watched the surroundings vigilantly, in case any danger suddenly appeared, and he was extremely cautious. They walked up to about 100 stone platforms, and nothing strange happened, which made everyone in the group relax a lot. But not for a while. In the green ocean below, the faces of floating and sinking people suddenly let out a violent howl, and they got rid of the shackles of the sticky sea water, and flew up like a resentful spirit. Showing teeth and claws, it is described as terrifying and terrifying. Countless spirit bodies broke free from the shackles of the sea at this moment, like a cat smelling fishy, and aimed directly at Yang Kai and his party. The voices of ghosts and wolves were loud, and the gloomy wind was blowing, and the transparent spiritual body flew in all directions. Everyone was suddenly discolored, and I don't know why such a change happened. In an instant, the stone platform where the 6 people were located was wrapped by those spiritual bodies, and waves of terrifying and terrifying spiritual powers rushed out from those transparent spiritual bodies, densely packed. At this moment, even stronger than Thunder Dragon and earth-shattering Divine Bull could not help but give birth to the illusion that his will was about to be shattered, and he almost lost his ability to act. With a roar, the arc on Thunder Dragon's body flashed, and in an instant it formed a cyan light curtain. Shish! The light of lightning was imprinted on this piece of heaven and earth, and those divine consciousness attacks caused ripples in the blue light, and it was just a moment of effort that there were signs that it was about to collapse. There was also a layer of khaki light on the earth-shattering Divine Bull, and together with the Thunder Dragon Great Senior, they resisted attacks from all directions. The colorful butterflies danced, and the colorful lights bloomed. Li Rong and Jin Ni also tried their best to show their means. However, the power released from the souls of the gods contained a mood that made people feel hopeless. This mood shrouded everyone's hearts and made them feel uneasy. Let's go! Thunder Dragon shouted angrily. The speed of his feet suddenly accelerated, and the other 5 followed one by one, passing the stone platforms at the fastest speed. Puffa! Although the defenses created by the 2 great seniors were great, they still couldn't withstand so many attacks. They advanced less than 30 feet and shattered. The spirit bodies that were flying around became more and more violent, rushing over like locusts crossing the border. These souls who have lost their minds and become monsters seem to understand the truth of bullying the soft and fearing the hard. Seeing that Thunder Dragon and others are tyrannical, they all point their finger at Yongkai, who has never been shot and has the lowest strength. The transparent spirit body flew over with its teeth and claws. Although it was blocked by everyone's efforts, there were still a few fish that slipped through the net and rushed in front of Yongkai. He lunged straight at him, printed it into his body, and disappeared. Lord, Li Rong's face turned pale, and she desperately rushed towards Yongkai, not even caring about the spiritual body in front of her. A bolt of lightning shot from the front, resolving Li Rong's crisis, but it couldn't save Yongkai's fate from being rushed into by the spirit body. In an instant, Yongkai's expression became extremely painful, his eyes were red as blood, and his whole body trembled. Everyone's heart froze, knowing that he was affected by the various resentments in those spirit bodies. Each of those spirit bodies was a master before his death, and his strength was at least in the holy realm. He was bound in that green ocean for countless years. Indestructible, the resentment and despair that arise is not something that a martial artist of Yongkai's level can resist. Maybe his soul has now been obliterated, and his body is occupied. Lei Long was also stunned for a while, not knowing how to deal with the situation in front of him. At this moment, a ray of light bloomed in Yongkai's eyes, as if he was relieved. He suddenly relaxed a lot, exhaled heavily, and shouted with lingering fear, "Hurry up, what are you doing?" Quote, are you okay? Thunder Dragon asked in astonishment. Being rushed into the body by the spirit body is a momentary thing, and it is also a momentary thing to recover. All of this happened so fast that no one could react. Li Long wondered how Yongkai could be unscathed. There are more than one or two spiritual bodies that rushed into his body. If you don't leave, everyone will be in trouble. Yongkai looked solemn. Thunder Dragon didn't even bother to ask carefully, and now he exerted all his strength to open the way in front of him, blasting arcs one after another, and those spirit bodies that he hit didn't dare to get too close, strode forward, striding forward one stone platform after another. Li Rong followed Yongkai, resisting those resentful spirit-like beings while quietly looking at Yongkai. After a while, her beautiful eyes lit up, and she finally realized why Yongkai was safe and sound. In his sea of AA knowledge, there is also the demon eye of the great demon god. The golden light of the world-destroying demon eye is the most restrained of divine soul. Those divine soul spirit body dares to rush into Yongkai's body, it is simply seeking death. After this incident, those spirit bodies seemed to instinctively sense the danger, and they didn't dare to approach the group of 6 anymore, they just swirled around and let out bursts of unwilling howls. Lei Long and the others were puzzled, but they walked over the stone platform with ease. After a stick of incense, everyone followed the stone platform and stepped into the chaotic sky. Walking down the last stone platform, everyone's expressions became extremely stunned. Because this is not a chaotic and empty sky at all, but another field. Just like the situation when you first entered here, there is no grass under your feet, and it is very barren, but the overhead is bright and brilliant, splendid, colorful, and all kinds of strange lights fly past like arrows from strings, swiftly like shooting stars. It seems to be within reach, but it cannot be shaken. What a weird place. The earth-shattering divine ox shook his head. Thunder Dragon carefully released his spiritual sense to investigate, and after confirming that there was no danger in the surrounding area, he opened his mouth and said, "Take a break for a while." When they passed the stone platform just now, everyone spent a lot of energy. In such a crisis-prone place, it is natural to maintain the peak state. Thunder Dragon Great Senior did not dare to be careless at all. Everyone had no opinion, they all sat down cross-legged and recovered their mental and physical strength. The 2 great seniors gathered together and whispered what they were discussing. While talking, they looked at Yongkai intentionally or unintentionally. Although they were meditating with their eyes closed, their observations could not hide from Yongkai's perception. Opening his eyes, he grinned. Do the 2 great seniors suspect that the kid has been taken away? Thunder Dragon frowned, no longer hiding, nodded and said, "Yes, I have this guess with Lao Niu, but listening to the tone of your words, it seems that those souls and spirits have not taken away their homes." Of course not. Yongkai nodded. What evidence is there to prove it? Thunder Dragon shouted, "Boy, I really don't understand, what means do you have to resist the harassment of those spirit bodies? If there is no way to prove that you are still the same person before, then this seat will imprison your power, I hope you can understand." How do you want me to prove it? Yongkai frowned. It is natural for Thunder Dragon and others to have such concerns, so he can understand it, and he does not feel wronged. Anything that can prove that you're still the same person is fine. No need to prove, I can guarantee that he is still the Lord. I will not even mistake who I serve. Li Rong said from the side. Thunder Dragon and Earth-Shattering Divine Ox looked at each other, looked at Yang Kai and then at Li Rong, before nodding for a while. Okay, we'll trust this lady's vision. To be honest, we don't want to see it either. It happened that you were taken away. The two great seniors are also kind, I understand. Yang Kai nodded lightly. This matter was revealed, and everyone continued to recover. After half a day, move on to explore. After passing through the Green Ocean, everyone seemed to have come to a new world. From time to time, streaks of bright light like meteors flashed across the sky, and they flashed away so quickly that no one could capture any traces. However, what surprised everyone was that after walking forward for a long time, they did not find any abnormality, and there was nothing that people could care about. Everyone feels as if they are walking on a road that never ends, with no way out and no loop in sight. This strange sense of constancy made everyone's heart gradually sink to the bottom. Time has passed, and I don't know how long I have spent here, but I still haven't found anything. The most hot-tempered earth-shattering Divine Ox has already seemed very impatient, cursing and agitated all day long. Great Senior Thunder Dragon also looked a little regretful. He knew this was the situation, so he didn't come in to explore. As a result, he couldn't find a way to go back now. He could only keep moving forward, looking forward to discovering something special. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency first release a cent to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 905 Li Rong's Chance. The four members of the monster race were not in a good mood, only Yang Kai and Li Rong were full of expectations. When they came in, they had already determined that this place was related to the great demon god, and if they wanted to find out, they naturally wouldn't be discouraged halfway through. I haven't found it now, maybe it's just that I haven't gone to the place. When I get to that specific place, there will definitely be clues. Both Yang Kai and Li Rong were full of confidence. On this day, while walking in the boundless world, Yang Kai suddenly noticed an unusual aura coming from behind. In shock, she turned her head to look, just in time to see Li Rong looking up at the sky, with a thoughtful look in those beautiful eyes. A strange light flashed across the sky, and Li Rong's delicate body shook, her beautiful eyes brightened, and the energy fluctuations from her body became more and more violent. Lei Long, who was leading the way in front, paused and looked back with a sigh of surprise. Yang Kai's expression changed. At the beginning, it wasn't clear what happened to Li Rong. After seeing the radiant expression on her pretty face, he suddenly woke up and said in a low voice, "Have an epiphany." Not daring to disturb her, they hurriedly rushed to the rear and beckoned by the earth-shattering Divine Ox and Jinni. The two monster clan powerhouses also walked over very acquaintedly, keeping a distance from Li Rong. She is a sign that she is about to break through. Thunder Dragon stared at Li Rong, confirming Yang Kai's observation and speculation. Li Rong was now at the second level of sainthood, and she had stayed at this level for many years. Back when Yang Kai brought the ancient demon clan out of the Mogu castle, when they set foot on Tongshuan continent, all the ancient demon clan members gained more or less strength. Because of this, Han Fei and Wamo broke through a small level. At that time, although Li Rong had also gained strength, it was not enough for her to break through. And today, she obviously felt something, and was finally about to break through the shackles that bound her. If you break through again, you will enter the holy three-layer realm. It is the highest level in this world. Realizing this, Thunder Dragon and earth-shattering Divine Ox couldn't help being moved. Yang Kai grinned, silently excited. Li Rong became stronger. The more it helps him. Next time if she encounters that woman named Shui Li again, Yang Kai estimates that she will not even think about escaping from Li Rong's hands. Li Rong, who was at the second level, would be able to compete with Shui Li by performing the demon god transformation, and after being promoted to the third level, she would definitely be able to eat her to the death. I have to trouble a few of you to wait here for a while. Yang Kai looked away at the two great seniors of the monster race. It doesn't matter, I can't find anything for the time being anyway. Let's rest here. Lei Long smiled and said thoughtfully, but why did she break through at this time? Did she discover something that would help her grow up? Something. The earth-shattering Divine Ox thought for a while and said, I've seen her staring at the sky these past few days. Are there some mysteries in the strange lights that flickered in the past? Sky, Lei Long said, and looked up at the sky, and saw a strange light in the sky passing by like a shooting star. After a while, he nodded and said, "It's also possible that with her strength, an accidental discovery can lead to a huge increase in strength. Then the old cow will also come and see, maybe it will become stronger. When the time comes, Thunder Dragon, you will bow your head and be your servant." Immediately, he sat down cross-legged, stared at a pair of bull's eyes, and looked up into the sky, unwilling for a moment. The Thunder Dragon laughed dumbly and did not stop him. Instead, he also learned the appearance of the earth-shattering divine bull, sitting cross-legged, ready to comprehend the secrets contained in the strange lights in the sky. Li Rong could find something out of it, and maybe they could too. They were all waiting, naturally, to try it out. Not to be outdone, Katie and Jin Ni sat down one after another. Yang Kai shook his head, ignoring them, closing his eyes and resting on his own. Li Rong's epiphany lasted for a long time, although there was no way to calculate the passage of time. However, Yang Kai estimated that it took at least 10 days. During this time, Li Rong had been standing in the same place, motionless, and her beautiful eyes watched the strange lights in the sky passing by, getting brighter and brighter. Finally, her delicate body shook, and a violent force emanated from her body, forming a gust of wind, centered on the place where she was, and slammed into the surroundings. The aura that belonged to the third layer of the Holy Spirit overflowed from Li Rong. In the sky, huge amounts of energy gathered together, forming terrifying powers of heaven and earth, and slashed at Li Rong, who was in the center. A muffled sound rang out, and Li Rong didn't move at all. She only endured the baptism of the power of that day with her flesh. The expressions of Thunder Dragon and Earth-Shattering Bull became extremely serious. Both of them have experienced this stage, and they know that the power of heaven and earth is terrifying and unstoppable when breaking through this layer. Both of them turned into their original bodies at that time, resisting the destructive power with the body of a tough monster. Even so, they suffered a lot of trauma, and it took a long time to recover before they gradually recovered. But Li Rong was just a woman, and she was even more crazy than what they were doing at the time, which made the eyes of the two great seniors almost burst. The power of the heavens and the earth continued to fall, blood overflowing from the corners of Li Rong's mouth, her delicate body trembled, and she seemed unbearable, but she still gritted her teeth to support, and used her body to absorb the power of heaven and earth as much as possible, into a powerful nutrient. As time passed, watching the four powerful monsters from the sidelines were all apprehensive. Katie bit her thin lips, Qian Chenyu clenched her hands tightly, and secretly pinched a sweat for Li Rong. "Boy, this can't be done." Thunder Dragon suddenly came over and whispered in Yang Kai's ear, "If she continues like this, she might be destroyed by the power of heaven and earth." "Yeah," the earth-shattering divine ox also nodded, "My demon clan's body is the hardest in the world, even Thunder Dragon and I would not dare to absorb the power of heaven and earth so unpreparedly. It's digging its own grave." Li Rong was completely unstoppable to the power of heaven and earth, and opened her body and mind to accept it, which naturally made the two great seniors tremble with fear. "Hee, don't worry, she can bear it." Yang Kai smiled lightly, not at all worried. Lei Long looked at him in surprise, not knowing why he had so much confidence in Li Rong. "If such a good subordinate perishes here, then you will have nowhere to cry." The earth-shattering divine ox woke up. "She is measured." Yang Kai shook his head and didn't explain any further. Thunder Dragon and earth-shattering divine ox looked at each other and said nothing more. With a suspicious look on their faces, they looked at Li Rong, wanting to see how she would endure the next baptism of destruction. With the passage of time, the power of the heavens and the earth became stronger and stronger, and every split made the world tremble. Li Rong also seemed to be unsteady, as if she might die at any time. But she still stood there, motionless. The four members of the demon clan were all moved. No matter what else, the aura of daring to face it with the flesh was enough to shock everyone. The energy gathered in the sky subsided for a while, but the interior became more and more violent, as if a final blow was brewing. Li Rong's expression finally became solemn, and her beautiful eyes focused on the sky. Boom-a! The world hummed, and the power of destruction that made everyone's faces change drastically fell from the sky, shrouding Li Rong in it. At this moment, everyone's heartbeat almost stopped for a moment, and they paid close attention to Li Rong's position. That beautiful figure was still standing there, and although it was trembling, it stood still. Gradually, the violent power subsided, as if absorbed by Li Rong's delicate body. The gust of wind and the rubble flying from the ground also fell. A pair of bright pupils opened leisurely over there, flashing strange light. Li Rong took a step and walked from there, panting heavily, her chest heaving. The earth-shattering divine ox was speechless and looked at the woman who was walking forward. Thunder Dragon's eyes narrowed, his eyes fixed on Li Rong's face. At this moment, the pretty face was covered with dark and strange lines, which converged into an indescribable pattern. As Li Rong approached, those lines gradually disappeared. The torrential weather also fell quickly. As if thinking of something, Great Senior Thunder Dragon's expression changed slightly, and the look on Li Rong's face became extremely solemn. When she was in front of everyone, Li Rong stopped and looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Her breath is as distant as the sea, her beautiful eyes are introverted, her skin is as crystal clear as jade, exuding a warm luster, as white and tender as a newborn, and her strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. My lord, I've reached the 3rd level of saints. Li Rong's expression was calm, and she announced the good news to Yang Kai. Okay, Yang Kai nodded his head, this trip is not in vain after all. There are a few of you who have been here for a long time. Li Rong nodded slightly at the demon clan again. It's not a trivial matter. Great Senior Thunder Dragon waved his hand, congratulations, madam, for successfully stepping into this field. Li Rong pursed her lips and smiled, and said humbly, in the future, I will ask the 2 great masters for more guidance. It's serious, if madam is free in the future, even come to my Limu mansion, we can communicate with each other. Lei Long nodded slightly. Li Rong was promoted to the 3rd level of the Holy Land, and he was already on the same level as him, so she was naturally qualified to be with him. He shared his cultivation experience. Hey, it's a pity, I've been sitting here for a long time, old cow, and I haven't found anything special, let alone an epiphany. The earth-shattering divine ox shook his head, looking a little dissatisfied, and suddenly said, but you, this woman is amazing. It's the first time I've seen the power of heaven and earth just with the physical body. What are the lines on your face just now? Why do I feel the difference between your aura and blood when those things appear? Has the strength skyrocketed a lot? Listening to his question, Li Rong turned her attention to Yang Kai, not knowing how to answer. Yang Kai was also in a bit of trouble. While hesitating, Thunder Dragon said in a low voice, why are you inquiring about other people's secrets? Old Niu, your words are too much. The earth-shattering bull smirked. I just asked casually. If you don't want to say it, don't say it. I'm just curious. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to the starting point QN. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to MQN to read. 9. Chapter 906 Changes in the Heavenly Palace. I think we might be lost. Thunder Dragon suddenly stopped, his expression bitter and authentic. In the gray world, the line of sight could not reach too far, and even the spiritual sense could not be extended. A group of 6 stood on the spot and stopped. It had been a long time since Li Rong had broken through to the 3rd level of sainthood. No one knew exactly how long. All they knew was that during this period of time, Li Rong's own realm had been completely stabilized. Without a clear direction and goal, everyone can only move according to their hearts, so they don't know where they are now. Hearing what Thunder Dragon said, the earth-shattering divine ox said suspiciously, the scenery here is normal, how do you know we're lost? Look over there. Great Senior Thunder Dragon pointed not far away, and everyone looked in the direction he pointed, and found a pair of dead bones left on the wasteland over there. We passed by here a few days ago. I don't know why, but we turned back again. This pair of broken bones is the best proof. Yang Kai raised his brows and remembered. The last time he saw this withered bone, he didn't pay much attention. If Thunder Dragon's observations were correct, then everyone might have really circled a large circle in a certain area and returned to this place. No, what should I do then? Earth-shattering divine ox was stunned. How could you get lost? I don't know, you all think, is there any good way for us to leave here first? Not to mention the mysteries of this place, we have to find a way back, right? We have come in for a long time. You can't do anything about the road you led, what can we do? The earth-shattering divine ox shouted. It's not this seat's fault. So far, do you still want to put the blame on this seat? Thunder Dragon snorted. It had been a long time since she came here. Except for Li Rong, who saw some opportunities and was promoted to the 3rd level of sainthood, everyone else had nothing to gain. Naturally, the 2 great venerables were not in a good mood. Seeing that they seemed to be quarreling, Yang Kai quickly persuaded him, don't be impatient, no one would have thought that this place is so weird before coming in. Now that the situation is out, don't blame each other, you still have to find a solution. Road. How to solve it? Did your kid notice anything special? Thunder Dragon looked at Yang Kai and asked. Yang Kai shook his head. In my opinion, someone here should have set up a maze. Li Rong thought thoughtfully, and said, there are dead bones here, probably all the warriors who entered this place unintentionally and were trapped to death in this place, for the sake of here. I think so too, Thunder Dragon nodded. During this period of time, from time to time, everyone will encounter one or two pieces of remains, which should be traces of the death of those warriors who accidentally broke into this place. Who set up the maze? The earth-shattering divine ox widened his eyes. Who set up the maze that even the three of us can't crack? Even if you don't understand the formation method, your strength reaches the level of the third layer holy state, and you can break through the illusion at a glance, but the few powerhouses here have not found anything weird from beginning to end. It can be seen that this formation is arranged. The method of the lawman is quite clever. I feel more and more that this place may have something to do with the legendary great demon god. Thunder Dragon sighed in a low voice, no one can do this except him. Yang Kai and Li Rong looked at each other and remained silent. Would you like to spread out and find a way? Kai Dai suggested hesitantly. Thunder Dragon and Yang Kai both shook their heads. The former said, it's too weird here, it's better not to spread out, or you may never find each other. This trip is really bad luck. I won't enter any Shaoshuan realm casually next time, old cow. The earth-shattering divine ox said angrily. Yang Kai shook his head with a wry smile. While he was thinking about it, he suddenly noticed a message from the divine tree. With a move in her heart, she quietly informed Li Rong, and her mind sank into the black book space. What's wrong? Yang Kai asked. He didn't know why the divine tree would call him at this time. There are some strange places here. Shenshu responded quickly. Are those two pitch-black stones again? Saying this, Yang Kai looked at the two pitch-black round stones and found that they were still the same, absorbing the essence of other minerals, and the glowing patterns on the surface became more and more luminous. The invention is clearly coherent. It's not them, it's another thing, you wait and see, you'll know right away. Shenshu replied. Yang Kai didn't ask any more questions and waited. After a while, somewhere in the black book space, a ray of light suddenly flickered. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel strange, and his mind quickly came to the place where the light flickered. After finding out what was emitting the light, he was stunned. The things stored in the black book space, Yang Kai generally knows, the most valuable is the Myriad Medicine Spirit Milk series, the other is the Divine Tree, and the Moonflower Grass that he had been looking for before. Many secret treasures that have been obtained from previous experience are also placed here, but the value of those secret treasures is not very large, and Yang Kai has not paid much attention to it. Apart from that, there are only those two weird pitch-black cobblestones and minerals obtained from the starry sky. At this moment, the things that flickered were something Yang Kai had never thought of. Heavenly Palace, the mysterious treasure belonging to Meng Wuya. Back then, the Yang family in the central capital launched a battle for succession. At the last moment, the evil land of Kenyan came in a big way, and the evil master Yangbai led the 6 evil kings to the battle city. In an instant, all the creatures in Zancheng were devastated, wailing everywhere, and became a dead city. Among the ruins, there is only one Yang Kaifu that is well preserved and has not been affected in the slightest. All this is due to the secret treasure that Meng Wuya took out. The heavenly palace turned into an enchantment, shrouding the periphery of Yang Kai's mansion, leaving Yangbai and the evil kings, who were at the top of their power, helpless. Afterwards, there was an underground decisive battle in the central capital. Yangbai died tragically, and the earth veins burst. At that critical moment, Meng Wuya took Shaningshang and Su Yan back to Tongshuan continent through the void corridor. The Tianqing Palace was left behind in Yang Kai's residence, and was eventually brought into the black book space by Yang Kai. Because this is Meng Wuya's secret treasure, Yang Kai has never planned to refine it, let alone erase his soul imprint and life imprint, and plans to return it to him when he sees Meng Wuya. It has been in the black book space for several years. If it hadn't been reminded by the divine tree today, Yang Kai would have almost forgotten it. Why is Tianqinggong shining? Although the frequency is very slow, it is indeed flickering, as if it is echoing something. During the contemplation, Yang Kai's expression was shocked, and he thought of a possibility that made him not sure. Meng Wuya is also here, even if he is not here, he has been here before. The Tianqing Palace is his secret treasure, and he left the imprint of his soul. If there is an aura of Meng Wuya here, it can be explained that the Tianqing Palace will respond. Yes, according to the information that he had inquired at the beginning, it can be inferred that Meng Wuya took Shaningshang and Su Yan to the ice sect in the past, and after entrusting Su Yan to the ice master Qingya, he disappeared again. Then the two masters and apprentices appeared in the Nine Heavens Holy Land. Nine Heavens Holy Land is not far from here. If Meng Wuya came here for some reason, going to Nine Heavens Holy Land was just to pass by, not to visit the old Holy Master on purpose, then everything can be explained. The more Yang Kai thought about it, the more he felt that his guess was correct, and he couldn't help feeling excited. If Meng Wuya is here, it means that the younger sister is also. Li Rong's soft call came at this time, and Yang Kai quickly returned his mind to his body, his eyes bright. Great Senior Thunder Dragon observed his words and said in a low voice, "Boy, did you find something?" "I don't know." Yang Kai grinned, and quickly took out the Tianxing Palace from the black book space and put it in the palm of his hand. "I don't know if this counts as a discovery." Secret treasure. Thunder Dragon frowned and looked at Tianxing Palace carefully. The shape of this secret treasure is strange, it actually looks like a palace, and it is very similar to a secret treasure I know. Yang Kai looked at him in amazement. Which one? A secret treasure owned by a master of the human race. Unfortunately, he died in battle hundreds of years ago. Let's not mention it. Lei Long waved his hand. He didn't care much, but after his spiritual sense investigated a little, his expression was stern. The ground changed. Shen shouted, "How is this secret treasure?" The grade of this secret treasure is extremely high, and it is very likely that it is a high-grade holy treasure, and the residual breath on it does not belong to Yang Kai, but belongs to another person. That faint breath is rich and mellow, and Thunder Dragon can conclude that the owner of this secret treasure must be a top expert. "This is the Heavenly Palace?" Thunder Dragon looked solemn and asked in a low voice, a little unsure. Palace-shaped secret treasures are uncommon, coupled with the fact that they are not low-grade. Li Long immediately thought of a possibility. Wouldn't it be so coincidental? Thunder Dragon Great Senior's expression became solemn. Yang Kai raised his brows. Does the Great Senior know? This is really the Heavenly Palace? Thunder Dragon's body shook, and he looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. Where did you get it, kid? Thunder Dragon, this secret treasure is amazing. Earth-shattering Divine Ox asked, probing his head. Great Senior Thunder Dragon took a light breath. It doesn't matter if the secret treasure is too good, the key is that the original owner of this treasure is very good. Who is its owner? The earth-shattering Divine Ox didn't seem as knowledgeable as Thunder Dragon, and he didn't know much about the Heavenly Palace. Its owner was the #1 expert of the human race back then, Meng Wuya. Lei Long shouted, staring at Yang Kai, as if he wanted to know if Yang Kai had anything to do with that Meng Wuya. The earth-shattering Divine Niu scratched his head. Old Niu, I seem to have heard this name before. Of course you've heard of it. Thunder Dragon snorted softly. Do you still remember Great Venerable Blood Flood Dragon? Of course I remember. The earth-shattering Divine Ox nodded heavily. When the old ox was not transformed, the Blood Flood Dragon was known as the Demon Clan, but then he died for some unknown reason. By the way, Thunder Dragon, you were the Blood Flood Dragon back then. The people under Dazun, I have a little impression of this. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency Starterra sent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Closing parenthesis. Chapter 907. Yes. Lei Long nodded his head. I was indeed a member of the Blood Jiao Dazun back then, and the Blood Jiao Dazun's death had something to do with the owner of this artifact. I was beaten to death by that guy named Meng Wuya. The earth-shattering Divine Ox exclaimed. Lei Long shook his head slowly. It's not like this, it's just a battle between the two people. The Blood Flood Dragon was defeated within a stick of incense, and he was seriously injured. In the end, he died in depression. Only then was he able to take over the position of the Great Venerable and become the commander of this demon domain. The earth-shattering Divine Bull's eyes exploded, and a muffled voice resounded. Blood Jiao Dazun's strength back then should be on par with you and me now. How could someone be able to defeat him within a stick of incense? Quote. That's right, it's about a stick of incense. Back then, when the two of them were fighting, I was watching the battle. That Meng Wuya's method was truly earth-shattering. Later, I made a special inquiries, and only then did I know that the guy is the #1 powerhouse of the human race, and no one can stand up to him. Quote, Yang Kai heard the glittering eyes in his eyes, and the image of Treasurer Meng as an old and disrespectful person could not help but twitch slightly in his mind. Dream Shopkeeper actually has such a glorious past. Although Yang Kai had long guessed that Meng Wuya's strength was not low, he still somewhat underestimated his ability. Until today, Yang Kai had a clearer understanding of Treasurer Meng's background. And this Heavenly Palace secret treasure belongs to that Meng Wuya. Great Senior Thunder Dragon looked at the secret treasure in Yang Kai's hand with a complicated expression, and sighed slightly. Because of Great Senior Blood Flood Dragon's death, so this seat has been paying attention to the movement and whereabouts of that guy, but unfortunately I heard that he later ran to the demon border to challenge the current demon lord, and finally fought alone and died there. After a pause, he sighed. That guy is also a strange person, with no sect, he seems to be cultivating alone, and he doesn't have a legacy, and I don't know how he cultivated to that level, which makes me want to find someone now. There is no way to get revenge. Boy, where did you get this treasure? Hee. If I say, this is what he left for me, do you believe it? Yang Kai laughed dryly. Thunder Dragon frowned. What do you mean? You mean he's still alive now? Kindness. Impossible, there has been no news of him for hundreds of years. If he is still alive, how can he not make some noise? Lei Long seemed to be a little unconvinced, and asked suspiciously, why is the palace today? Has it been flickering? Probably it sensed the aura of its own master. Yang Kai also looked at the heavenly palace, and since he took it out of the black book space, the frequency of the heavenly palace's flickering became more and more frequent, which made Yang Kai conclude that Meng Wuya might really be here. He's not really alive, is he? Great Senior Thunder Dragon exclaimed. Do you think I'm a liar? Yang Kai looked at him seriously. Not like. That's right. Thunder Dragon's expression changed, suddenly his eyes lit up, and he shouted in a low voice. So, as long as we follow the guidance of the heavenly palace, we can find Meng Wuya. Can we also leave this maze? That's what I thought. Yang Kai nodded heavily and poured his true yuan into the heavenly palace. Back then, Meng Wuya used the heavenly palace to wrap Yang Kai's mansion, saving Yang Kai's mansion from being destroyed by the evil masters and evil kings. In order to facilitate Yang Kai's entry and exit, Meng Wuya deliberately left a restriction in the heavenly palace. Let Yang Kai drive it. It's just that this secret treasure doesn't belong to Yang Kai after all, so it can't exert its full power. That's enough. True yuan poured into the room, and the Tianqing palace hummed and trembled, and Yang Kai realized that this secret treasure was faintly about to fly out of his hands. Immediately, he shouted, come with me. Holding the heavenly palace, feeling the direction it was going to fly, Yang Kai sprinted all the way. The crowd followed. While flying, Yang Kai's mood fluctuated. He is not sure whether Meng Wuya is here or not. Maybe he came here, left traces, and then left. If this is the case, then this time, he and the little sister will still be unable to be found. But this is always a clue and a hope. Su Yan Yang Kai has already found Old Demon, he is not worried, as long as he finds Sha Ning Chong, his purpose of coming to Tongshuan continent has been achieved. It has been more than 10 years since he left the central capital and came to this world. In the past 10 years, his strength has undergone earth-shaking changes, but there is always such a thing on his mind, which makes him sigh every time he thinks about it. When I see Meng Wuya, I must pull out this old rascal's beard. Yang Kai was secretly ruthless, and he spared no effort to fly. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly there were some changes in the gray field of vision. There seems to be something ahead, standing in this world. When we got here, the light emitted by Tianqing Palace also became much stronger. Yang Kai was shocked and rushed there without thinking. After seeing what was in front of him, he frowned. The other 5 also stood still and looked forward with solemn expressions. 10 feet away from the crowd, there stood a stone pillar. The stone pillar was inexplicably high, soaring into the sky, and there was no end in sight. There were 3 people around it. On the stone pillar, there are several large characters left, just like the handwriting that everyone encountered when they first entered here. They are all rune words. Li Rong, what is written on it? Yang Kai hurriedly asked. Li Rong glanced at it, and immediately withdrew her gaze, daring not to observe any more. She said solemnly, Pillar of Profound Opening. Pillar of Tongzan. Yang Kai frowned, not knowing what these words meant. However, there was indeed an extraordinary power surging in the stone pillar, and the strength of this power made everyone tremble with fear. Following the guidance of the heavenly palace, they did not find Meng Wuya, but found such a strange stone pillar, which made everyone's heart sink. However, Yang Kai could still feel the pull of the heavenly palace, and it was still leading the way. Let's go. No matter what, it's considered to have left the maze. Yang Kai said with relief. The 5 nodded lightly and continued to follow. In the process of moving forward, everyone is very vigilant, for fear of encountering any unexpected dangerous situation. After half an hour, Yang Kai suddenly slowed down, sniffed the smell in the air, and asked, have you noticed anything wrong? Blood smell. Thunder Dragon replied immediately, his eyes glanced around, his expression vigilant, there is a bloody smell here. Well, it seems to be getting stronger and stronger. Yang Kai nodded. Wait, there is some movement. Thunder Dragon let out a low voice. Everyone hurriedly stopped and listened. Some subtle sounds came from far and near, like the sound of rolling waves and the ebb and flow of tides. The speed of the sound approaching was extremely fast, but in just a moment, it was not far in front of everyone. Looking around, there were some dark red rays of light in the original gray world ahead. Gradually, the dark red color became more and more prosperous, and the tide-like sound from the side of the ear also became clear and loud. The whole world suddenly became as red as blood. Not good. Thunder Dragon shouted loudly, and quickly activated his power, arcs flickering all over his body, and a cyan light curtain enveloped everyone. At the same time, in front of that, a thick and boundless blood-red liquid rushed forward, like a dam bursting and roaring, engulfing a group of 6 people in an instant. The rich bloody smell permeated the nose of everyone, and as far as the eye could see, it was full of thick blood-red liquid. Everyone seemed to fall into the sea of blood, lost their way, and could not find a way out. Yin Hong's blood mist was pervasive and penetrated through the power defense of Thunder Dragon Great Senior. The Tianxing Palace in Yang Kai's hand was only stained a little, and the light was dimmed a lot, and his spirituality was greatly lost. Without hesitation, he quickly put the Tianxing Palace into the black book space. Stab. Light noises came from all directions, and the blood mist that penetrated seemed to be extremely corrosive. This kind of weird sound sounded outside everyone's skin, and it was extremely painful. Yang Kai gritted his teeth, turning his power to resist the invasion of the blood mist, and his true essence passed away like flowing water. What the hell is this? The earth-shattering divine ox shouted. A khaki light shrouded his body, but under the erosion of the blood mist, the light soon dimmed, and he had to display more power defense, and the power consumption was also in its rapidity. The surrounding blood sea and the derived blood mist seemed to have the effect of eroding power. It should have triggered some restriction by accident. Rush out with me and leave this sea of blood. Thunder Dragon shouted angrily, and under the pressure of the sea of blood, he released his own defense to the limit. Master, be careful, Kai Dai suddenly exclaimed. The colorful wings waved, and the faint rays of light shot out. Looking in the direction of her attack, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. He found that from the sea of blood that filled the sky, there were countless blood people condensed from blood. Those blood people's facial features were blurred, and their bodies were extremely unstable. Katie's attack had no effect on them at all. After passing their bodies, they disappeared into the sea of blood. Immediately after being stunned, several bloody people threw their teeth and claws in front of Thunder Dragon Great Senior. Thunder Dragon's eyes narrowed, and a purple lightning bolt flew out like a fang-toothed snake, passing through the bodies of the bloody men, smashing them into a pool of blood. However, there was still a bloody man who reached out and grabbed Thunder Dragon Great Senior's wrist. Like a branding iron being scorched on the flesh, the sound of stinging came out. Thunder Dragon showed a painful look, and his body shook, shaking the bloody hand away. However, there was a bright red 5 fingerprint on his wrist, and the skin was cracked. Everyone's face changed. Thunder Dragon, as the top powerhouse, is also a monster itself. The physical strength can be said to be extremely powerful, but he still can't resist the power of the blood man's grasp. It can be seen how terrifying the power contained in the blood water. The most desperate thing for everyone is that the bloody people who were beaten into blood by Thunder Dragon Lord actually gathered together unscathed and stood up again. They seem to be immortal and cannot be completely eliminated at all. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at fan.la. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency first release a cent to vote for recommended votes and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile users please go to M to read. Chapter 908. In the Blood Sea package, a group of 6 people used all their abilities. While fighting against the blood people who came out of the blood water, they rushed forward, trying to escape this dangerous place. But no matter how everyone fled, the thick and bright red color was still everywhere. This sea of blood seems to have no end, and it seems to follow the pace of everyone, so that they will never find a way out. Gradually, Great Senior Thunder Dragon had to stop and deal with the attacks of those bloody people with all his strength. Within a radius of several hundred feet, streaks of lightning bolts flowed through the sea of blood, trying to break the blockade of the sea of blood and find a way out. Thunder Dragon Great Venerable himself is a red flame thunder dragon, proficient in the mysteries of fire and thunder. His own strength is superb, and his cultivation is strong, but even so, he is at a loss for the situation in front of him. The khaki yellow halo on the earth-shattering bull's body flickered indefinitely, disappearing and appearing from time to time. The sharp golden aura emanating from Jin Ni's body also gradually dimmed. Katie's colorful dim light, Li Rong's pitch-black magic essence, all surging in that sea of AA blood, but that sea of AA blood seemed to be a bottomless pit, swallowing up everyone's power, so that no one could see a trace of Yi Hao leaving. Hope. Those bloody people who came out of the sea of AA blood were not strong in attack, and their bodies were not strong. A few powerful people who entered the Holy Realm could turn them into bloody water with a little trick. What makes people collapse is that after turning into blood, they can condense again, stand up and continue to attack everyone. The blood mist that penetrated in was consuming the power in everyone's body all the time. I don't know if the ban here was ordered by the great demon god, and it has a sensational destructive power and staying power. Yang Kai's strength is the lowest among this group of people, and it is precisely because of this that he is wrapped in the middle of the five saint realm, and he is not worried about his own safety for the time being. When the five people were struggling to resist, he had been observing the energy fluctuations in the blood sea and the situation of the blood people. The power of divine consciousness spread out quietly, and when a bloody man rushed towards Li Rong, the fire of divine consciousness exploded. The scorching power spreads out, containing the artistic conception that can burn everything in the world. After feeling this mood, the people who were originally cold in body and mind couldn't help but feel a burning sensation. It happened to see the bloody man who rushed in front of Li Rong boil. The blood man was originally made of fresh blood. There was no bone or flesh. The thick and red blood seemed to be boiled. Bubbles appeared from all over the body, and it was evaporated in a very short time. There was nothing. Leave. Everyone's eyes lit up. The kid has a hand. The earth-splitting divine ox praised loudly. This is the first time they have completely wiped out a blood man since they were wrapped in the sea of AA blood. Great Senior, use fire. Yang Kai hurriedly looked at Thunder Dragon. Thunder Dragon's reaction is also extremely fast, and there is no need for Yang Kai to remind him. The power of the thunder element quickly converges, and the hot flames pour out from the burly body. The attack of the rushing bloody people was stopped a lot at once. They seemed to be afraid of the scorching power. The blood on the surface of the body continued to roll out of bubbles, and the blurred facial features showed a ferocious and painful look, and they stopped. Thunder Dragon shouted angrily, accompanied by a few deafening roars. One after another fiery dragon-like attacks flew out swaying, with Yang Kai's spiritual power, instantly cleared the blood people wrapped around everyone, letting everyone the activity space has become much larger. It's not a long-term solution, take this opportunity to quickly think about how to get out of this place. Great Senior Thunder Dragon said solemnly. Divine sense came out, and it was impossible to detect the extent of this sea of AA blood. The blood mist that penetrated and eroded a lot of people's strength, and the energy fluctuations in their bodies gradually weakened, waiting for this sea of AA blood to evaporate to dryness. I'm afraid everyone is dead. How about you and this kid stand in front of you and burn a way out? Earth-shattering Divine Ox suggested. I can't do it. This sea of AA blood is very strange. It seems to be moving with us. If we can't get rid of it, we will never be able to get out. Thunder Dragon slowly shook his head, exerting his own firepower to the extreme. Large tracts of blood were evaporated by him and Yang Kai. Hearing him say this, everyone else was helpless and desperate. Right, Yang Kai suddenly lit up and suddenly remembered something. Seeing his excited expression, Thunder Dragon immediately shouted, Boy, have you found a way to escape? If you find something, no matter if it's successful or not, you have to give it a try. It's better than waiting here to die. I have this idea. Yang Kai nodded, looking at Li Rong and asked, where's the blood essence stone? Li Rong was stunned for a moment, and soon a strange light appeared in her beautiful eyes, and she immediately understood what Yang Kai was thinking. He quickly took out the blood essence stone he had obtained before from the Chenkin bag and handed it over. This blood essence stone is a product from the starry sky. It has the effect of drawing blood and turning it into blood energy that anyone can use. It is amazing. Originally belonged to Zhongao of Pozan Palace, but in that snowy mountain, Zhongao was killed, and the blood essence stone changed hands. The blood essence stone had drawn a lot of blood last time, and after treating the injured members of the ancient demon clan, it had been kept for Li Rong. Yang Kai is also a flash of inspiration, remembering that there is such a thing. Blood essence stone, Thunder Dragon let out a low voice, is it the kind of blood essence stone from the starry sky? Yang Kai grinned, Great Senior knows a lot. Do you also have this kind of thing? Thunder Dragon's expression was excited, and he laughed loudly, it's saved now. Let's give it a try. Yang Kai stopped talking nonsense and poured the true essence into the blood essence stone. This product from the starry sky immediately radiated dazzling rays of light. Immediately, an invisible force spread in all directions. Scattered, attracted by this pulling force, the bloody people who wrapped everyone seemed to have encountered something terrifying, roaring and shrinking into the sea of blood. But it was still too late. The attraction of blood essence stone to blood was not something that these blood people could resist. One by one, the blood people turned into thick blood, like 10,000 swords salvo, rushing towards the blood essence stone. The blood essence stone is also open to all who come, accepting all the blood without leaving a trickle. In a short time, with the place where everyone was located as the center, within a radius of 10 feet, there was no blood at all, and even the blood that had penetrated was completely absorbed by the blood essence stone. The huge attraction is still continuing, pulling the blood in the tumbling thick sea of blood. Seeing this scene, everyone's hearts were settled, and they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They knew that this time it was a disaster. With the passage of time, the blood light emitted from the blood essence stone became more and more intense. The stone with the size of a fist seemed to be made of fresh blood, and the dark red color made people palpitate. The blood energy contained within is even more huge to an unimaginable level. Yongkai held it in his hand, and he could even feel the regular vibrations coming from the inside of the blood essence stone, as if he was holding a heart. An hour later, everyone's vision gradually became clear, and the sea of blood that enveloped everyone was much thinner. After another hour, the sea of blood finally disappeared. At this moment, the power of chi and blood emanating from the inside of the blood essence stone has been strong enough to make the two great elders of the demon clan tremble with fear. Even if they burst out their own vitality, I am afraid they will not be able to achieve such a strong power of chi and blood. This thing is amazing, where did you find it? The earth-shattering divine ox seemed to be interested in the blood essence stone, and hurriedly asked. Lei Long laughed and said, don't think about it, this kind of thing comes from the starry sky, but you can't find it. I have only heard of it, and this is the first time I see it today. Said, looked at Yongkai thoughtfully. Boy, I found that your luck is very good, even the blood essence stone can be started. It's normal. Yongkai chuckled and played with the blood essence stone in his hand, feeling more and more like a heart, and there was a strong heartbeat from the inside. Whether this thing is for sale or not, I can offer a big price to keep you satisfied. Thunder Dragon asked. Yongkai quickly put the blood essence stone into the black book space and shook his head decisively. Thunder Dragon couldn't help rolling his eyes. If you don't sell it, you won't sell it. Why are you so vigilant? How can this seat rob you? Thunder Dragon, why did you buy this? The earth-shattering divine ox didn't quite understand the purpose of the blood essence stone. You know shit. Thunder Dragon curled his lips. After this thing absorbs blood, it can be turned into a kind of blood energy that anyone can use. It can be used to heal wounds and has the effect of bringing back the dead. It can also draw blood energy during battle. Increase your own blood power, temporarily improve your strength, and there will be no sequelae. So miraculous. The earth-splitting divine ox couldn't help widening its eyes, and also looked at Yongkai with some emotion. He laughed. Don't look at me, as you say, I won't sell the blood essence stone. Yongkai shook his head into a rattle. This holy master is not short of money. Quote, after speaking, he ignored them, took out the Tianxing palace from the black book space, felt the direction it was going to fly, and waved, go on. This kid. Thunder Dragon was speechless. He just took out some medicinal pills and took them, recovering the power he had just consumed while he was on his way. As time passed, the light emitted from the heavenly palace became stronger and stronger. Yongkai was excited, and felt more and more that Meng Wuya might actually be here now. If he just left some aura here to make the heavenly palace react, it will never change the heavenly palace as the distance approaches. There will be such a scene, it means that Meng Wuya is here. Yongkai's heart was full of expectations, and the speed of his feet also increased. A few hours later, when the light of the palace became bright, it burst out a powerful force in an instant, and it got rid of the shackles of Yongkai directly, turned into a stream of light and rushed forward, and disappeared in an instant. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to A Unknown Currency First Release a cent to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 909. The Tianxing Palace flew out, turned into a stream of light and disappeared from everyone's field of vision. Yongkai immediately froze in place. It flew away. What's the situation? The earth-shattering bull shouted. Meng Wuya, right there. Thunder Dragon narrowed his eyes and said categorically. Yongkai has already speeded up, following the direction where Tianxing Palace left, galloping up, looking excited and nervous. Great Senior Thunder Dragon waved his hand and shouted in a low voice, Follow up, that year's #1 human race might really be here. The #1 powerhouse of the human race, this requires knowledge. The eyes of the earth-shattering divine ox were also brighter. Being able to be called the first, it can be seen that the guy named Meng Wuya must have good skills, otherwise the world will not recognize his name. An empty field is like a rocky hill, and there are many broken stones scattered on the ground. In that field, there are strange stone pillars standing. There are 8 in total, arranged in an octagonal formation, and each stone pillar exudes extremely strong energy fluctuations. And these energy fluctuations have different attributes, ranging from scorching flame aura, cold icy aura, pervasive poisonous aura, and rushing lightning power. All kinds of different power artistic conceptions flow here, converging into a sensational area. At this moment, on one of the 8 stone pillars, a white-haired old man was bound by an invisible force, unable to move, unable to speak, with his head lowered, his clothes torn like a beggar, and his breath of life was also like that. If you understand something, you will soon be gone. Cha-cha-cha, the sound of rumbling was incessant, and from the 8 stone pillars, from time to time, a sensational force burst out, rushing towards the old man. That is the power that is enough to destroy the world. The old man seems to have been beaten by these powers for a long time, and he is dying, but he always holds his last breath, not to let his vitality disappear. The flames burned on the old man's body, scorching his flesh, lightning penetrated his body, burning his internal organs, and the highly toxic toxin spread in every inch of his flesh and blood, making his entire skin glow black and green color. On the periphery of the octagonal stone pillar, a veiled woman with crystal clear eyes and no flaws was sitting on the ground. A strange power burst out from her delicate body, and she saw the surging power inside the 8 stone pillars. Su's hand constantly waved, to resolve and share the terrifying damage for the old man. The woman was petite, her face was covered with tulle, and she couldn't see her true face. A sapphire was dotted on her forehead, as clear as her beautiful eyes. There were traces of tears on Chao's face, but no tears fell, as if her tears had dried up. The delicate body shuddered, constantly wielding her own strength, trying to save the old man from the octagonal stone pillar, but there was nothing she could do. The pills were taken one by one, recovering the lost power. Boom-a! Another bolt of lightning struck from a certain stone pillar, thick as a thigh, and bombarded the old man. In an instant, his skin was torn apart and blood was spilled. Stimulated by this bolt of lightning, the old man finally turned away from the coma, slightly. Looking up, the pair of dim eyes stared at the woman, pursed her lips, and tried to say something, but she couldn't make any sound. The woman understood what he meant and kept shaking her head. The old man's eyes showed a sense of guilt, as well as a strong sense of unwillingness and unyielding. At this moment, the old man suddenly seemed to have noticed something, and exhausted all his strength to look aside. Over there, a stream of light lacing came and rushed into his body with a thunderous momentum. The old man's body trembled, an incredible look appeared on his face, and his originally dim eyes suddenly flashed an amazing light. The next moment, a palace-like barrier lit up, wrapping the old man's whole body, blocking the forces from all directions. It seems that because of the return of the streamer, the old man's complexion became a little ruddy, and his vitality recovered a little. The woman sitting outside the octagonal stone column let out a soft cry, her beautiful eyes widened, and she turned her head to look in the direction where the streamer was flying, just in time to see a heroic and majestic figure, gradually clear in the gray field of vision. The 4 eyes met, the woman's long-dried tears suddenly came out again and rolled down her cheeks. Yang Kai also stared at her in a daze, only to feel that the blood in his body was boiling, his fingertips trembled, and he grinned, his gentle voice seemed to be able to melt stubborn stones. "Little senior sister, I finally found you." Standing in front of him, it was he who came to Tongshuan continent and searched for Shanning Shang for 10 years. Just like when she left from Zhongdu, it has not changed in the slightest, and the years seem to have left no trace on her at all. The only thing that has changed is her figure, which is much plumper than before. "Junior brother." Sha Ningchong couldn't believe what she saw, and murmured, "Isn't this a dream?" Yang Kai shook his head and walked towards her. Sha Ningshang's delicate body trembled lightly, until she was hugged by Yang Kai and felt the warmth from his chest, then she was sure that everything in front of her was not a dream or an illusion. The junior brother that he had been thinking about, he really found this place. In an instant, Sha Ningshang's mood calmed down, feeling that she had someone she could rely on when she was most hesitant. Tears wet Yang Kai's clothes, which contained the warmth of little senior sister. Yang Kai took a breath, and turned his eyes to the old man who seemed to be nailed to a stone pillar not far away. His eyes narrowed, and Yang Kai almost screamed in horror. Dream shopkeeper. The Meng Wuya who gave Yang Kai a lot of help when he was very weak, at this moment actually looks like a withered, thin body, almost only skin and bones, and there is no other person at all. Yang Kai couldn't imagine what kind of torture and pain he endured. How could it be like this? Yang Kai asked solemnly. In his impression, Meng Wuya always had a calm and determined demeanor, as if nothing in the world could hinder him. He has always appeared in front of the world with an invincible attitude, often surprising and regretting those who oppose him. But now, that brave and invincible Meng Wuya is about to die, which makes Yang Kai somewhat unacceptable. My master and I entered the ruins of a demon, and then I didn't know what restriction was triggered, so I was sent here. When I woke up, my master was trapped on the stone pillar, and I didn't know the 8 what the hell is going on with Shiju. He is constantly releasing his power to torture the master. I want to save him, but there is nothing I can do. Junior brother, please save the master. If you don't get him out, he will really die. Sha Ningxiang burst into tears, kept begging. She was picked up by Meng Wuya when she was very young. It can be said that Meng Wuya brought her up and her strength was also taught by Meng Wuya. To this master, she regarded her as her most important relative. Seeing that Meng Wuya was being tortured every day, Sha Ningxiang felt the same and was extremely painful. Yang Kai nodded, reached out and patted Sha Ningxiang's head, a subtle force poured into her body, and said softly, "Relax, since I'm here, I will rescue him, you should take a break." Sha Ningxiang's eyelids suddenly became heavy, and Yang Kai's words were like a curse, causing her to fall into a drowsiness in an instant. Sha Ningxiang was also at the point where the oil was running out. Why couldn't Yang Kai see this? Their master and apprentice were trapped in this place for an unknown amount of time. During this time, the younger sister must have never rested, and uncontrollably swayed her own strength, which is very likely to bring some hidden dangers to the body. She must rest. Meng Wuya, who was trapped on the stone pillar, looked at Yang Kai. His turbid eyes showed a grateful look, and a subtle spiritual sense passed over, bringing the message that Yang Kai left. As long as Yang Kai took Sha Ningxiang safely away from this place, Meng Wuya would be dead even if he died. He was tortured for so long, and he was holding his last breath because he was worried about his precious apprentice. Looking at each other, Yang Kai didn't say much, just turned around, picked up the unconscious Sha Ningxiang and walked towards the road. At this moment, the 4 powerhouses of the monster clan and Li Rong also arrived not far away, and they all stayed there, staring at this side blankly, not quite understanding what was going on in front of them. "My lord, this girl?" Li Rong quickly asked in a low voice when she saw that Yang Kai's expression was a little strange. "It's my senior sister," Yang Kai replied while placing her in a safe place. "Senior sister of the lord?" Li Rong couldn't help but look at Sha Ningxiang secretly, and was shocked to find that although this veiled woman was young, her body's strength was a little disordered due to excessive use, but the cultivation realm is the same as Yang Kai's, the extraordinary 3-layer realm. The 4 members of the monster race also discovered this, and the 2 great seniors looked at each other in horror. They thought that it would be amazing to see a young transcendent 3-layer Yang Kai in this world, but they didn't want his senior sister of unknown origin to do the same. Yang Kai was born in Soaring Heaven sect, so this woman is also from Soaring Heaven sect. Is this sect's way of educating people so good? Putting down Sha Ningxiang, Yang Kai turned around and continued to stare at Meng Wuya over there, and after a while he said solemnly, "Thunder Dragon Great Senior, I know that shopkeeper Meng has some festivals with your demon clan, but I hope you don't look for it at this time. He's in trouble. Isn't that guy Meng Wuya?" Thunder Dragon frowned and looked forward. If it wasn't for Yang Kai's reminder, he wouldn't be sure, but after such an observation, he did find that the old man trapped on the stone pillar was somewhat similar to the one he saw back then. "This is the #1 powerhouse of the human race. How did you do this?" The earth-shattering divine ox also frowned. Meng Wuya's situation at the moment was really sad. "Yes, he is Meng Wuya." Yang Kai nodded. "I want to get him out. I don't ask you monster race to help, as long as you don't disturb me." To be continued. Update group at Paintings Hong Kong provides. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency first release a cent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 910 Distraction. Lei Long heard the words and snorted. "Boy, who do you think you are? Is this the kind of despicable villain who will fall into trouble? The Blood Flood Dragon did die because of Meng Wuya, and I also want to challenge him. But I'll wait until he's back at his peak, assuming, of course, that you can really rescue him." To be able to trap a character like Meng Wuya, the mystery contained in the 8 stone pillars must be extraordinary. Thunder Dragon Great Senior is not optimistic about Yang Kai's wild words. Although this kid has often made people feel surprised, after all, the realm of cultivation is only the extraordinary 3-layer realm. Whether it can be saved, I have to give it a try. Yang Kai took a deep breath, and the tide-like spiritual sense expanded towards the 8 stone pillars. He was first here, and he didn't know what danger Mr. Meng encountered, and why he was bound to the stone pillar. Naturally, he had to investigate first. His movements are extremely careful, so as not to touch any restrictions. Seemingly aware of the spread of Yang Kai's spiritual sense, Meng Wuya, who was trapped on the stone pillar, shook his head with difficulty, his dry lips squirming, trying to stop Yang Kai's movements. His eyes were full of anxiety. He was inexplicably trapped because of the investigation. But Yang Kai's spiritual sense was fast and silent, and he didn't have time to stop it. As soon as divine sense came into contact with the 8 stone pillars, Yang Kai suddenly changed color. The terrifying power contained in those stone pillars was far beyond his imagination, and it was almost a power that could sweep the entire world. The next moment, heaven and earth trembled, and a coercion that made everyone horrified fell from the sky. The 5 Saint Realm powerhouses all felt that their hearts and blood were tumbling, and their breathing was not smooth. They never thought that there is such a terrifying coercion in this world, which even they dare not resist. The golden light bloomed, and in the void, a big hand stretched out strangely, holding Yang Kai's body with a thunderous momentum. Immediately, the golden 5 fingers contracted and turned into a rope, which bound Yang Kai and dragged him forward. Yang Kai couldn't resist at all, and in front of the rope formed by this big hand, his strength was almost completely sealed, and he couldn't exert a trace at all. Looking around in horror, I found that one of the strong men who came here was counted as one, and no one escaped. All of them were pulled to the octagonal stone pillar. In exclamation, they also used their spiritual sense to investigate. Only one Shaning Shang, who was in a coma on the spot, was lucky to escape. Seeing this scene, Meng Wuya's eyes dimmed, knowing that it was too late. Bump bump. The 4 members of the monster race, plus Li Rong and Yang Kai, totaled 6, all tied to the stone pillar, unable to move. The next moment, the sensational screams came one after another. The 2 great elders, who were as strong as the demon clan, couldn't bear the terrifying torture of the sudden addition. Their faces were contorted in pain. Kai Dai and Li Rong even screamed. The violent power erupted from everyone, and the 4 monsters all turned into monsters, trying to break out of the shackles of this stone pillar. Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon, Earth-Splitting Divine Ox, Juyu Jin Ni Beast, Colorful Illusionary Butterfly, every monster beast is the owner of the noble blood of the monster clan. Li Rong also displayed the demon transformation, and the strange and pitch-black magic patterns covered her cheeks, making her look wild and beautiful. But no matter how they struggled, in front of these 8 stone pillars, they were as weak and powerless as ants. Yang Kai's face also became extremely pale. At the moment when he was bound to the stone pillar, he finally realized the pain Meng Wuya was suffering. The 8 stone pillars contained different powers, and the 8 powers converged in this small area into a terrifying killing area, intertwined into a big net, whipping everyone's body and mind. What shocked Yang Kai the most was that the stone pillar seemed to be quite strange, and it was quickly absorbing the strength and flesh and blood essence of his body. Everyone's chi and blood power is rapidly passing away, and the power fluctuations are gradually weakening. My lord, use the demon god transformation. Li Rong suddenly shouted coquettishly. Yang Kaijun gritted his teeth to endure the terrifying devastation, and without hesitation, he unwittingly displayed this magical technique inherited from the great demon god. The heaven and earth trembled, and the thick evil energy poured out from the proud golden body, replacing the Yang Yuan that originally existed in Yang Kai's meridians and flesh and blood. It became a map that was invisible to the naked eye. The next moment, Yang Kai suddenly felt relaxed. It turned out that the damage he suffered on his body disappeared at once after he performed the demon god transformation, and the stone pillar that bound him no longer extracted his own flesh and blood essence and the power in his body. At the same time, he also felt an unusual aura flowing in the octagonal stone pillar. With a shocked expression, Yang Kai snorted, the means of the great demon god. On the stone pillar on the other side, Li Rong nodded heavily. Like Yang Kai, she was fine after the demon god transformation, and it was precisely because she noticed this anomaly that she was so anxious to remind Yang Kai. The breath of the great demon god flows through these 8 stone pillars, which is the means planted by the great demon god, and the demon god transformation and the ancient demon clan have a deep relationship with the great demon god, so after the demon god transformation is used, the pain of flesh and blood can be relieved. Although it was just a guess that Yang Kai thought of in an instant, it should be the truth. Turning their heads and looking, the 4 people of the demon clan were still gritting their teeth and struggling, and the transformed body could be released automatically after less than 10 breaths of effort, and turned into a human shape again. Everyone described it as haggard, and looked at Yang Kai indifferently. I am afraid that it will not take long to become the same as Meng Wuya. Yang Kai moved his body and tried to break free from the shackles of the stone pillar, but found that he was powerless. While anxious, Li Rong exclaimed again, "My lord, there is something moving." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and stared at the front of him. In the center of the octagonal stone pillar, there is an illusory and ethereal figure slowly condensing, and gradually, this figure becomes real and clear. With a burly and majestic figure, his expression is not angry and arrogant, and a pair of gleaming eyes looked at Yang Kai and Li Rong with a little suspiciousness. Seeing this person's appearance, Yang Kai suddenly grinned, silent and mysterious. Li Rong's beautiful eyes also widened, and she stared at the figure in front of her for a while, gradually overlapping with the image of a person in her mind, and exclaimed absent-mindedly, "Great demon god." The figure in front of him condensed from the virtual to the real is clearly the same as the statue in front of the Mogu Castle. The statue in front of Mogu Castle was carved by the ancestors of the ancient demon clan. Those ancestors who served the great demon god naturally knew his appearance. Hearing Li Rong's cry, the faces of the 4 of the demon clan turned pale. Even if the great demon god has fallen for countless years, his prestige is enough to shock the world. It is a legend of a generation, and it is a height that no one can reach. "Sure enough, it's you," Yang Kai shouted in a low voice. "But, the Lord Demon God has long since fallen." Li Rong couldn't believe that the figure that appeared strangely in front of him was the great demon god, but the aura emanating from his body was definitely not fake. He is not the deity of the great demon god, he is just a distraction of the great demon god. Don't you see that he has no entity? Yang Kai stared at the front with burning eyes. Distracted. What is that? Li Rong exclaimed. Yang Kai shook his head without explaining. He had obtained the pure golden blood of the devil, and from it, he learned a trick of the devil, which is the technique of distraction. He has also practiced this trick, and the distraction created by the magical power is still warm and nourished in the sea of AAA knowledge, and it is not useful for the time being. But the great demon god is different. Since this magical power is possessed by him, it means that his distraction is powerful and unparalleled, even enough to be on a par with the deity. As soon as Yang Kai saw the figure in front of him, he understood his origin. "Oh, you know a lot about this kid, and you deserve to be the successor chosen by the deity." The great demon god suddenly looked at Yang Kai with a faint smile, and the voice resounded directly in Yang Kai's mind. Yang Kai smiled and said, "It seems that you don't know much about me." The great demon god snorted. "If I didn't feel the skeleton of the deity appear, how could I easily show up? And this woman, she should be the descendant of the line that served me back then, right? The demon god transformation is not just anyone can learn, eh? Are you really the great demon god?" Li Rong was so surprised that she could no longer speak, her beautiful eyes were full of fanatical worship and excitement. "Existence, but until I saw it with my own eyes today, I knew how pale my imagination was." She herself is now also the top powerhouse in the 3rd layer holy realm, but in front of the means laid down by the great demon god countless years ago, she was directly captured without the strength to resist. If the other party hadn't taken the initiative to show up, what she and Yang Kai's current encounter would be no different from the 4 of the Yaozu. She didn't know what kind of shocking supernatural powers the great demon god should have when he was alive. "Since we have such a relationship, can we have a good talk?" Yang Kai looked at him and said. "What do you want to talk about? How about letting go of my friends? They were just implicated by me, as well as the old man who came in before. He also has some relationship with me." The great demon god looked at him calmly, and suddenly sneered, "Boy, did you make a mistake? You thought you were the successor chosen by the deity, so you can negotiate with me. If you really think so, then you may want to disappoint it. What are you doing to capture them? Why do you arrange such a method here?" Yang Kai frowned, feeling that things are a bit complicated. "It's not that I want to capture them, it's just that they entered a place where they shouldn't." The great demon god shook his head slowly. "Anyone who enters here will never want to get out alive. This is the hub of the entire continent." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai asked anxiously. "It's too early to tell you this. Since you have the skeleton of the deity, one day you will be able to reach the level of the deity, and then you will understand." The great demon god said, looking a little impatient. "Look. For the sake of your inheritance of the deity's will, I can let you and this woman leave, and don't break into this place in the future, otherwise I will not be merciful." To be continued. This text is updated by Breaking Dawn. Group at Fanala provides. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency starting a cent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile users, please go to M to read. Chapter 911. How much power do you have left? Having said that, the great demon god stretched out his hand a little, and in the void not far away, there suddenly appeared the entrance of a void corridor. It was pitch dark and deep enough to accommodate several people passing by side by side. Use the magic essence yourself to break free from the shackles of this mysterious pillar, and then leave from there. The great demon god waved his hand and issued an order to expel the guests. Li Rong turned her attention to Yang Kai, waiting for him to make a decision. Yang Kai just looked at the great demon god quietly, without saying a word. His eyes were as deep as the vast stars. Why don't you hurry up? Seeing that he didn't move, the great demon god let out a low voice. His majestic voice echoed in Yang Kai's mind, like a sledgehammer hitting his heart. His blood was tumbling endlessly, and his face instantly rose red. However, Yang Kai quickly calmed down, shook his head and said, I want to take them with me. The great demon god snorted coldly. I've already given you a chance. If you're not sure, then stay here forever. Even though you are the successor of the deity's skeleton, you have to pay a price for breaking into this place. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged. He turned his head to look around, and asked lightly, these 8 stone pillars are called Tongshuan divine pillars. We also encountered one on the way here, which is much longer than these 8, and it is engraved on it. What does the 4 big characters of the pillar of Tongshuan have to do with this place? Being imprisoned, Yang Kai not only was not in a hurry, but he was still distracted by the great demon god, which made the great demon god feel a little incredible. Even Li Rong looked at Yang Kai in surprise, not knowing, what does he want to do? There are a lot of profound opening pillars here, and these 8 are the center. What are you asking about this? The great demon god replied lightly. It's nothing. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and grinned. I was just thinking, since this is a method planted by the great demon god, it should have nothing to do with you. You are just the guard left by the deity to guard this place. That's it. The eyes of the great demon god burst into a ray of light, looked at Yang Kai approvingly, and nodded slightly. Your mind is very exquisite. Just guess, hee. Yang Kai smiled indifferently. On the way we came, we encountered a green ocean, where there are countless powerful souls, and we encountered a strange sea of AA blood. I think these are the restrictions that the great demon god stayed here in the past. Don't let people get close to these 8 stone pillars, right? Quote. So what? The great demon god nodded and admitted that Yang Kaichu was not surprised, and the way he talked so openly suddenly made him feel a little interesting. Nothing. Yang Kai's smile became awkward. It just makes me feel a little strange. Since you are so good, no matter what kind of cultivation base you come here, you can instantly imprison and bind. Then the great demon god was once again. Why set up so many restrictions to prevent people from coming here? Doesn't it seem a bit unnecessary? What do you want to say? The great demon god's eyes narrowed, and a sense of unease suddenly appeared in his heart. I just want to say. You seem to be powerful, but in fact it's just a distraction, and you don't have much power at all. The 8 stone pillars that bind us here are the means of the great demon god in the past, and you have nothing to do with you now. A little bit of relationship. At the end of the sentence, Yang Kai's voice became low. Hearing what he said, Li Rong's expression was also stunned. She looked suspiciously at the great demon god's distraction. Her divine sense reached out and wanted to investigate carefully, but found that she was bound to a stone pillar, and her divine sense could not be used at all. Are you so sure? The great demon god looked at Yang Kai coldly, as if his biggest secret had been revealed. His expression changed slightly, but his eyes were still very determined. You are in a hurry to let me and Li Rong leave because you don't want our 2 variables to stay here. I think that when the great demon god set the ban on this place, he already left a secret door, the ability to cast the demon god transformation. A person who does not want to suffer from flesh and blood. Unfortunately, Li Rong and I meet this condition, right? A. The great demon god suddenly burst into laughter. You're still out of breath when you say you're fat. There's so much rambling, it's just your own imagination. Yang Kai shook his head. After a person dies, the energy of the soul cannot be stored in the world for a long time, and it will disappear after a long time. Even if you are a great devil, you can't avoid it. Your distraction has no container. Only by hanging on these 8 stone pillars can you avoid the fate of extinction. But after so many years, how much power do you have left? How much more power I have, you can verify it yourself. The great demon god sneered distractedly. Of course I want to verify, because you have no way to drive the power of these 8 stone pillars, and there is no way to let them go. Yang Kai shouted, if that's the case, then I can only destroy these 8 stone pillars by myself. Boy, how dare you! The great demon god's distraction suddenly changed color. Then open your eyes and see, do I dare? Yang Kai laughed, the power in his body surged wildly, and the power of chi and blood soared. The world hummed and trembled, and everyone's vision changed. The whole world seemed to be distorted. The violent power made the 2 great elders of the demon race change color. They don't know how a martial artist like Yang Kai can burst out with such power. Click, as if something had been broken free, Yang Kai walked down from the stone pillar that bound him, shook his hands, feet, neck, and a crackling sound came out. Li Rong, come down and help. Yang Kai shouted. Li Rong was taken aback, looked at Yang Kai, and then at the distraction of the great demon god, not knowing what to do. The great demon god has an irreplaceable position in the hearts of every demon. The kind of worship and admiration that comes from her bones makes Li Rong unable to oppose the great demon god at all. But Yang Kai is also the master of her ancient demon clan, and she has to obey Yang Kai's orders. It was very difficult for a while. He is not the great demon god. The deity of the great demon god has long since fallen, so you don't need to have any psychological burden. But, Li Rong looked hesitant. Forget it, you stay there. Yang Kai no longer forced her, but looked at the great demon god's distraction. I will start destroying this stone pillar now, if you have any way to stop me, hurry up cast. The great demon god's distraction just looked at him with a dignified expression, with no intention of blocking it. After a while, he said solemnly, are you really going to destroy this place? Do you think I'm joking? Do you know what the consequences of destroying this place will be? I only know that if I don't destroy this place, my friends and elders will die. But you should know a lot about the mysteries of this place. Can you tell me now what is going on here? It is the center of the entire continent. What does it matter? The great demon god smiled distractedly. When you destroy this place, you will naturally know what will matter, and I hope you can bear the price. Yang Kai frowned and said impatiently, it's a mystery. No matter why the great demon god set up so many restrictions here, and regardless of whether this is the center of the continent, since Meng Wuya was trapped on that stone pillar, Yang Kai had to get him out. While speaking, the right fist rolled on the magic essence, emitting strong energy fluctuations. Looking around, the right fist seemed to have turned into a deep black hole, which made people feel uneasy. Boom-a! The fist hit the stone pillar where he was trapped before, and the stone pillar shook. Immediately, the sound of clicking sound came out, and the entire stone pillar cracked with dense lines, as if it was about to collapse. Yang Kai was stunned. He didn't expect this stone pillar to be destroyed so easily, and he was ready for a protracted battle. Seeing that he really started, the great demon god was not in a hurry. He laughed loudly and laughed heartily. He nodded and said, it's as tough as the deity's temper, no wonder it can inherit the deity's bones. You won't stop me. Yang Kai turned his head to look at him, shook his fist and said, the next blow, this stone pillar will be shattered. The great demon god shrugged his shoulders distractedly. You said that I have no strength to stop it, can I still stop it? Well, this world has been sealed for too long, and it should be seen again. Boy, if you have time, go to the demon. Do, when you get there, you will naturally know the secrets here. Speak clearly. Yang Kai frowned. The great demon god was distracted, but smiled without saying a word, with an unfathomable appearance, and then his body faded and gradually disappeared. No matter how Yang Kai called, he had no intention of appearing again. Boy, get us out quickly, it's not appropriate to stay here for a long time. Thunder Dragon Great Senior looked at Yang Kai blankly, and said weakly. Nodding, Yang Kai no longer delays time, and punches the stone pillar again. The stone pillar shattered, and the shattered stone chips scattered in all directions, and the huge energy sealed in the stone pillar rushed out like a river that burst. Yang Kai didn't rush, and sacrificed his silver leaf secret treasure, like the Milky Way falling, and the silver brilliance wrapped everyone in it. The Hoshin shield covers at the same time, blocking the damage of those energies. Like a chain reaction, after the first stone pillar was destroyed, the remaining 7 were all cracked, and the power that bound everyone disappeared in an instant. Everyone fell down. Clack clack. The 7 stone pillars made a sound, and seeing that they were about to burst, the energy sealed in the stone pillars was about to move. Let's go. Yang Kai shouted loudly. A stone pillar burst, and he had to resist the burst of power with all his strength. If 7 bursts at the same time, the people present are afraid that no one will be able to survive. Without thinking, Li Rong wrapped the crowd with her true essence and flew towards the entrance of the void corridor opened by the distraction of the great demon god. Yang Kai's figure flickered, and he came to Sha Ning Chang's side, picked her up and followed Li Rong and the others. As soon as he entered the entrance, the world behind him hummed, and Yang Kai turned around in a hurry, and his face suddenly turned white. As if the world had been disintegrated, it suddenly became fragmented, and the shattered space quickly spread towards the void corridor. On the position where the 8 stone pillars originally stood, the great demon god's distraction once again revealed his figure, just quietly looking at the direction where Yang Kai and the others were leaving, and was engulfed by a ray of light. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update team at ACA Cent Mo. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency first release a cent to vote for a recommendation ticket and a monthly ticket. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 912. Haven't you seen her true face? In midair, a pitch black hole appeared. After a while, Li Rong flew out of it with the 4 monsters and Meng Wuya, identified the direction and fell down. Yang Kai hugged Sha Ning Chang and rushed out. At the moment when the two of them had just left the void corridor, a light flickered behind them, and the entire void corridor wriggled and changed, and then shrank into a small black spot and disappeared without a trace. Yang Kai broke out in a cold sweat, knowing that if he was slow to go to the front line just now, he and little senior sister would be left there forever. Looking down, there is a dense forest below, the birds are singing and the flowers are fragrant, the mountains are lush and green, and the scenery is pleasant. Li Rong stood in the open space below and waved at Yang Kai. My lord, here. Yang Kai responded and flew down. At the same time, divine sense spreads, alerting the surrounding movement. He originally thought that this place was still somewhere in the Beast Sea jungle. After all, he entered through the Beast Sea jungle when he entered it before, but after careful inspection, he found that there was not a single monster within a radius of dozens of miles. Suspicious, after confirming that there is no danger nearby, he withdrew his spiritual sense. Putting Sha Ning Chang aside, Yang Kai hurriedly asked, how is their situation? It's not too serious. After all, the time of being restrained is not long. It only takes a while to recover. It's this old gentleman. Sigh slightly. According to Thunder Dragon, this man was the #1 powerhouse of the human race back then, but now he has turned into this miserable appearance. If he is not treated, with the vitality he has now, I am afraid that he will not survive for long. It's alright, with me here, he can't die. Yang Kai said so, he came to Meng Wuya and helped him up. Shopkeeper Meng's miserable appearance made Yang Kai's heart feel sour. Knowing him for so long, Yang Kai has never seen Shopkeeper Meng so desolate. Meng Wuya stretched out a bone-like hand with all his strength, and grabbed Yang Kai's clothes with all his strength, staring at Yang Kai's eyes with turbid and dull eyes, his dry lips squirming. Don't say anything, I know what you mean, I will take good care of my little sister. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Meng Wuya's eyes brightened for a moment, and he was relieved that Yang Kai understood his concern, and there seemed to be a smile on the corner of his mouth. Yang Kai has quickly taken out a jade bottle, and the jade bottle is full of myriad medicine spirit milk, and let Meng Wuya take it out. Wanyaoling Yu has a very obvious effect on the treatment of serious injuries. Although Meng Wuya is out of breath, he can at least save his last breath with this. Immediately, Yang Kai took out the blood essence stone. The strong beating sound of dong dong was transmitted from the inside of the blood essence stone. As if feeling the huge blood energy contained in the blood essence stone, Meng Wuya's eyes brightened a lot. The stone pillar has the power to absorb the essence of the flesh and blood of the bound person. Meng Wuya's qi and blood power was almost completely drained by the stone pillar. Now the most needed thing is to replenish the qi and blood power. As long as he has the power of qi and blood, he can give birth to life. The blood essence stone is undoubtedly the best choice. With the myriad medicine spirit milk and blood essence stone, Yang Kai couldn't believe that he couldn't save shopkeeper Meng. The true essence is poured into the blood essence stone, pulling the blood energy inside, and pouring it into Meng Wuya's body. With the infusion of blood energy, shopkeeper Meng also felt the recovery of his own vitality, and closed his eyes cooperatively, allowing Yang Kai to heal him. Time passed slowly. Visible to the naked eye, Meng Wuya's body had undergone earth-shaking changes. Like a withered balloon being blown up, the flesh and blood gradually filled up, and the withered body became full again. The countless wounds on the skin healed quickly, and the skin became a lot smoother and no longer wrinkled as before. After a full hour, Meng Wuya suddenly opened his eyes were deep, looking at Yang Kai, his voice was hoarse, I'll do it myself, you can take care of Ning Chong. Yang Kai nodded, handed the blood essence stone to Meng Wuya, and turned around to look at the situation of the others. The 4 of the demon clan were all meditating and recovering, and they remained motionless. After an hour of cultivation, their faces became much better looking. Yang Kai thought for a while, and hid a drop of myriad medicine spirit liquid in the medicinal pill he carried with him, and each gave one for them to take. The 4 powerhouses of the monster race did not hesitate, and immediately stuffed the medicine pill into the mouth. Only then did Yang Kai come to Shang's side. Li Rong has been guarding here all the time, and she seems to know that this woman with the veil is very important to Yang Kai, so she has not left an inch. Shang's situation was much better than Meng Wuya's, but it was because she used too much power, which led to some collapse. Yang Kai gave her a drop of myriad medicine spirit liquid, then sat aside and waited. Lord, Li Rong suddenly exclaimed, Li Rong didn't obey the Lord's order before, which violated the oath that my clan made before, shamed the loyalty of my clan, and asked the Lord to punish her. Yang Kai was staring at Shanning Chong, and after hearing what she said, he couldn't help but look up at her. After thinking for a while, he suddenly understood why she said such a thing. That thing, don't worry about it. I didn't think about it clearly and let you get distracted by the great demon god. It's not your fault. But Lord, since our clan has sworn to serve you, we can't have any hesitation in the order you gave. Don't be so rigid, that's the distraction of the great demon god. It's inevitable that you will hesitate. Well, if the great demon god suddenly comes alive one day and he asks you to deal with me, will you hesitate? Li Rong was startled, not knowing how to answer. Yang Kai smiled. That's right, you will hesitate because I am your lord, but the great demon god is the great demon god after all, and the status in your hearts is unparalleled. This matter is over in the past, no need say it again. Li Rong pursed her red lips, and after a long while, she nodded slightly, yes. Suddenly, he smiled sweetly. My lord, is this girl your beloved woman? Yang Kai admitted without hesitation, extremely frank. No wonder the Lord looked at her with such gentle eyes. Li Rong pursed her lips and smiled. I've never seen the Lord look like this when she looked at a woman. Although this girl looked at her in a veil, she called people can't see the real face, but it must be a national beauty. Guo's Tianxiang. Yang Kai raised his brows and said with a smile, I don't know if it's Guo's Tianxiang because I have never seen the true face of junior senior sister. Ah, Li Rong covered her mouth and exclaimed, somewhat incredulous, have you never seen her true face? Yang Kai shook his head. Shang's layer of tulle should also be a magical secret treasure. Before Yang Kai didn't know the goods, he didn't know the secrets, but now he has discovered it. With this layer of veil covering it, even if someone wants to use their spiritual sense to investigate, they will see it in a fog. Then the Lord must have deep feelings for her. Li Rong said categorically, if it weren't for this, why would Yang Kai never forget about a woman who had never seen her true face? When I saw her, I didn't feel a little rude. Yang Kai's impression on Li Rong has always been calm and tough, rarely when she is so excited. If she is an ugly girl, what should you do? Thunder Dragon suddenly said. Yang Kai turned his head to look and found that the 2 great seniors had almost recovered. Katie and Jinni were still meditating. The 2 great seniors couldn't help joking when they heard the previous conversation. No, junior sister's heart is very pure, in my eyes, she is a beauty. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Great Senior Thunder Dragon frowned, then nodded suddenly and said, that's right, what does it matter if it's ugly or beautiful? But don't you want to see what she looks like? The earth-shattering divine ox interjected and urged, now she's in a coma at a good time. Don't, I'll take a look again when little senior sister lifts the veil on her own. Yang Kai shook his head, if you look at it now, it will only cost your eyes. Lei Long laughed loudly, I didn't expect your kid to be so protective of food. The woman you love can't be seen by others. I want you to take care of it. Yang Kai pouted, does he mind that Shang's true appearance is seen, but this time he has to see it himself. But I'm curious, what kind of sect did you come from? Why are you so young and have such a cultivation base? Don't tell me it's the Soaring Heaven sect, the Soaring Heaven sect can't do such a thing. I still have a senior sister, and that's the same. Yang Kai laughed, very proud. Thunder Dragon's face twitched. If I have a chance, I would like to see where the water and soil are and raise monsters like you. Have a chance. Yang Kai's expression became a lot sadder, and he didn't know how to return to the central capital. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Thunder Dragon turned the subject, his expression became much more serious. Before those 8 stone pillars, what did you and that person say to you? What is his origin? The distracted communication between Yang Kai and the great demon god was completely conveyed by the use of spiritual thoughts, so the demon clan only saw the changes in their expressions and did not know the content of their conversation at all. What is his origin? Isn't Thunder Dragon Great Senior a guess? Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. Thunder Dragon's eyes shrank, and there was some horrified expression on his face. So, he really is the Great Demon God. Great Demon God, earth-shattering Divine Ox exclaimed, no way. Isn't that guy dead for thousands of years? How could he appear in that kind of place? It may be a remnant soul. Thunder Dragon explained in a deep voice, because he has no real body, but just a remnant soul is so powerful. What level should the Great Demon God be? Rumor has it that the Great Demon God has cultivated to the pinnacle of power in this world. But judging from those signs, he has more than just the means to enter the Holy Three-layer. The 3 top experts in the 3rd level Holy State and the 2 in the 2nd level Holy State have no resistance at all before the means he arranged. If the deity of the Great Demon God really only has the 3rd level of the Holy Spirit, it can't be done to such an extent. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Watchengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to A Unknown Currency First Release a cent to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 913. Recalling everything they experienced in that weird space, the 2 great masters of the monster race were a little horrified. Whether it is the Green Sea, the Sea of AA Blood, or the last 8 stone pillars, they all contain unimaginable power. Also powerless. The means arranged countless years ago are so amazing. How high should the Great Demon God really be? Thunder Dragon and Earth-Shatter Divine Ox can hardly imagine it. In front of that legend, they suddenly felt as weak as children, and deeply realized their own inadequacies. Who knows how strong he is? Yang Kai smirked. Maybe it's not just the 3rd level Saint, maybe there is a higher level above the Saint. A higher level? Thunder Dragon's eyes narrowed. Why has this seat never heard of it? 10 years ago, I didn't know that there was a transcendent realm above the Immortal Ascension realm. In our area, those top powerhouses didn't even know the name of the transcendent realm, let alone the Holy Realm. Great Senior Thunder Dragon looked at Yang Kai in astonishment, and after a long while, he twitched the corners of his mouth. Which backcountry do you come from? The news is blocked to such an extent. Don't talk about this. How are the 2 of you recovering? Yang Kai asked. It's almost there. Do you still have the pills you gave us? Seeing that the quality is not good, the effect of supplementing strength is surprisingly good. Give me more. Anyway, it's not too much trouble for you to concoct pills in the 9 Heavens Holy Land. Long asked without hesitation. This time, when they entered the strange world to explore, the 4 of them from the monster race traveled through mountains and rivers, but they didn't get any benefits and they almost lost their lives. On the contrary, Yang Kai gained a lot. Li Rong caught a glimpse of a chance and was able to be promoted to the 3rd level of sainthood. Yang Kai found and rescued a senior and her senior sister whom she had not seen in 10 years. Li Long felt that if he didn't want any favors, he was really sorry for the hard journey. Wait to go back, I'll give you some spiritual pills when I go back. Yang Kai was also extremely generous, knowing that they didn't get any benefits and some psychological imbalances. Okay, then I will wait for the good news. Lei Long laughed with satisfaction. Don't forget the old cow's share. The earth-shattering Divine Ox poked his head over. I can't forget. Yang Kai nodded. Everyone will be neighbors in the future, and everything will depend on the 2 great seniors. You're welcome, ha ha ha. After talking for a while, Thunder Dragon and Earth-Shattering Divine Ox continued to adjust their breaths, while waiting for Katie and Jin Ni to recover. Yang Kai stood beside Shanning Shang, checking the situation over Meng Wuya from time to time, in a good mood. I haven't seen her for 10 years, but the little sister hasn't changed much, but her breasts are full and round, and the black clothes outline the exquisite and graceful figure incisively and vividly. Lying on the ground, breathing up and down, it is really tempting. Yang Kai couldn't help but take a few more glances. The sweet scent of the little senior sister sniffed into his nose, which also made him feel relaxed and happy. Lord, this girl seems to be awake. Li Rong suddenly and quietly conveyed her spiritual thoughts. Yang Kai was stunned and looked at it carefully. Sure enough, he found that the little sister's long eyelashes were shaking. The breath she exhaled was not too uniform, and the heartbeat from her chest was stronger than usual. When did you see it? Yang Kai responded quickly. It's when you're talking to Thunder Dragon and the others. At that time, Yang Kai thought about it and smiled in surprise. If you didn't find it. Oh, Li Rong nodded lightly, not knowing what happened to Yang Kai and his senior sister. I haven't seen you for 10 years. If you really wake up, you should be happy to meet again. Why don't you open your eyes? Yang Kai looked at Sha Ning Chong with a look of relief, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Little senior sister really hasn't changed much. I haven't seen him for 10 years, and this sleeping magic is still the same and needs to be improved. After half a day, Katie and Jinni recovered in turn. However, when I think of the torture and powerlessness encountered in the stone pillar, I still have some lingering fears. They never thought before that, with their cultivation base and ability, there is still such a dangerous place in this world. Jinni went out to inquire about the situation and confirmed that this place was not a jungle of beasties. After returning to tell everyone all this, everyone was stunned. Then what is this place? Yang Kai asked. There is a small town 100 miles away. I went there and asked about it, only to find out that it is a 2-month journey from your 9 heavens holy land. Well, if it is calculated based on the foot strength of the transcendent realm. So far, Yang Kai exclaimed. Lei Long and the others couldn't figure out the reason. Everyone clearly entered from the Beast Sea jungle, but they came here when they came out. In the end, they could only blame the void corridor when they left. Probably not the same as the void crack that entered. It's very strange there. The old man entered from the demon border at that time. At this moment, Meng Wuya's voice came over. It seemed that his voice was slightly hoarse because he had just slowed down. Treasurer Meng. Yang Kai was shocked and quickly looked at him. Meng Wuya smiled and nodded. I didn't expect that the one who rescued the old man this time is actually you. It seems that I have to find a chance to thank you another day. Yang Kai grinned. The family, let's not talk about the two families. Meng Wuya's face turned dark, and he coughed a few times. You can eat rice indiscriminately, but you can't talk nonsense. When will we become a family? He was obviously not willing to admit that Sha Ning Chong had a soft spot for Yang Kai. These are. Meng Wuya straightened his face again and turned his attention to Thunder Dragon and the others. The 4 powerhouses of the demon clan all looked at Meng Wuya solemnly, daring not to take it lightly. In front of this, but was hailed as the existence of the first powerhouse of the human race, he only took a stick of incense time to defeat the blood flood dragon, and not every human being is like Yang Kai regardless of racial boundaries, in case this old man the guy hates the demon clan. They have to guard. These 4 are my friends in the monster race. Yang Kai immediately introduced Meng Wuya. It turns out to be from a demon clan, no wonder the demonic energy is so strong. Meng Wuya nodded slightly, and looked at Lei Long suspiciously. Have we met before? Why do I feel that you are familiar? Great Senior Thunder Dragon said solemnly, 500 years ago, the Sea of AA Beasts was a dense forest. Meng Wuya frowned, seeing that he didn't want to see him, he was puzzled, not knowing where he had offended Lei Long for a while, his eyes lit up, so you are a subordinate of that blood dragon. Just remember it, Your Excellency. Lei Long smiled softly, the revenge of the great venerable blood flood dragon will be changed to Japan. Meng Wuya laughed and said, it's not the old man who killed him. He is too small in his heart, and he can't think about it after losing for a while. Who's to blame? You are not allowed to insult the great venerable blood flood dragon. Lei Long stood up abruptly and shouted sternly. Seeing that the 2 of them disagreed, Yang Kai quickly persuaded them. If they really fight at this time, they will only sandwich him in the middle, and Meng Wuya has just recovered, so it is not suitable to fight. It's not more speculative. Thunder Dragon Great Senior snorted coldly, looking at Yang Kai and said, boy, let's take a step first, don't forget the spiritual pill you promised this seat. Well, I remember it. Yang Kai nodded. The 4 of the demon clan quickly left and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Meng Wuya had a dull look on his face, and said with a smile, I haven't seen you for 10 years, how can you be able to handle it? You can actually get to know such a powerful person. It's still shopkeeper Meng who taught me well back then, Yang Kai said quickly. Stop flattering the old man. Meng Wuya rolled his eyes, don't think I don't know what the hell you're up to. Your kid is naturally restless and causes trouble everywhere. I'm not at ease with Ning Chong following you. It's not very safe to follow your old man. Yang Kai teased. Meng Wuya was so choked that she couldn't speak, she quickly changed the subject and looked at Li Rong, what is this lady's name? Yang Kai hurriedly introduced him. Meng Wuya took a few glances at Li Rong, and her expression became more suspicious. Why do I feel that this lady's cultivation technique is a little unusual? What he said was subtle. Li Rong was very thoughtful, how could she not know his deep meaning? He pursed his lips and smiled. Senior is very observant, but I'm actually from the demon race. Meng Wuya's expression stiffened in an instant, and the divine sense sent a message, and shouted in a low voice, what the hell are you doing, boy, why are you befriending both the demon clan and the demon clan? You haven't heard a word called Non-Me clan, your heart must be is it different? Yang Kai didn't have time to answer Li Rong but said, Senior, if you are worried that I will be unfavorable to the Lord, then you are wrong. My family has vowed to obey the Lord's orders and serve him. Lord, Meng Wuya almost glared his eyes out, looked at Li Rong, then looked at Yang Kai, and asked uncertainly, you call him Lord? Yes. Li Rong nodded sternly. Meng Wuya's expression changed, and after a long while, he looked at Yang Kai and said, there is a chance another day, we have to talk about it. After not seeing him for 10 years, as soon as he saw Yang Kai, he was in the company of the demon, which made Meng Wuya a little worried. In particular, the strength of these monsters is much higher than Yang Kai's, and they can kill him with a hand. Let's talk when we go back. Yang Kai grinned, knowing that Meng Wuya was so serious because he was worried about himself. This thing is for you, but the blood energy in it has been almost consumed by me. Meng Wuya handed over the blood essence stone. Yang Kai took it, felt it for a while, and slightly changed color and said, what is your current cultivation base, Manager Meng? How can you only absorb so much blood with such a huge amount of blood? Meng Wuya smiled. Before I entered there, the old man was only at the first level of the Holy Land, but now I have recovered. This is also thanks to the torture and whipping I suffered on the stone pillar. Those energies destroyed me. The seal inside the body saved me finding a way to unseal it myself. Yang Kai's expression was shocked, and he said with great joy, so, your seal is completely lifted. Meng Wuya nodded and admitted. Yang Kai's eyes were bright and excited, and he was sincerely happy for shopkeeper Meng. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency first release a cent to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 914 Return. On the side of Lingxiao Pavilion, Meng Wuya was mysterious, and this sense of mystery continued until the central capital. Yang Kai never knew his depth and background. It was not until he came to Tongshuan continent and had a chat with his patriarch Chu Lingxiao that he vaguely confirmed Meng Wuya's true cultivation level, the third layer of saints. Chu Lingxiao said that Meng Wuya had a battle with the current demon Venerable, and then his life and death are unknown, and his whereabouts are unknown. After learning about Meng Wuya's situation from Yang Kai, Chu Lingxiao speculated that he was hit by demon Venerable's profound sky sealing art, so his strength would fall to the level of the peak of the Immortal Ascension boundary. There are 3 seals in the profound sky seal art, one is stronger than the other, and Meng Wuya has been looking for a way to lift the seal. When he left from Zhongdu, he successfully lifted the first layer seal and returned to the limit of the Super 2 layer. After returning to Tongshuan continent for nearly 10 years, he probably lifted the second seal and returned to the level of the first level saint. He was tortured and whipped on the stone pillar, and the third seal broke without breaking, and now it has reached its peak level. It is also a blessing in disguise. The old man is just recovering his original strength. Don't be so surprised, it's your little slicker who hasn't seen you for 10 years. How come your cultivation has grown to the same level as Ning Chong? How many opportunities have you met? Meng Wuya Shenian sweeping across Yang Kai, I got an insight into his realm, and amazed again and again. He is well aware of the horror of Shaning Shang's aptitude, and he has spared no effort to teach her by taking her by his side over the years, which is why he has achieved today's achievements. But Yang Kai actually did not lag behind his apprentice in the progress of his cultivation, and he was catching up step by step, and even had a tendency to surpass it. When he left from Zhongdu, the apprentice's cultivation base was higher than this kid. This discovery shocked Meng Wuya. Hey, good luck. Yang Kai scratched his head. Meng Wuya sneered and didn't break him. If Yang Kai just got a chance to improve his strength, it is really just luck, but a person can grow to this level in 10 years. No relationship. This kid is also trying his best. Meng Wuya's heart is bright. Brother Ling would be very relieved if he knew about your current situation. Meng Wuya sighed, thinking of his old friend Ling Taishu in the central capital. Treasurer Meng, do you know how to return to the central capital from here? Yang Kai hurriedly asked when he heard about his master. You want to bring Brother Ling and the others over as well? Meng Wuya guessed Yang Kai's thoughts. The cultivation environment here is much better than that over there. If Master Shi was born here, his current cultivation base would probably already be a saint. You're right, but unfortunately, the old man doesn't know how to return to the central capital. Meng Wuya sighed softly. The old man came to your world by coincidence back then, and he is also I am confused, and it is impossible to find the void corridor that I passed through at that time. Hearing this, Yang Kai was slightly disappointed. The idea of AAU wanting to take them over is good, but do you have enough capital to place them? Meng Wuya looked at Yang Kai with a smile. There are so many people in Zhongdu, if they really come to Tongshuan continent, I won't say anything else, do you have the power to protect their safety? In addition, the place where they live is also a problem, and the materials used for cultivation are even more problematic. You can't take care of so many people by yourself. If you can't do this, it's better to let them stay in the central capital, at least, they can handle it over there, and don't worry about what danger they will encounter, but it's different here. You don't need to worry about this, old gentleman. Li Rong pursed her lips and smiled and explained, my lord is not alone now, he is fully capable of protecting anyone's safety. What do you say? Meng Wuya glanced at Li Rong suspiciously. Because the lord is now the holy lord of the Nine Heavens Holy Land. Meng Wuya's expression changed, and she stared at Yang Kai in a daze. After receiving his affirmation, her face could not help but twitch. You actually became the holy master of that place. Their saints are blind, how can they be? See you. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and was speechless. Li Rong couldn't help but chuckle. Meng Wuya's expression suddenly became serious. So, the old holy master of the Nine Heavens Holy Land is dead. Well, it wasn't long before you and the younger sister left the Holy Land. Meng Wuya sighed and said, sure enough, the last time I met him, I saw that he didn't have much time, and I didn't expect to leave so soon. But your kid's strength has improved so fast, it's not because of cultivation. Did you know the inheritance method of their holy land? No, that's right, absolutely don't practice it. As far as I know, the cultivation method can only gain strength at the cost of consuming one's own vitality. The faster the strength is improved, the shorter the lifespan. I don't want to see Ning Chong. In the future, if you wash your face with tears every day, with your aptitude and diligent practice, sooner or later you can reach the level of this old man, and live 1,000 years. Treasurer Meng said that, and I think so too. Yang Kai nodded sternly. That's good. Meng Wuya seemed to have rested enough, her face was radiant, her breath was deep like the sea, she slowly got up, and ordered, since you have a place to live, then this old man and Ning Chong will do whatever they want. Go and live for a while. I have suffered for this girl all these years, and she has been running around with me, and she has no stable life. Quote. While speaking, he glanced at Sha Ning Chong who was still pretending to be asleep, and shook his head helplessly. My precious apprentice is good at everything, but I have a soft spot for this bastard, and I am easily shy. I haven't seen him for 10 years, so I dare not open my eyes to see him. If you follow this kid in the future, won't you bully him to death? Thinking of this, Meng Wuya couldn't breathe, as if he was stuck in his throat, he wished he could strangle Yang Kai to death now. Yang Kai has already done his part and hugged Sha Ning Chong by the waist, and started with a soft peace, which made people's minds sway. Little senior sister's delicate body gradually exudes an amazing amount of heat. Let's lead the way, Meng Wuya said lightly, out of sight is pure. When the demon clan was still here just now, he also heard everyone's conversation and knew that this place was 2 months away from the Nine Heavens Holy Land. Yang Kai didn't mean to fly in the sky, but he made a move, and a blue light flew out. The light was like a long shuttle, suspended in front of everyone, and the wind was long, and it was 3 feet long. Stop. Hey, this secret treasure is of a good grade. Meng Wuya is a person who knows goods. When he saw this long shuttle, his eyes lit up, and he praised, it seems that the Holy Master of the Nine Heavens Holy Land is treated very generously. He took it for granted that this secret treasure was the treasure left by the Holy Masters of the Nine Heavens Holy Land. But Li Rong recognized Chang Shuo's origin and exclaimed, isn't that thing? Well, after refining it, I learned that it is a flying secret treasure. Quote, flying secret treasure. Meng Wuya raised his brows, it's rare. The speed is also very impressive. How much can you do? Meng Wuya looked at Yang Kai in amazement. Just try it and you'll know. Yang Kai grinned, and did not say clearly that the speed of the flying sky shuttle can only be believed if he verified it with his own eyes. No words can describe its swiftness, you two, please come on. Meng Wuya and Li Rong stopped talking and jumped on the flying shuttle. Yang Kai took Sha Ningxiang to the back position, sat down with his knees crossed, and let the little senior sister take a comfortable position in his arms, and then told, sit firmly. As soon as the divine sense moved, the flying shuttle turned into a stream of light. If it broke through the shackles of space, it would be 100 miles away in an instant. Sitting at the front of the flying sky shuttle, Meng Wuya couldn't help but widen his eyes, his spiritual thoughts spread like a tide, and his body couldn't help but shake when he found out how sensational the speed of this secret treasure was. Li Rong also covered her mouth and exclaimed, boy, how does this secret treasure have such a strange speed? Who made it? After a long while, Meng Wuya passed on his divine sense, which contained unbelievable emotions. The flying speed of Fatianshua was several times faster than that of a top powerhouse with all his strength. I don't know who made it, but Li Rong and I found it in the starry sky by accident a year ago. Yang Kai briefly explained the story of getting the flying sky shuttle. He had nothing to hide from Meng Wuya. Necessary, of course there is one thing to say. Starry sky, did you go deep into the starry sky? Meng Wuya cried out in horror. If you want to go, I will show you another day. Yang Kai thought he had some thoughts on the legendary starry sky. No need. I didn't expect Meng Wuya to shake his head slowly. With a solemn expression, he pondered for a while and said, this old man should have been to the starry sky. Old gentleman, what do you mean you should have been there? Li Rong asked with a puzzled smile. Because the old man was also in a daze at the time, that is, the days when he was bound in that stone pillar. Meng Wuya recalled and explained, I always feel that the place is very incredible. When he was tortured there, the old man's the soul seems to have left the body and went to many, many places, and the starry sky is one of them. Those places are scattered in the southeast, northwest and northwest of Tongshuan continent, and they are thousands of miles away from each other. It's just that because of the torture, he is a little confused. I don't remember very clearly. After a pause, he said, Little Yang Kai, I always have a bad feeling, as if you shouldn't destroy that place. Treasurer Meng said the same thing. Yang Kai was surprised when he heard the words. Who told you that? The great demon god is distracted. He said that there is the hub of the entire continent, and that if I destroy it, I will bear an unimaginable price. The hub? Meng Wuya frowned and asked again, what else did he say? Yang Kai thought for a while and replied. He also said, well, this world has been sealed for long enough, it's time to see the sky again. Meng Wuya was thoughtful and didn't say anything, as if he was thinking about something. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency first release a cent to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 915 You are so nice. Seeing his solemn expression, Yang Kai hurriedly asked, Treasurer Meng, what deep meaning does he hide in his words, and what does he mean by the sealed world? I don't know. Meng Wuya shook his head slowly, but don't tell other people about this for now, let me think about it carefully. Quote, oh, Yang Kai nodded, recalling the words of the great demon god's distraction, and remembering one more thing, he said, let himself go to the magic capital, and when he arrives there, he will naturally know the secrets. It's just, how can you go to places like the devil's capital? Speeding all the way, the flying shuttle is as fast as lightning. Meng Wuya calmed down and was amazed at the speed of this secret treasure. Yang Kai sat at the back of the flying sky shuttle with his arms around little senior sister, sniffing the fragrance of her body, feeling the softness and warmth of her body, and relaxed both physically and mentally. Hug tighter. Little senior sister's delicate body trembled slightly, her long eyelashes kept shaking, her breath became hot, and her delicate face was about to bleed. Being hugged by Yang Kai like this, the skin and flesh of the two were close to each other, and they could feel each other's body temperature rise and their heartbeats were strong, which was undoubtedly a little too exciting for the innocent and radiant little senior sister. Yang Kai didn't wake her up, he just enjoyed the tranquility at the moment, staring at the face of the little senior sister, and whispered softly, Little senior sister, you are so beautiful. Sitting in front of him, Meng Wuya couldn't help but fight a cold war and said angrily, shameless you. The blatant love words came into his ears, and he couldn't bear it. Even Li Rong's eyes were full of water, she pursed her red lips lightly, and moved a little distance forward, away from Yang Kai and Shanning Shang. She had nothing to say to Meng Wuya. Old mister, if it's nothing, tell me about the past of the Lord, our lineage has a very shallow understanding of the Lord. Do you want to know about his past? Meng Wuya raised his brows and sneered, the old man knows a lot about his past. Come, I will tell you in detail so that you know how much your lord is. He is so brazen, and what a rogue. This guy is purely a sex ruffian, and he will provoke trouble wherever he goes. Li Rong pursed her lips and chuckled, without interrupting, she just focused on listening. Meng Wuya immediately started talking, as if he was afraid that Yang Kai would hear bad things he said. He waved his hand to create a barrier, wrapping him and Li Rong. Yang Kai turned a blind eye and became even more daring and presumptuous. He grabbed the little sister's soft and boneless hand and rubbed it close to her face, blowing softly beside her ear. It's been 10 years, I've wanted to see you every day, and now I finally get what I want. wish, and meet under that kind of circumstance. Junior sister, do you think this counts as fate? It should be somewhere that God is arranging for me to go to that place and save the most important woman in my life. Little senior sister's eyelashes trembled even more, as if moved by Yang Kai's words. Her slender neck was slightly raised, and her fair skin glowed with a seductive luster. I'm very fortunate to think of these junior brothers now. If I didn't go with Li Rong at that time, I'm afraid I really won't see you this time. The two Monster Clan great seniors mainly invited Li Rong to go to that place. Yang Kai just volunteered to follow, but did not want to meet Meng Wuya and Shanning Shang there. This is a bit too coincidental. Hey, in the past 10 years, I have met all kinds of women here, and there are also many beautiful beauties, but none of them can move people's hearts like you and Su Yan, and make people fondly remember you. An indelible mark. You are all well, and the younger brother will be satisfied. The worthless love words slowly came out of Yang Kai's mouth, gentle like water, that tenderness and sweetness like a sweet spring, poured into Shanning Shang's heart, and made her take the initiative to hug Yang Kai tightly. Those two little hands, the force is so great that it seems to be melting into Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai raised his head and looked at the little senior sister, and saw the watery eyes in the little senior sister's beautiful eyes. Her cheeks were flushed, and her neck was covered with a red glow, exhaling like a blue sky. Looking at each other, the little senior sister shyly turned her eyes away, and murmured in a dreamy voice, "What you said is so nice, say more." After making this request, he quickly closed his eyes and buried his head in Yang Kai's chest, daring not to see anyone. No problem. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't let her down, racking his brains to express his lovesickness. Those explicit words were like a curse, slamming into Shanning Shang's heart, making her heart tremble tenderly. Body trembling. Feeling Yang Kai's body temperature and listening to his voice, Shanning Chong was satisfied, but felt that even if she died immediately, it wouldn't matter. Stinky boy. Meng Wuya gritted his teeth in front of him, his eyes full of fierce light. Li Rong pursed her lips and chuckled, "Don't worry too much about it, old man. With your master's qualifications, you can completely make that girl happy." Hey, shopkeeper Meng sighed faintly, "My daughter's family is too big, so I can't keep it. That's all. This old man will go to the Nine Heavens Holy Land this time, so you can rest in peace." What the old gentleman said, "You are old and strong, and the Lord will need your assistance in the future." Meng Wuya sneered and turned to look at Li Rong. "You are very loyal to that kid, with you by his side, the old man will feel at ease. But you have to be careful, don't be deceived by his appearance." When the time comes, he was fascinated like the old man's precious apprentice. He looked like a human being, but in fact he was not as good as a beast at all. Li Rong's face turned red. The old gentleman is joking. "My ancient demon clan is the sharp blade in the hands of the Lord, and the Lord's order, I dare not obey." Don't talk to an old gentleman. You and I are both in the third layer of the Holy Spirit, so we can talk about it. Meng Wuya chuckled lightly. "This is impossible. You are the senior of the Lord, so naturally you are my senior." Li Rong waved her hands quickly. Seeing her like this, Meng Wuya was very bored, and immediately closed his eyes and rested. There were bursts of whispers from Yang Kai and Shanning Shang behind them, and the two seemed to be communicating very happily. In just 2 days, Jufeng was in sight. The flying speed of the flying shuttle was extremely terrifying. The blue light crossed the sky and rushed straight into the 9 peaks. The figures of a group of people appeared, and they noticed the strong aura coming from here, and the Holy Land in the Holy Land rushed from the place where they were. Meng Wuya frowned, and let out his spiritual sense, and said suspiciously, "Little Yang Kai, why are there so many people outside of the Nine Heavens Holy Land? What are they doing here?" "I'm here to ask for pills." Yang Kai grinned. "Seeking alchemy." Meng Wuya raised his brows and said disdainfully, "Do you still have alchemy masters in the Nine Heavens Holy Land?" "The Lord is a saint-level alchemist." Li Rong quickly explained, "The people who come here are all for his name, but outsiders don't know the true identity of the alchemy master here." Quote. "Oh, are you still alchemy?" Meng Wuya stared at Yang Kai in surprise. "It's so-so, of course it can't compare to the younger sister." Yang Kai glanced at Shanning Shang who was standing next to him. "You have a little self-knowledge." Meng Wuya nodded. Li Rong raised her eyebrows and looked at Shanning Chong in amazement. A look of suspicion appeared on her face. Yang Kai's alchemy level, she knows better than anyone, but listening to what he said, his little senior sister's alchemy skills seemed to be more powerful than him. Is this possible? While several people were talking, many Saint Realm powerhouses rushed from all directions, several elders from the Nine Heavens Holy Land, and several leaders of the ancient demon clan rushed over. After seeing Yang Kai's return, everyone looked overjoyed. Shu Wei and the others hurriedly stepped forward to salute, with a relieved expression on their faces, and shouted, "Holy Master, you are back. If you don't come back, the old man even suicidal mind is there." "What's wrong? Did something happen to the Holy Land?" Yang Kai was taken aback. "It's not a big deal, it's just that those masters inquired about your whereabouts all day long and asked you to come back sooner. And it's been 3 months since you left. During this time, the masters were almost exhausted from alchemy, and they looked for me all day. If you want someone, I can't even hide." Yang Kai was stunned on the spot. He almost forgot Duan and others. After Shu Wei said this, he then remembered that after he left, the work of refining pills in the Holy Land was left to the 5 masters to handle. After 3 months of refining the pills, they must be exhausted. Those masters are quite old, but now they are working in the Holy Land for nothing. Immediately, I felt a sense of guilt. The order goes on, the Holy Land will not help people to make pills for the time being for 10 days, let the masters have a good rest. Yang Kai ordered. But there are more and more people outside asking for pills. If this stops, will it provoke public anger? Shu Wei showed a worried look. It was because of this worry that they didn't dare to stop after Yang Kai left. "It's just that my Holy Land Master is sick and needs to be recuperated for a while. Since I came to ask for pills, I must have enough patience. If you don't have patience, you can go by yourself, but I just let them wait for 10 days, and I didn't say that I wouldn't help them practice. Forgive them and dare not say anything more. And if they go to other places to ask for pills, the waiting time will only be longer." "Yes." Shu Wei received the order and quickly ordered the disciples next to him to go out and deliver news to the elders outside. After arranging everything, Shu Wei looked at Meng Wuya with a shocked expression and exclaimed, "Isn't this the friend of the old Holy Master?" The last time Meng Wuya brought Shanning Shang here, he only talked to the old Holy Master. Although he was a guest in the Holy Land for a few days, Shu Wei and the others did not know his origin, nor did they know his name, only had some impression of his appearance. Introduction: This is my senior, Meng Wuya. Yang Kai said. "Fortunate to meet you." Shu Wei clasped his fists and greeted, feeling the strength of the person who came, and his expression was extremely solemn. He always felt that the person in front of him was much stronger than the last time he came. But this person's name, Shu Wei felt that he had heard it somewhere, but when he recalled it carefully, he couldn't remember it for a while, and slowly shook his head in confusion. To be continued. This article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency first release a cent to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 916 The Change of the Holy Tomb. In a square in the Holy Land, there were crowds of people, and all the powerful people who entered the Holy Land gathered here. Yang Kai introduced shopkeeper Meng and Shanning Shang to them. The elders of the Holy Land and the leaders of the ancient demon clan nodded their heads and said hello. Hearing that Shanning Shang and Yang Kai came out of the same sect, and they were also related to senior and younger brothers, everyone's expressions suddenly became solemn, and they did not dare to be slighted. Especially seeing the intimacy between Yang Kai and Shanning Shang, which made them immediately have a clear guess about the relationship between the two. "I thought that our Holy Master wouldn't be tempted by women. It turns out that he already had his heart." Elder Yu Ying stood on the periphery, pursing his lips and chuckling. Poor Ling Cheng Yutong couldn't help feeling distressed for Ling. The elders of the Holy Land all thought that she and Yang Kai had started to practice the inheritance technique, but they didn't know that Ling had already colluded with Yang Kai. Ling should know about this. Yu Ying smiled. "There are a few normal women like the Holy Master. Ling is not a stingy person. Are you afraid that she is not tolerant? This girl is also a docile person and will not compete with Ling for favor." "I hope so." Cheng Yutong nodded lightly. "Meng Wuya." At this moment, Shu Wei suddenly exclaimed, his eyes widened, staring blankly at shopkeeper Meng with an excited look on his face. "What's your name, Great Elder? Didn't I introduce you to it just now?" Yang Kai was stunned. "I remember this name. The first powerhouse of the human race hundreds of years ago was also called this name. Shouldn't you be the #1 powerhouse?" Shopkeeper Meng frowned and said with a wry smile. "The world is showing love, but Meng is just a reckless man." These first 2 words are really ashamed. "It's really you." Shu Wei looked startled. The other elders were also stunned, looking at Meng Wuya stupidly, as if a sledgehammer had knocked them all unconscious. After being reminded by Shu Wei, they finally remembered the name Meng Wuya. "I've been looking forward to it for a long time. I didn't expect Shu to see Brother Meng in this life. It's really a good fortune in 3 lifetimes." Shu Wei kept clasping his fists and cupping his hands. When Yang Kai introduced Meng Wuya to him just now, he just greeted him casually. Cope with it. After all, the Nine Heavens Holy Land is now famous, and as the great elder of the Holy Land, he has a high status, and he really does not pay attention to ordinary people. Because he was Yang Kai's senior, Shu Wei took the initiative to greet him. But at this moment, when he confirmed the identity of the person in front of him, his attitude immediately changed, and there was even a taste of worship. Okay, shopkeeper Meng and junior sister will live in our Nine Heavens Holy Land from now on, and some time to communicate. Yang Kai waved his hand, interrupting Shu Hui's chatter. Oh, brother Meng wants to stay in the Holy Land, so welcome. Shu Hui's eyes were bright and pleasantly surprised. Treasurer Meng and junior sister will live in the Holy Master Garden, where I usually live and live, what do you think? Yang Kai looked at Meng Wuya and asked. Yes, as long as it is clean. Meng Wuya nodded. Then come with me, Yang Kai greeted. Holy Master, let Elder Yuying handle this matter. I have something important to report. Shu Wei quickly stopped Yang Kai when he saw that he was about to leave. Will you say no to what? It's a big deal. Shu Hui's face was serious. Yang Kai pondered for a while and said helplessly, okay, Elder Yuying, please take them to the Holy Master Garden and let Linger arrange for them. Yes, you too, please come with me. Yu Ying greeted. Sha Ningchong glanced at Yang Kai reluctantly before leaving with Yu Ying. Lord, there is nothing to do here, I will go back to rest first. Li Rong pleaded guilty and left together with the other leaders of the ancient demon clan, and returned to the mountain where they lived. Soon only Yang Kai and a few elders from the Holy Land were left in the square. What is it that makes you all so nervous and cautious? Yang Kai asked with a little dissatisfaction that Shu Wei had interrupted his reunion time with his younger sister. It's the Holy Mausoleum, Shu Wei quickly replied. There is something wrong with the Holy Mausoleum, and the Holy Master will know it when he comes to see it. What can happen to the Holy Tomb? Yang Kai didn't care. The Holy Tomb was originally a forbidden place in the Nine Heavens Holy Land, and it was the resting place of the Holy Masters of all dynasties. However, since Yang Kai entered there last time, the Holy Tomb was empty. Later, the 3,000 disciples of the Holy Land also entered it to escape for 2 times, 3 years. In such a deserted Shaoxuanji, apart from being used for seclusion and cultivation, it has almost no other function. Yang Kai didn't know what could go wrong. In front of the Holy Tomb, a group of people stopped here. Yang Kai looked at the huge blue stone, and his expression became solemn. There is a restriction on this huge blue stone, and the Holy Master Spirit ring in Yang Kai's hand must be used to open the entrance to the mysterious small realm. But at this moment, in the center of the huge blue stone, the dark void corridor is silently opening, like the mouth of a beast. At 100 feet near the Holy Tomb, several elders joined forces to set up a layer of barrier, and ordinary disciples were not allowed to approach this side. What's going on? Yang Kai asked. How did the Holy Tomb open? The subordinates and others didn't know the whole story. It suddenly opened on its own. In order to prevent the disciples from breaking into it, they set up restrictions around it with other elders. Did you go in and check? Yang Kai looked at Shu Wei. My subordinate and elder Shi Kun went in. What did you find? There is nothing, and it seems that the Holy Tomb has not been affected. I'll go in and have a look, you guys are waiting here. Yang Kai ordered and dived in. After a stick of incense, he returned from the Holy Tomb with a strange expression. As Shu Wei said, apart from the automatic opening of the entrance to the Holy Tomb, the interior of the Holy Tomb had not changed. After observing for a long time, Yang Kai couldn't understand why, and asked, when did this happen? Just 2 or 3 days ago. 2 or 3 days ago. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly felt a not-so-good feeling. What's the matter, Holy Master, did you find something? Yang Kai shook his head. 2 or 3 days ago, it seemed that he had rescued manager Meng and Shaning Shang. But there should be no relationship between the two, right? After all, the distance between each other is too far, it is 2 months away. Is it a coincidence? For the time being, don't let the disciples approach this place. Maybe there will be any danger. Let's observe it for a while. Yang Kai was also a little helpless about this. The elders were ordered to quickly arrange the deployment. Returning to the Holy Master Garden, Yang Kai just stepped in when he felt a bunch of eyes looking towards him. The 5 masters were all standing there, seemingly because they heard the news of their return. They ran out to greet them one after another. Boy, you're too unkind. It's been 3 months since you left, but this old man and others have been hurt. As soon as you met, Chongbao shouted loudly. As the head of the Shining City Alchemist Association, he is also a saint-level alchemist with a very high status. He usually helps others to alchemy depending on his mood and whether the person who asks for alchemy suits his appetite. Make 1 or 2 holy pills. But there has never been a time like this one, when 3 consecutive months of medicinal pills were refined, and there was a share that had to be completed every day. It was as if he came to the 9 Heavens Holy Land to work for Yongkai, and there was no benefit. After 3 months, Chongbao lost dozens of pounds of fat, and his body was much slimmer than before. Yeah, we were discussing a few days ago. If you don't come back, we'll give up the burden and just leave. It doesn't matter how famous your 9 Heavens Holy Land is. Hong Fang also agreed. Okay, you two don't get cheap and sell well. Kong Ruiyu glared at them, thanks to the 3 months of alchemy, which one of you didn't gain a lot. Not to mention that Duan has already reached the middle grade alchemy master of the saint level, don't you guys also see some hope? Tired is a little tired, but the harvest is not small. Quote. Being reprimanded by Kong Ruiyu, the two of them had no temper, and did not dare to refute, they only stared at Yongkai with a beard. Yongkai hurriedly stepped forward and clasped his fists apologetically. I'm really sorry, I didn't expect it to take so long to go out this time, I thought it was just a matter of a few days of effort, but a lot of accidents happened. Thanks to a few masters, the Holy Land has kept the reputation and prestige accumulated during this period of time. It's good if you know. Hefeng nodded in satisfaction. Leave us old guys here as coolies. Tell me, what do you have to do to satisfy us? Yongkai rolled his eyes, and at a glance he saw the little senior sister who was sitting beside Enlinger whispering to Enlinger. His eyes lit up. He said with a smile, I have ordered that the people outside begging for pills wait for 10 minutes. Heavenly Kung Fu, the Holy Land will not help people make alchemy for the past 10 days, and the masters will take this opportunity to take a good rest. Just taking a break can't satisfy our appetite. Chongbao shook his head. After 10 days, the boy will surely satisfy the masters. Okay, Chongbao's fat face filled with a smile, we have no other requirements. As long as you practice alchemy in front of us, we will be satisfied, and we don't ask him to think. Masters, please wait and see, I promise you will have a surprise. Yongkai smiled. Several masters looked at each other, not knowing what medicine Yongkai Luo had sold. Duan smiled and said, don't push yourself too hard. You have 10 days left and right, so you can have a good rest. Well, I see that you are in a hurry to talk to that girl, so we old guys won't bother you anymore. Since I came here, I haven't experienced the scenery here. A few old friends, do you have a leisurely time to go out for a tour? Okay, sitting in the house all the time, it's time for this muscle and bone to move. Several masters left the Holy Master Garden while talking and laughing, as if to visit the scenery of Sha Jufeng. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Huachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to A Unknown Currency First Release a cent to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 917. You guys talk, I'll go first. Sister Ning Chong can come to me at any time if she doesn't understand anything. I also live in the Holy Lord's garden. Leave wisely. Well, I have to trouble my sister in the future. Sha Ning Chong nodded lightly and watched her back disappear. The next moment, I felt that I was being hugged by Yongkai, and I couldn't help but let out a soft cry. 2 small hands clasped Yongkai's neck, and hurriedly said, Junior brother, what are you going to do? I have a lot to tell you. Yongkai smiled and walked towards his room with her in his arms. I also have. Sha Ning Chong put her head on Yongkai's shoulder. In the wing, on the incense bed, Yongkai sat beside the bed, the little senior sister was placed on his lap by him, maintaining an extremely intimate posture. The bodies of the two were close to each other, their chests were facing each other, Yongkai's eyes were burning with fire, and there was a smirk on the corner of his mouth, and his 2 big hands were wanton. The little senior sister wearing a jet black shirt has a wonderful body, exquisite and naive body, and her breasts are full and full. She feels Yongkai's hand passing between her waist and thighs, and her fingers are shivering. Her eyes were watery and shy, she didn't dare to look at him. His breathing became heavier and heavier, and the heat radiating from his tender body was extremely hot. Yongkai turned a blind eye, eating tofu, his mood was extremely smooth, and he became more and more unscrupulous. Junior brother, don't do this. Sha Ning Chang bit her red lips lightly, her voice like a mosquito. What? Yongkai asked wickedly. For some reason, he was very excited when he saw the younger sister who could squeeze water, as if to see where the limit of her shyness was. That's it, I'm so uncomfortable. Sha Ningqiang took the courage to hold Yang Kai's hand, preventing it from moving around her waist. The feeling from her thighs was sharper, and she couldn't help pinching her legs. At this moment, little senior sister suddenly felt that her senses had risen hundreds of times, and she could clearly feel every change in Yang Kai's body. In the chest cavity, Fang's heart was beating violently, and the powerful sound was like the sound of a drum. Sha Ningqiang had never tried this kind of throbbing in her mind and body. She was in a turmoil for a while, and she didn't know how to deal with it, and she was suddenly at a loss. You brought me here, didn't you want to talk to me? Sha Ningqiang tried her best to keep her head clear, but there was a feeling that she couldn't resist disturbing her mind like a tide, making her confused. Aren't we talking? Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. Sha Ningqiang couldn't argue, she couldn't take it anymore, she only felt that her whole body was weak, like being thrown into a volcano, the heat inside her body was rolling, and the forbidden area also became hot and humid without knowing it. What do you want to say, little senior sister? Yang Kai asked again. I don't know, it's good like this. Sha Ningqiang closed her eyes, her whole body resting on Yang Kai's body, and it seemed that she had never felt so satisfied. Looking at her appearance, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel agitated, almost lost control, and quickly ran the exercises to dispel the evil thoughts in his heart. The movements on his hands stopped, and he looked at her quietly, waiting for her to calm down. After a while, Sha Ningqiang opened her shy eyes, and she couldn't help showing a somewhat unfinished look. Yang Kai sat up straight and said sternly, when everything settles down, we will proceed with the next thing. Sha Ningqiang nodded lightly, lowered her head and said softly, you can do whatever you want, junior brother. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and he hugged her even tighter. To let the shy little sister say such words, I can be sure that she must have mustered up her courage. Now let's talk, I have a lot of things to ask you. Yang Kai was satisfied. What do you want to ask, junior brother? Sha Ningqiang asked softly. How did you all come here in the past 10 years? I just follow the master to run around. Sha Ningqiang crouched on Yang Kai's chest, recalling his 10 years of experience. Yang Kai listened quietly, as if he had personally experienced the hardships of the past 10 years of little senior sister. After a long time, the little senior sister finished speaking, and asked Yang Kai about the situation during this time. Yang Kai naturally did not hide it. As time passed, the two seemed to have endless love words, talking softly and enjoying the quiet time that only belonged to the two of them. By the way, senior sister Su Yan is in a place called Bingzong. Sha Ningqiang suddenly remembered something and raised her head. I know, I went to her. Yang Kai grinned, the environment there is very suitable for her cultivation, she was still in retreat when I went, and she communicated with spiritual sense for a while, and then left, I don't know where she is now. How? Junior brother, do you want to get her back? Wait until this time is over, and we'll go pick her up together after this time. Okay, Sha Ningqiang nodded heavily, and then fell down again. Where's old demon? Do you know his news? Yang Kai pondered and asked. Sha Ningqiang shook her head. We came here from Zongdu underground together back then, and old demon separated from us. He said that he was going to demon border, but my master and I also went to demon border, and we didn't hear him. The news, old demon senior doesn't know where it is now. That old devil, don't worry about him. It's not so easy for others to kill him. Yang Kai smiled faintly. Old demon's cultivation may not be too high now, but his physical body is incredible, it belongs to a demon general's physical body. It is the body of the top powerhouse in the holy three-layer realm. Only a master of the same level can hurt him. Therefore, Yang Kai has never worried about the old devil. After all, there are not many peak cultivation bases such as the third-layer holy state. It's still more nostalgic for the days in Lingxiao Pavilion. At that time, he was carefree. Although he was very weak, he didn't know the mystery of transcendence. Sha Ningqiang whispered softly, a nostalgic look in her beautiful eyes. Yeah, Yang Kai also sighed, as the strength increases, there are more and more things encountered. Talking, Yang Kai suddenly remembered something, and said in surprise, by the way, little sister, I will give you a good thing. What? Sha Ningqiang sat up straight and looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai has already taken out a jade bottle, and there are 2 drops of crystal clear liquid in the jade bottle. As soon as you saw these 2 drops of liquid, Sha Ningqiang's eyes became dignified, and she seemed to see their extraordinariness. What is this? The medicinal liquid of the Millennium Magic Flower. Yang Kai replied. Sha Ningqiang couldn't help covering her mouth. Obviously she had heard of the prestige of this thing, and exclaimed, "Is it the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year-old magic flower that bloomed in Floating Cloud City in the neutral domain last time?" Yes, the little sister also understands. Well, at that time, the master also said to take me to see if I could meet some opportunities, but because there were too many people going there and it was too dangerous, the master was not sure to protect my safety, so we left halfway. Sha Ningqiang said this, a strange light flashed in her beautiful eyes. So, junior brother was there at the time. Yang Kai's face was distressed. You are also here. Sha Ningqiang nodded lightly. The two looked at each other for a moment, both with a very regretful look. That time in Floating Cloud City, they didn't know each other's existence at all, so they passed by like this, and it has been many years since they met again. It turns out that this thing was obtained by the younger brother. Although I got it, there is still a person who deserves credit. You should also know that guy. Yang Kai smiled and continued, a young man named Jia Yao, do you remember? Old Li's apprentice. The little senior sister really had an impression, I remember him, and I even tried alchemy with him. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Jia Yao seems to be quite unconvinced. He said that he must have a test with you next time we see you, but I believe he must not be a match for senior sister. I don't know, that time I also narrowly won, he was taught by Elder Li, and his alchemy skills are not bad. Sha Ningqiang was very modest. You are the holy body of medicine spirit, no one can compare to you in terms of alchemy. Yang Kai said, took out another empty jade bottle, pulled out a drop of the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year-old magic flower into it, and handed it to the little senior sister. Wait until when the time is right, refining this medicinal liquid should be able to help you become holy. The holy body of medicine spirit can refine all the spiritual herbs and medicines in the world, and it will not have any side effects. You are more suitable for using this medicine than anyone else. Things come to sanctification. Well, thank you junior brother, but I still need some time to accumulate the current realm of cultivation. Sha Ningqiang did not politely accept Yang Kai, and put it into her Chenkin bag. Come, I still have a gift to give you. Yang Kai said so, picked her up directly, and rushed to the bed. Putting her on the opposite side of him and sitting down on his knees, Yang Kai said solemnly, let go of the defense of your sea of AAAA consciousness. Sha Ningqiang did not hesitate, and immediately followed suit. The next moment, I felt Yang Kai's spiritual sense pouring in. In Sha Ningqiang's sea of AA consciousness, there is a pleasant scenery, just like her pure nature, the world and the sea of AA consciousness can often reflect a person's heart. The spiritual bodies of the two people manifested, and they stood opposite each other. Yang Kai asked, do you still remember the true alchemy formula I taught you before? Of course I remember, thanks to it, my alchemy skills improved so quickly. When I taught you the last time in War City, I didn't fully understand the true formula of alchemy, so I only taught half of it, and now I can teach you all. Hearing this, Sha Ningqiang looked overjoyed. Little senior sister, what's your current level of alchemy? Yang Kai asked again. I haven't been certified by the Alchemist Association, but I can refine a mid-level holy level pill. Sha Ningqiang replied, showing an annoyed look, but after this step, there is no way to improve holy level. The materials are too hard to find, and there are not many opportunities to practice. Although there were some vague guesses, when his guess was confirmed, Yang Kai was still horrified by Sha Ningqiang's alchemy qualifications. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update team at CA² just to hear from you. If you like this work, you are welcome to support the author. If you want to provide the fastest and best updates for your friends like us, please click to search Baidu Dawn and join us. Chapter 918 Wu Jia's Visit. 2 updates today, the last day at the end of the month, ask for a monthly pass. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yang Kai and Sha Ningqiang are both saint-level middle-rank alchemists, but the time they spend on alchemy and the resources they can use are completely different. Sha Ningqiang has been running around behind Meng Wuya for the past 10 years. There are few stable days that can be spent on the improvement of alchemy skills, and shopkeeper Meng cannot easily gather the materials used in alchemy like Yang Kai, constantly squandering it to practice alchemy. It can be said that Yang Kai's alchemy technique can grow to the level it is today, and it is completely accumulated with time and a lot of materials. On the other hand, the younger sister is very talented and has a special physique. The time she spends on alchemy, and the spirit grass and medicine consumed in it, may only be a fraction of Yang Kai's. In the same way, he has reached the level of a saint-level middle-grade alchemist. When the two are compared, a judgment is made. In addition to being shocked, Yang Kai was also full of joy. The more powerful the little senior sister, the happier he was. Unlike the man next to him, for fear that the woman he likes surpasses him in a certain field, Yongkai feels that this is more and more fulfilling. Don't worry, here in the future, you will have a lot of medicinal materials that you can use to practice your hands. I believe that your alchemy skills will soon improve, and it won't take long to reach the level of old Li. Yongkai grinned and stretched out his hand. Pointing out, a group of pure white rays of light floated towards Shanning Shang's spiritual body. This contains all the knowledge of the true alchemy technique. Little senior sister, take a moment to comprehend it. I see. Shanning Shang opened her body and mind, and integrated the light that carried the true magic of alchemy into her soul, and immediately realized it. Yongkai didn't bother him, and quietly escaped. Leaving his room, Yongkai walked to the main hall of the Holy Master Garden. Enlinger was holding a ledger. It seemed that she was counting the harvest of the Holy Land during this period of time, and her pretty face was beaming with joy. The arrival of Yongkai did not alarm her. She was still immersed in the work in front of her, constantly recording something. It wasn't until Yongkai sat opposite her and poured herself a glass of water that Enlinger looked up at him and pursed her lips and smiled. What? See you again after a long time. Don't spend a lot of time together. How can it be in 2 days? Out. Yongkai's face froze. I have already said what I should say. What else should I do? Just talking. Enlinger pouted. What do you think we are doing inside? Yongkai found that her expression was very strange, and immediately understood that she must have some strange thoughts in her heart. Who knows, it's normal for a single man and a widow to live together for the rest of their lives. Firewood and fire are normal. Enlinger seemed to be in a good mood and joked. Aren't you jealous? Yongkai looked at her in amazement. Enlinger spat. Stop being selfish. The elders all think that we are in that kind of relationship, so don't take it seriously. You should be the first saint who dares to speak to the Holy Master like that. Yongkai chuckled. Who made you different from the previous Holy Master? You gave up this opportunity yourself. Alright, I won't tell you nonsense. During this time, the income of the Holy Land is all here. Would you like to take a look? Let me take a look. Yongkai picked up the ledger in front of her and looked around. It was densely recorded on which day the Holy Land Master refined which pills, and what kind of rewards he got, no matter the details. All recorded in the book. Most of those rewards are equivalent spar, and there are a lot of rare materials, even secret treasures, secret books, and exercises, all kinds of strange. Yongkai's head was as big as a bucket, and he threw the ledger back. Forget it, you can record it. Spiritual mind swept around the Holy Master Garden, and Yongkai asked in amazement, where's the shopkeeper Meng? Why aren't you here? Hearing him ask this, Enlinger said, if you don't tell me, I forgot, that Senior Meng said that he would go out for a while and let you take good care of his apprentice, and also said that if he dared to bully his apprentice, he would definitely ask you to do so. I can't eat and walk around. He went out. When did he go out? Did he say when he would come back? I left yesterday, but I didn't say when I would come back. Enlinger shook her head. Yongkai couldn't help frowning. Although he didn't know why Meng Wuya came to the Holy Land and left, he vaguely guessed some unusual information, probably related to the weird world he entered before, and even it also has something to do with what the great demon god's distraction said. However, Manager Meng's strength has now returned to its peak state. As long as he doesn't go to the demon capital to challenge Demon Venerable as before, there shouldn't be any danger. While he was thinking about it, Shu Wei suddenly hurried in from the outside and said loudly, Holy Master, Wu Jia, please see me. Yongkai raised his brows. Wu Jia. It seems that something happened, and there is something wrong with his expression, Shu Wei reported. Let him come in, Yongkai quickly said. I haven't seen Wu Jia for several months since the last time we said goodbye. However, after hearing from Shu Wei and others that he had absorbed many elites from Pozan Mansion and Battle Soul Hall, Wu Jia's nether sect has greatly increased. It is developing well now. After a while, Wu Jia, dressed in a black robe and shaped like a ghost, appeared leisurely, clasped his fists and said, Lord Holy Master. Sect Master Wu. Yongkai nodded slightly. Did something happen? Wu Jia nodded slightly and said solemnly, there are some things that are related to the stone forest in Pozan Palace. Yongkai's expression changed. What happened to that stone forest? If it is convenient for the Holy Master, just come and see it with me. Wu Jia didn't say it clearly. However, from his demeanor and tone, Yongkai still vaguely guessed something. No more words, nodded and walked out of the Holy Master Garden. Divine Sense sent a message, and Li Rong also followed, and the three of them flew towards Pozan Mansion. My lord, is there something wrong? Li Rong asked in confusion. Wu Jia said that something happened to the stone forest, let me take a look. Stone forest? Li Rong raised her eyebrows, the stone forest that leads to the starry sky. Kindness. What happened there? I don't know. Yang Kai shook his head. After a stick of incense, the three came to the sky above the stone forest where they landed last time. Looking around, Yang Kai couldn't help but shrink. In the center of the stone forest, a dark and secluded entrance opened silently, just like the situation at the holy tomb. Li Rong covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Who opened the entrance to the starry sky?" Wu Jia shook his head and said, "My disciples discovered it by accident, because Wu knows that this place is important to the Holy Master, so since the last time he said goodbye, he ordered the disciples to stop entering and leaving Pozan Palace. When a disciple was flying from the nearby Yukong, he suddenly discovered the situation below. Out of curiosity, a few of them went in to investigate, but they never returned. The remaining disciples hurried back to the sect to discuss the matter. Tell me what happened, and I rushed to the Nine Heavens Holy Land." After listening to what he said, Yang Kai nodded lightly, "You should be glad you didn't go in and investigate." Wu Jia smiled. Wu is self-aware, so that is really the entrance to the starry sky. That's right, Li Rong and I have already gone in to investigate once last time, and it does lead to the legendary starry sky. If you don't enter the third layer holy realm, you will definitely die. There should be no way for your disciples to come back. Quote. Wu Jia's color changed slightly. Can you enter the holy three-layer realm? There is a terrifying pressure flowing in the starry sky, which can only be resisted by the physical strength of the third-layer holy saint. Li Rong also nodded. Wu Jia couldn't help but let out a cold sweat, feeling a little scared. I secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, I rushed to tell Yang Kai the first time I heard the news, and did not rush into it, otherwise, at his current level, I am afraid that he will be like those disciples and never return. It's just, who opened the entrance? Li Rong muttered in confusion. It may be opened by itself. Yang Kai thought thoughtfully. You opened it yourself. Li Rong and Wu Jia both looked at him in surprise. Well, there is also a Shaoxuanji in the Holy Land, called the Holy Tomb, which was originally the place where the holy masters of all dynasties rested. However, a few days ago, the entrance to the Shaoxuanji opened on its own, which made the elders panic for a while, until now there is no way to close it. Yang Kai explained casually, and the uneasiness in his heart became more and more intense. The entrance to the holy mausoleum was opened, and the entrance to the starry sky was also opened, and it was all what happened in the last few days. Strictly speaking, it should be the day he brought Meng Wuya and Shaningshang back. It doesn't really have anything to do with that weird world, does it? The distance between them is too far, how can they be related? Lord Holy Master, what should I do here? Do I need to place some people to look after it here? No, you go back and warn your Netherworld sect's disciples not to break into it. I'm not joking. If you don't enter the holy three-layer, you really have no return. Yes, Wu Mo firmly believes in the words of the Holy Master. Wu Jia nodded solemnly. I will also tell the disciples of the Holy Land not to come here. As for outsiders, they can go in if they want to. It has nothing to do with me. Yang Kai snorted. That's it, go back first. Then Wu also said goodbye. This time he went to the Holy Land mainly to inform the Holy Master about this matter. Well, you are free. By the way, if you have any holy pills that need to be refined, feel free to come to the Holy Land to find me. Yang Kai urged again, you can give priority to refining for you. Wu Jia was overjoyed when he heard the words, and thanked him repeatedly, claiming that he would go back to prepare materials, and would visit Chudan again in a few days. In fact, he has long wanted to go to the Nine Heavens Holy Land to ask for pills, but because the relationship with Yang Kai is not bad, at this juncture, he is a little embarrassed to go, so as not to fall into the limelight and affect the reputation of the Nine Heavens Holy Land. However, since Yang Kai took the initiative to mention it, how could Wu Jia have any reason to refuse? Immediately left excitedly. After parting with Wu Jia, Yang Kai and Li Rong hurried to the Holy Land again. Silent all the way, Yang Kaizi turned, recalling what the great demon god said distractedly in that weird world, trying to find out something. Clues or available information to come. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency first release a cent to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 919 Small Genkai. Yang Kai and Li Rong returned along the same path. Seeing his contemplative appearance, Li Rong didn't say a word, didn't dare to disturb him, and just followed closely behind. After a while, he returned to the outside of Jufeng. Li Rong suddenly whispered, "My lord, those people who came to ask for pills seem to be in some trouble." Yang Kai woke up from his contemplation, looked down, and found that there was some commotion below. Many warriors who came to ask for pills gathered in groups of 3 or 5, whispering something, and even some people had already no longer waiting in place. He left Jufeng and flew out. Seeing them in a hurry, it was as if they had discovered something extraordinary. Because the Holy Land was ordered not to help anyone concoct alchemy within 10 days, the warriors waiting outside the 9 peaks were a little bored these days, but it was impossible for them to give up their alchemy journey and leave because of this. What's more, the number of martial artists who have left is quite large. Yang Kai frowned, not knowing why such a scene appeared. He turned and flew towards the stone pavilion below. Inside the stone pavilion, Meng Tianfei and Luo Sheng, 2 Holy Land elders, were sitting here to maintain order here. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai and Li Rong appeared. The 2 elders quickly stood up and saluted. What happened here? Yang Kai motioned them to keep quiet and asked softly. My subordinates don't know, since a warrior who came to ask for alchemy joined the team in front of a stick of incense, and said a few words to a few other alchemy-seeking people nearby. Many people left. Luo Sheng replied. Where is that person? Yang Kai asked. It's the one at the back of the team. Luo Sheng pointed. Yang Kai opened his eyes and saw that standing at the back of the team was a middle-aged man of transcendent realm. With a shrewd look, his eyes were shining. As the warriors in the team continued to leave, he was also slowly approaching, with a smug smile on the corner of his mouth. Would you like to go down and inquire about the situation? Luo Sheng asked. Yang Kai nodded. Luo Sheng immediately ordered to go. After a while, he walked back with a strange expression and replied. Holy Master, that guy said that he found an entrance to the Shaoxuanji on the way here, and those who left all went to the Shaoxuanji to explore. The entrance to the mysterious little realm. Yang Kai let out a low voice. Well, the words he said were eloquent, and it seemed that he was not lying. Since he discovered the entrance to Shaoxuanji, why didn't he go in to explore, but instead came here to spread the news and let others go there? If there is any benefit in it, wouldn't it be taken away by others? Meng Tianfei looked suspicious. Did the guy have any intentions? He said that his strength was low, he was alone, and he didn't dare to enter rashly. Luo Sheng shrugged. Yang Kai was thoughtful, his face dignified, and his eyes looked in the direction of the man. After a while, he said, Is it clear where the entrance to the Shaoxuanji is? About 2,000 miles from here, in the east. Luo Sheng pointed. Li Rong, let's go take a look too. Yang Kai immediately stood up. Holy Master, do you want me to inform the Great Elder and let him go with you? Luo Sheng asked. No need, we're just going to have a look, and if I'm not mistaken, there shouldn't be anything good in mysterious Shaoji. Yang Kai looked confident and left with Li Rong again. When there is no one, he sacrificed the flying shuttle, turned into a blue light, and disappeared. On the flying shuttle, Li Rong said, My lord, do you believe what that person said? The entrance to Shaoxuanji has always been extremely hidden, and it is usually not discovered by people. What he said is very problematic. In this world, there are many, many hidden spaces, and those spaces are large and small, known by the world as Shaoxuanji. In some Shaoxuan realms there is no grass and nothing, while some Shaoxuan realms are inhabited by some living beings, and even some Shaoxuan realms contain ancient ruins, and there is a shocking wealth in them. Once you find them, you can get rich. But the enemy country, a lifetime of food and clothing without worry. Therefore, on the Tongshuan continent, there are some warriors who specialize in searching for the Shaoxuan realm, exploring adventures, and obtaining treasures from it, and making a living from it. However, with the passage of time, less and less Shaoxuanji remains undiscovered. Those easy-to-find entrances have already been entered by warriors, and the rest are very hidden Shaoxuanji. The martial artist who came to ask for pills said that he had found an entrance to the Shaoxuanji, which naturally caused suspicion. But the world is bustling for profit, and the world's hustle and bustle is for profit, and inevitably some people are confused by his words and rush to the position he said to investigate. If there really exists Shaoxuanji, they can also go in and look for it, maybe they can find something. Even if not, there is no loss. I know, but this time is probably different. His strength is not high, and he really dares to spread such rumors. When those people go back, they will kill him. He looks so shrewd, how can he dig his own grave? Listening to Yang Kai's words, Li Rong suddenly felt that there was some truth to it. She nodded and said, So, he really found it. His luck is really good. Yang Kai shook his head. Maybe it's none of his business, maybe the entrance to the Xiaoshuanji opened by himself, and he would only be discovered by him when he passed by. Open it by yourself. Li Rong covered her mouth and exclaimed, her beautiful eyes lit up, it's the same as the entrance to the holy tomb and the gate of starry sky. It's just my guess, so I'm going to see it with my own eyes. Yang Kai nodded. I don't know if there is anything good in it. Li Rong couldn't help but look forward to it. There shouldn't be anything in it. Yang Kai laughed, that person must have already investigated, or someone else has taken the lead, not as he said, because the strength is low and dare not rush into it. It is precisely because it is sure that there is no treasure, so I put it. Spread the news and let the warriors in front of him leave, so that he can reduce the time waiting for Dan. Quote, my lord, you are very careful. Li Rong looked at Yang Kai with some admiration. The main reason is that the guy looked at others with glowing eyes, and when he saw someone leaving the team, he showed a smile of joy. Yang Kai smiled lightly, his thoughts are written on his face, I don't want to see it. Those warriors who left the team didn't realize this because of their interests. After talking for a while, Fati and Shuo has left Jufeng 2,000 miles away. Qing Guang stopped in midair, Yang Kai and Li Rong released their spiritual thoughts and spread around. After a while, Yang Kai's expression was shocked, and the imperial envoy Fati and Shuo flew in one direction. After more than 10 breaths, the two appeared not far from the entrance of a dark void corridor. As Yang Kai had expected, this place has already been taken first by others, and many warriors gathered outside the entrance, looking around vigilantly, their strength condensed secretly, and a stranger should not approach. Yang Kai secretly observed and found that their strength was not high, only the level of the immortal ascension boundary, not even a transcendent boundary, and immediately stopped hiding, and the two of them walked towards there with Li Rong. Who are you? Stop. As soon as the two of them showed their stature, the warriors guarding the entrance suddenly felt like they were facing a formidable enemy, and one of them shouted loudly, this is the forbidden area of my Chen family, outsiders are not allowed to trespass, your excellency if I don't stop, I'll be welcome. Lord, do you want to? Li Rong asked inquiringly. Be gentle. Yang Kai nodded lightly. An invisible force of divine consciousness burst out from Li Rong's sea of consciousness, and all the warriors gathered at the entrance were instantly stunned, all stunned in place, as if they did not see Yang Kai and Li Rong. Let them pass by and enter the entrance. With Li Rong's method, trying to deal with these immortal ascension boundary warriors was simply a matter of blowing their breath. It was too simple to blind them, but Yang Kai didn't order the murder, and Li Rong showed mercy. After waiting until the figures of the two disappeared at the edge of the entrance, the warriors suddenly woke up and turned around. They looked around and found that the previous man and woman had disappeared. They immediately realized the strength of the other party and broke out in a cold sweat. Inside Xiaoshuan realm, Yang Kai and Li Rong appeared leisurely. Divine sense spread, and found that there are many traces of warriors moving in all directions, seeming to be looking for something. Yang Kai once again brought out the flying sky shuttle, and the two of them disappeared into a blue light with Li Rong. After half an hour, he returned to the entrance. There is indeed a ruin in this mysterious little realm, but there is no sign of life. Those warriors should have entered later, looking for the existence of treasures in the ruins. Moreover, the area of this Xiaoshuanji is not large, about 1/3 of the size of Mogu Castle. However, the Chen family should have gained a lot this time. There are no masters in this family, and the powerful warriors are only in the transcendent realm. There are only a few people, almost similar to the 8 great families of the central capital. The secret treasures obtained from this ruins Wu Dian can become the capital of family growth. Let's go, there's nothing to see here. Yang Kai took a breath and returned from the entrance with Li Rong. When the warriors outside saw the man and the woman appearing again, their eyes widened. The other party's methods are too amazing, and they can see it. To reassure them a little, the man and the woman did not mean to embarrass them. After walking out of Xiaoshuanji, they walked straight into the distance. By the way, there are quite a few masters who have entered the sacred realm coming here, and they will arrive here in half a day at most. You should inform the senior management of your clan to quickly withdraw from the Xiaoshuan realm, otherwise there may be a bloody disaster. Yang Kai turned around, reminded kindly, and left with Li Rong. It wasn't until the backs of the two disappeared that the warrior who had been yelling at Yang Kai earlier wiped the sweat from his head and hurriedly got into the mysterious small realm, apparently to inform the top of his clan about what Yang Kai said before he left, and let him patriarchs and elders decide. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Huachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency first release a cent to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation.